going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cloudy and gray California, Los Angeles, folks. It's no Kentucky, but it is certainly very gray out here in California, Los Angeles. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because it is Saturday, folks. Saturday, July 30th, 2022. Holy fuck, we have burned through this year, it seems like. And I have some unfortunate news that I already called a while ago. Brandon's got COVID again. Now, that might come as a surprise for many of you. I'm just going to start off with that real quick. I'm just going to fucking give it to you right now. You're going to say, what the fuck? How is that the case? Well, that's because he took Paxlovid. And I literally, if you remember when I was talking about Brandon getting COVID, I told you he's probably going to test positive again. That's how Paxlovid works. Paxlovid has a tendency to offer negatives while you're taking it, and then once you're off of it, it has a tendency to once again test positive. So it causes rebounds. So are you still contagious? Asking because my dad's on Paxlovid. I'm not sure. I don't know. I know that Paxlovid is known to do this. But the issue is, of course, people are gonna fucking say that this is like, this is an indication that like it doesn't. Is it a false positive? No, it's not. No. No, after 5 days, you were supposed to be non-contagious. So he never didn't have it, even though he was negative? No. When you have... Okay, we'll get to it in a second. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, okay? Before I get the Dark Brandon COVID 2.0, okay? Dark Brandon has COVID again. Okay, here, before we get to that, I'm going to fucking tell you a little bit about my personal news and what's going on in my life. Okay? Last night I ended the broadcast, hung out with Fiona, who's here with Murat, everyone's favorite piker, the real piker, the OG piker. We watched Wolf of Wall Street and got triggered about how fucking awful people in Wall Street are. I love that movie specifically because of how much it triggers Murat. He fucking despises the finance bros so much, almost as much as I do, even though I have a lot of finance bro friends. But yeah, we watched Wolf of Wall Street. Wait, hold up. Oh, he's fucking... I got a delivery. Murat! Kapıyı açsana, delivery var. Ne olur. Delivery. Bu... Anyway, Askedim ama? No, I didn't say skedim ama. I said... Blackmailing Wall Street bros is a noble profession. Best streamer. I love the stream last night. Please have Slime on more and Cutie, but y'all be doing it up right anyway. Okay, I'll stop backseating. Yeah, no. Slime was like, Slime was fucking undercover out of nowhere. I mean, I knew he would be fun to stream with because I love his humor, and he's also a boomer, and also like he's like an openly bald guy, whereas I'm like still hanging on, you know what I mean? I'm just like trying to desperately fucking keep it going through medication and whatnot. But Slime is like an S tier guest for sure. And I will probably have him on more frequently. Look Alive, Ludwig. Watch out. Oh, thank you. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Anyway, I might do a bros versus bros with Ludwig. I told him I would do it because I saw him talking about doing it with me. We just got to figure out what games, by the way. But yeah. I like Cutie Unhinged Devotion to Taylor Swift. I love Cutie Cinderella. She's incredible. I love all those folks. They're so great. I love Ludwig. I love Slime. I love all the fucking Yard Boys. I love Cutie. They're some of my favorite fucking people. So I'm always stoked whenever they come on. And they're so gracious. They're so awesome. And yeah, Cutie made cake. Cutie made some cake for me yesterday. We consumed it. My trainer is trying to figure out where she lives so he can track her down and hunt her. That's what he was saying. He's like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? You finally are like, you're finally losing the most amount of weight I've ever seen you lose. And you're going to just like fuck it up by eating cake. I will fight both of you together. Yeah. He's like, I'm going to pull a skinwalker. Where can we get your gym playlist? I don't have a gym playlist. I listen to whatever the fuck they put on, usually at the gym. Except for I watched a meme with the Paramore Hard Times. With like a meme where like the Paramore Hard Times song was playing in it. And now it's like stuck in my head. So I requested we listen to that earlier today. Hard times. Hard times. No, it's so bad. It's so bad, but it's like stuck in my fucking brain, dude. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Anyway, I wasn't even going to go work out this morning, especially because the weather is shit, but I did anyway. And now I feel fucking awesome. What the fuck, you raw dog gym music? That's psychotic. Yo, I know it is. 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 Okay, I know. But they just usually they play like Outkast radio or like old Kanye radio, which is fine. You know what I mean? One time, like lately, they've been playing this fucking playlist of like tribal music, but it's like tribal techno music, and it's tribal music from all around the planet. So it's like white people tribal music too, which is I mean, it's been good. That like pumps me up a lot, actually. It's like a Spotify playlist. I don't know what it is, but it's literally like, you know what I'm talking about? No, they got like white people tribal music, which is like Viking music, like racist shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like when it starts playing, when that starts playing, you're like, racist motherfuckers love listening to this shit and then thinking like they're Vikings, you know? Like History Channel Vikings intro music, you know what I mean? Like shit like that. The and there's like a fucking violin playing, and it's like just homies that have like rune tattoos, you know what I mean? Like they're really into fucking being white. No, not Mongolian throat music. No, white people do that shit too. Dude, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Hold on, dude. It's like Northman music, dude. Here. Let's see. It's like... Is this it? No, not that. The song I'm singing is like literally a very specific one, okay? Look up Heildung or Black Sails theme. Like, you will know. I don't know which one it is, but you've definitely heard it before. Is this it? I call this white people tribal. Yeah, this kind of shit, exactly. I call this white people tribal music. This is the type of shit that like unlocks epigenetic memories in dudes in Idaho, where they're like all of a sudden they're like, You know, they'll be like picking up fucking, you know, wintergreen, long cut, right? At the 7-Eleven or the gas station, and then they hear this song and they go, oh my God, we must return. We must return. Yeah, like Celtic music, that type of shit. If I Had a Heart is the Vikings one? No. That's not the one I'm thinking about, though. But yeah, this is the type of music that makes you want to fucking murder priests on the English coast. Exactly. This is the type of music that makes you want to fucking start rowing and then immediately attack the first fucking the first parish you see and like kill all the priests in it for no reason. You just don't understand what's happening. You're like, these are people, and I'm you know, I'm used to killing. That's all I know, and I'm used to just fucking taking all the jewelry. First degree felony type beat, except like these people, they listen to this music and then beat their wives. Oh man. Yeah, and steal their silverware. Exactly. I wonder what the exact fucking song was though. Like, this is the time music that makes you want to reave and make others bereave. I need to figure out what the exact song is though. It's like kind of stuck in my head. Is this? I mean, yeah. I mean, this is great. Was there nudity in this one? God, The Northman was such a good movie. Holy fuck, dude. Such a good fucking movie. It was so incredible, dude. Top to bottom. But the one I'm singing is like, it's like there's like violins in it. It's like Celtic music, I think. But it's kind of like this, yeah. It's kind of like this. But then you gotta have a woman go ah, in it. You know what I mean? Like that type of thing. Like that's what you gotta. That's what you have to do. Like an Irish woman or some shit. I don't know. Check the Witcher ones. Witcher 3 Steel for Humans. Let me see. Maybe that's the one. I don't know. It's just like, it's like the last time white people had culture. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Like, is this the one? Yes! It's not even this, but it's exact. This is the closest we've gotten to. This is the closest we've gotten to the actual song. It's just shit like this. It's just shit like this. It just like pumps your blood up. Anyway, I call this white people tribal, okay? You're singing Alexander Rybak Fairy Tale? I don't know. They all sound so similar, so I don't know if that's the one. Maybe it is the one, but I doubt it. Oh, I was singing this one. No, this isn't it. What the fuck? No, what the fuck? This is like a dude that's singing. No, this isn't it. It's like a lo-fi neo-folk to row and pillage to. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, I started listening to It's Heilung. I started listening to watching. I started watching fucking the new Vikings too, like Vikings 2, Electric Boogaloo. You know, the return of Danelaw. That one, that's been all right. Maybe not as good as History Channel Vikings, but we'll see. It's not this, but it's fine. No, it's not this either. It's just, God, fucking weebs, dude. Ruining everything. It sucks that all the music that Deus Vault love to use are all fire. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, look, I've already told you, there's like, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. If you make good content and people say like, here, Nathan Fielder's a great example of this, right? He makes great content. So when people dunk on him and say, oh, he's actually inherently exploitative with the way that he fucking makes music, whatever, or with the way that he makes content, it doesn't matter because it's good content. Shut up. Same with the Northman. Plenty of people tried to write articles about how Northman was like really attractive to white supremacists because like it was mythologizing white people and blah, 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 and how problematic it was. And most of the people said, shut the fuck up. Why did it get positive reception? Because it was good. That's it. Ultimately, what you need to do is make good content. If you make good content, most of the time, people do not give a fuck. They are not going to fucking complain. Yeah, I mean, the Last Kingdom intro music is what I am referencing to describe the song, but it's not it. But I do like the Last Kingdom intro song, yes. Anyway, content makes right. Yeah, 100%. The world is bullshit, okay? The world is sad. Our existence is pathetic for the most part, okay? Life is full of... life is a sequence of L's, okay? And then throughout all of those L's, sometimes you get a W here and there. But content makes you forget about all that. Good content, I mean, specifically. So if you try to take that away from people, they're not going to like that. They're going to say, fuck you, suck my dick, okay? So that's it. Just make good content. Dave Chappelle's biggest problem isn't necessarily that he is like transphobic. I mean, that's a given, right? Most people that fucking get turf brain, get brain damage, and they have permanent turf brain. It's impossible to fucking recover from. Dave Chappelle's biggest problem is that because of turf brain, he can't make good content anymore. I've told you this before. You can be Ray Lewis, okay? You can... allegedly murder a guy, but it doesn't matter. As long as you're fucking performing, when you got the football, dude, and you're making magic happen, that's it. It's a wrap. People will overlook your crimes even. Same with being a comedian. You can say problematic shit. He was a linebacker. I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. Whatever. The charity goal is still on the screen. Yeah, I know. We'll bring that back up later. But yeah, ultimately, you just need to be able to do this. Have you seen this man beating the LGBT folk case? Yeah, I saw. How can I be homophobic when my bitch is gay or something? And he's talking about Doja Cat. I have heard this. It's a good song.
How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay. Hitman in a top try, see a man topless, even a stick is gay. Hugging my brothers and say that I love them, but I don't swing that way. The man them celebrate Eid, the trap still running on Christmas Day. Somebody told Doja Cat that I'm trying to indulge in that. In my great tracksuit, see the bulge in that, see the motion clap when you're throwing it back.
For the record, this is a great way to fucking sample an old song. Look for the example of look for an example of an awful way to sample an old song. If you want to see the aria, the fucking the God damn it, the Jack Harlow song. Jack Harlow's sample of the previous like 90s, early 2000s fucking what do you call it? UK rap all sounds the same. You're being racist, dude. You're literally being racist. You're being racist to the British.
These females planning on doing me wrong, so I'm grabbing a dom at the Trojan pack. Post a location after we're gone, can't slip and let them know where we're at. I don't know about you, but I value my life. Cause imagine I die, and I ain't made 100 M's yet. There's so much things I ain't done yet, like fucking a flight attendant. I don't party, but I heard Cardi there, so fuck it, I might attend it. Gotta kick back sometimes and wonder.
Afgan mı? Bilmiyorum abi. The next generation is gonna be like this though. There's a Turkish dude in the chat that's asking if this dude is Afghani or whatever, but like you just don't know. Let me tell you something. That's the next generation. Zoomers, and then the generation after Zoomers is just gonna be like ethnically ambiguous dudes. That's how it is. It's like ethnic ambiguity is so fucking hot right now. That's what's popping. You know, Are you saying AM by Jack Harlow is a bad version of sampling the fuck? Yes, because it literally is just the song. It's just the song. You can't just be like, oh, I'm sampling a song and then just take the song. You know what I mean? Anyway. Okay, let's blast off. I haven't popped off yet. I'm gonna fucking blast off right now. All right. Relevant TikTok. Is it a coincidence that ethnic ambiguity is popular after George Floyd? What? No, man. What the fuck? That has nothing to do with anything, you fucking weirdo. No, it's just because, like, miscegenation was illegal or extremely frowned upon. And the more multicultural we become, the more people are like, oh, yeah, I'm going to fuck someone that's, like, not, you know, my cousin. You weirdo. What the fuck? Like, that's how it works, dude. Anyway, here, let's fucking, I'm going to blast off real quick, okay? We haven't looked at the Andrew Tate and Elk Boys collab. I know that people were like, I don't want you to watch it, but like, we're gonna watch it today, finally. And also, the most hated man on the internet. I was really interested in watching that video. We never finished it because, you know, ADHD. Plus, I had guests over. I have guests on today. Yes, Anthony Padilla is gonna be here. Austin Show is not gonna be here, but like coming in from Austin Show is gonna be signing on. I wonder how many people just say dumb shit to get a reaction out of you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have CHADVICE. CHADVICE is happening. Not to be weird, King, but having Mykie on might get you in some shit later. She was canceled for some racist stuff a while back. I don't know. I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. Okay? How about that? The world's most annoying cult leader, new Philly-in. Yeah, we got some fire reacts today, dude. We got some good-ass reacts. Brandon got COVID again. Brandon has... CHADVICE, yeah. Dark Brandon has COVID again. Then we have... Weighted CHADVICE HIMBO position with get in. Okay, did you hear what happened to Bill Clinton? No, I did not. Anyway, Chatter's gatekeeping guests. I know, it's the funniest fucking thing. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Here's an opportunity for everybody to shut the fuck up. Whenever you have the feeling that like you want to fucking control what kind of content's happening on stream, or like you have an idea, you're like, you know what, I kind of don't want you to like have this person on. It's a really good opportunity for you to shut the fuck up. I promise. Okay? Good rule of thumb. What happened to Okay Buddy Hasan? It gone? Wait, really? What? Oh, they privated it? And there's a YouTube link? What the fuck is this? Classic example of fucking... Comrade Lamb, order 69000. I don't even know what is happening, dude. We had a good run, boys. Rip Bozo, you'll be missed. Okay, we'll look at this in a second. They went on strike. It's just so funny whenever people are like, we're going to go on strike. Why? Because you don't look at the content enough. Okay, well then, like, aren't you kind of literally defeating the purpose? It's funny when, like, people misunderstand, like, collective action that is supposed to be for a purpose. Like, the stated purpose of collective action is supposed to achieve like a desired goal. If your desired goal is for me to watch the content, then telling me like I'm not watching it enough and that's why you're just like cutting it off doesn't actually tell the joke you left. This I know. Oh, are you going to work? All right, peace, bro. Maybe. Figure it out. Anyway, we'll look at the joke. We'll look at the jokes. We'll look at the jokes in a second, okay? Get in now. TV/. Hello, Fiona. Does anyone have a blast off meme? We'll look at it in a second. Oh, there it is. Okay. Here you go. Juice this, boys, girls, ambies. Okay, you're asking chat for memes after yesterday? No, chat is great at fucking memes. It's just like I realized like I was probably being mean. It's hard to be funny. It's hard to be funny in the moment. It's hard to also like get humor that fits the mood. You know what I mean? Like find humor that fits the mood. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. It's very particular. It's very in the moment. I get it. I think I was being too harsh because I think I was being too harsh to the chatters yesterday. Like, the thing is, original content that chat makes, specifically designed around memes within this community, is funny because you know exactly what's going to be funny for this community. But when we have guests on, or when we have like humor that is not supposed to be directional and just like funny in and of itself, something that might be a ha-ha moment for you when you're like passing by on your TikTok timeline might not necessarily be as funny or might not hit as hard when it is, when it's being utilized or when it's being shown to 40,000, 50,000 fucking people. How hard is it for Chad to link animal farting videos? I got so frustrated. Yeah, I think a lot of people just like wanted, their kind of humor to shine. I don't know. That's kind of what I would do as well, to be honest. Like, I would have done that too. I would have wanted my like brand of humor to fit the moment rather than find the adequate type of humor that would fit the moment. But yeah, no, I think I'm pretty easy to make laugh. Dude, I fucking lost my goddamn mind when I saw the fucking, the guy farting on a dog. Like, that's me. That's just straight up me. You know what I mean? Like, I'll tell you this much, right? I'll tell you this much. For example, when we were watching that cop shoot that other cop, when he was like, and then him going like, what do you call it? Him going like, are you okay? And then she's like, no, you shot me. Like, that's funny as fuck, right? But it's not going to be super funny if you have to describe it. If you have to describe the fucking, like, if the setup is really long, in a moment like this, you know, you laugh, you lose or whatever, that's not going to be that, you know, it's not going to be as poppin'. Cop accidentally tased by another cop. Yeah, we'll look at why OK Buddy died as well, but let's watch this real quick. Man down! Bro, it's wild how bad they are at this. Like, I don't even know what this dude did. I don't know why they're trying to apprehend him. But it is always remarkable how bad they are at this shit. Like, it just comes across like fucking, like, 4 fat guys trying to fucking lightly dab on a dude. Always. It always turns into that. How many times are you gonna fucking tase him point blank, brother? Holy shit. Most de-escalated police situation. Cops can only de-escalate how you fight in a dream. Yes, dude, exactly. Cops are really out here fighting like how you fight in a dream where you like throw punches and they don't like do anything. You know what I mean? And you're just flailing your arms around and for some reason nothing happens. This is how it works. I swear to God, all high school bullies become cops or go to the military. Fucking thumbs. Yeah. It's just like kind of weird, but also I'm annoyed by the noise pollution that they're causing too. I know it's like not the main issue here as they're like basically electrocuting someone to death in an effort to apprehend him. But also like it's just they're just annoying across the board. You know what I mean? Like, lol, come on, Hasan. No, you don't think that's annoying? I think that's annoying. I was a bully and became a software developer. You gotta hit us with that "No, you shot me" vid. Yeah. It's so loud, chat. Have y'all never been near a cop siren? No, it is. I think it's the alarm from the store. Oh, it is? It's not the cop siren. It's just the alarm. Dude, that's a crazy alarm. What the fuck? Anyway. I don't know. Maybe I'm built differently. Maybe I'm just weak, but I hate when fucking, you know, loud noises.
How can I be homophobic?
I mean, that's been done so many times. All right. Anyway, folks, Brandon got COVID again. We're going to talk about that. My plane is going down over the South China Sea. I won't sugarcoat this. Our fighter escort has been destroyed and we're losing altitude. I desperately need a parachute. And my team tells me that we failed to meet our quarterly fundraising goal. If I don't reach 2,356 more gifts in the next few minutes to close the budget gap, it will be the single most devastating plane crash of my political career. If you've been waiting for a moment to step up with this $15, this is it. Can I count on you? That's so good. That's such a fucking funny ass. That's a great meme, dude. This has to be fake? Yeah, no shit it's fake, chatter. What are you, crazy? Oh, you think that's fake? No, dude. No, of course not. No, like, yeah, Nancy Pelosi's plane has been shot over Taiwan, as a matter of fact. That's right. The Chinese army, the Chinese Air Force has shot Nancy Pelosi's plane. It's over. Trigger warning, Ted Cruz. Yeah, I know. This is a sitting member of Congress, and I feel like I'm having a stroke. Yeah, I saw this earlier this morning, and I thought it was awesome. Sorry, sue me. Never even heard of this guy, and I won't comply even if his silly law passes. Congressman Chuy Garcia said, I just voted to reinstate the assault weapons ban. Now it's time for Senate's turn to pass it and send it back to President Biden's desk. Weapons of war have no place in our communities or on our streets. Congressman Chuy Garcia goes, you are borderline R-worded, you fucking dipshit. And honestly, like, sometimes you just gotta tactically drop that, okay? Sometimes you gotta tactically drop it. I don't know why he went so hard on this. As a politician? Yeah, no. Wait, he dropped a statement on it? Wait, hold on. Last night, a member of Congressman Garcia's staff posted an unauthorized tweet from the congressman's account using profanities and offensive language to individuals living with disabilities. The language used was absolutely inappropriate and inconsistent with Congressman Garcia's history, values, and character. The individual responsible will be held accountable and appropriate disciplinary action will be taken. It's just funny. Like, yeah, it is ableist. Yeah, it's fucked up. Especially because, like, he used it towards someone with clearly a disability. He's an anarchist. He's an ANCAP. You know what I mean? Like, that makes it way worse. You know what I mean? That's definitely an offense multiplier. I mean, come on. You know that motherfucker 3D prints guns and shit. Look, Anarcho 3D. Like, I don't need to see any further. All right? Gotta buy that staff member a beer. No, I mean, it's just like, yeah, it's not. They really said my brother was on my account. To be fair, though, I don't know if it was actually the congressperson that tweeted that, because like a lot of these accounts do actually get like they have a lot of people controlling it. You know what I mean? So maybe. I love that they're also not saying that they're going to fire the guy, though, which is kind of funny. Like, they're not even saying they're going to fire the staffer. They're like, oh, we'll make sure they're held accountable. Like, yeah, they're going to slap on the wrist on an intern. You know what I mean? They're going to fucking be like, we're going to find an intern and be like, oh, it was really bad. We took him off the tweeting duties for a week. Oh my god. Abi Matt Walsh'ın beyazlarla kölelerde tweetini gördün mü? Görmedim abi ama görüyorum şimdi. Oh, there it is. Emrah Safa Gürkan. Damn, we got Turkish Georgetown professors popping off on Matt Walsh. Look at that. Turks are on the come up. He got placed on crashing plane fundraiser email duty for 2 weeks. Yeah. Not related, but have you seen the Norm of the North Twitter account? It's fucking crazy. We can't fire this guy. Did you see the impressions that the tweet got? Yeah, that tweet fucking popped off probably, right? I mean, that's like 152 likes. That's not, that was when they screenshotted it. I wonder if they deleted the tweet. Anyway, we're gonna, you know what didn't pop off? This, bro. Blast it. We're juicing it one last time, and then we're gonna get into Brandon having COVID, okay? You showed up in a random 3K view coding video?
Matrix, then each star will have a different random rotation. When you're writing shaders, it is best practice to avoid computationally expensive functions like sine, cosine, square root, and tangent. Unfortunately, angles of the rotation.
What? What the fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. Do I go off on tangents? Fuck you, okay? How about I prove you wrong by going off on a tangent right now on this? This is fucking bullshit. No, I love shit like that, dude. Little Easter eggs. HasanAbi heads rise up. Does your brain differentiate when you reply to Turkish-speaking chatters or us lame English speakers? No, it doesn't. Okay, we'll talk about white people being enslaved and how you go off on tangents and you don't add to the reaction somehow. Yeah, no, though Anyone that says I don't react hard has never watched my fucking streams straight up and have only watched other people talk about my streams. It's the easiest. It is actually the easiest way to fucking find out whether or not someone has ever watched a stream of mine or is just talking shit without watching a single stream. There's no, like, I am quite literally known for reacting too hard, so much so that people get fucking annoyed with how hard I react because I turn, 5-minute videos into 25-minute, an hour-long fucking stun locks. So yeah. Speak on Choco Taco. I have no opinion on Choco Taco. Honestly, other than the fact that I think everyone is literally, I think a lot of people are complaining about it because they just, it's like hurting their nostalgia bone. You know what I mean? It's hitting them in their nostalgia muscle. Because, like, when's the last time any of those motherfuckers had Choco Taco? You know what I mean? Like, were you consuming it every day and it's like genuinely impacting your life? Or is it because there's a boomer nostalgia associated with it because you had like one, 14 years ago and now you're just thinking about how it's going away and how the world is changing and, in all that. I literally bought them at the store like once a month. My life is ruined. My marching band got us Choco Tacos every football game last season. They're for sure astroturfing this shit in a month. They'll bring it back and record sales, I'm sure. Yeah, I think so too. Honestly, I think that's precisely what's going on. And I think we're being played a fool. Okay? Which, you get got sometimes. It's all good. What is this? Bro lost him with a brew in his hand. Oh, you gotta let him go. You gotta let him go. You gotta let him go. No, that's it. You gotta let him go at that point. He breaks your ankles, you have to let him go, bro. He juked him. He fucking juked him, bro. Look at this. Whoop. You know what's funny about this? It's literally like, this is the tactic that you need to implement when you're being chased by a crocodile. Okay? Like, he literally hit him with the crocodile zigzag. And the cop didn't know any better that he was being played a fool. He was being led to chase him on a straight. If he went straight, he could have got his ass. I love that he didn't even spill any though. That's like the wild. What's this guy doing? Like, what are you doing? Are you like... What's that guy doing? That's what I want to understand. What's wrong with you, bro? Like, what's your problem? What do you want to be cop, dude? What is this? He's just like throwing something at the guy. Like, fuck you, dude. Throwing a banana peel like Mario Kart? Yeah. Anyway. Hello, would you like to play Fall Guys with Toastify? Who the fuck is Toastify? And no. Gotta run in zigzags. That's the third base coach waving him home. No, I think that was... What time are we starting? I'm going to text Austin the time. Hold on. Other than Anthony, who will come for CHADVICE, don't worry about it. My friend has Andrew Tate as an idol. What should I do? I don't know. Show him some of my videos that I've done on Andrew Tate, and that'll be good. Way off topic. My job is slide me doc. Sign my change employment status to at will out of nowhere in a very scummy way, and it was only by your teaching that I caught it, and now my fellow employees and I are coming together to combat it. Thank you, Daddy, for your existence and waking me the fuck up. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Hasan chat is so solid. I regret not becoming a viewer sooner. Yes. Although we do have some fucking weirdos in our ranks from time to time that like try to ruin the vibes and shit. Ultimately, this is one of the strongest communities on the internet, and I love it, and it's awesome. Is Austin your boyfriend? No, your mom is my boyfriend. Okay. Bro, chatters are insane. Chatters are fucking insane because it's like, dog, no, I'm not gay. Like now I can't even, I can't even have men on the stream, dude. Like it's wild. It's literally like, it's just straight up like, I get it. Like with the women on the stream, you got to be like, oh my God, I'm shipping. Oh my God, I'm shipping so hard. But like, now we moved on to men as well. It's like, oh, you have a dude on stream, you must be fucking dating. Kind of sus, bro. I don't know, dude. What do you think about how nasty rice cakes are? Are you fucking psychotic? That is the worst take I've ever heard in the fucking chat. I love rice cakes, brother. You are out of your fucking mind if you think rice cakes are bad. That is the most L take I've ever seen, dude. Rice cakes are straight up the best. The consistency, like the mouth feel of the rice cake. Oh my lord, dude. When I have the galbi gym that I always get, I always ask for rice cakes in it too. And I also do love the rice cakes that I get at ROC, Republic of China, which is a great Chinese restaurant. What is it called? It's like with pork, like rice cakes with like pork and some fucking veggies, and oh my lord, I'm a big fan. Tumblr Arena shipping guy friends together is not new, but it's still weird. I think maybe we're thinking of something different when we talk about rice cakes. Talk about the dry ass Quaker oat things. No, what the fuck is that? No, I'm talking about like the fat dumping, the fat noodles, dude. They're like noodles, but like fat. I don't know what the fuck that even is. Like, this is what I'm talking here. I'll just show you. Oh no, not this shit, bro. What the fuck? No, I'm talking about Asian rice cakes. These, dude. Ew, whatever the fuck this is. Yo, yikes. No, not that Quaker shit, bro. No, dude, I'm talking about this. Stir-fried rice cakes. They're so good. Y'all never have stir-fried rice cakes? Trust me, next time you get Chinese food, get some fucking stir-fried rice cakes, dude. It'll change your mind. They're called Nian Gao. It is, consistency-wise, it is similar to like it is kind of similar to, wait, who wrote that? Hold on. Or Korean food. Chinese people have it too. No, it's not just, no, it's Korean too, but Chinese people have it too. I said galbi jim, which is Korean, and then, but Chinese, there's a Chinese fucking rice cake too. There's a Chinese rice cake dish too. Cantonese. Yes, we have rice cake. Is very popular. Yeah. Has the texture of mochi. Exactly. Yangyao is pretty hard to find outside of big city metros. Wait, really? I do love that shit though. I'm a big fan. I think it's better. I think it's like actually better than a couple of the different kinds of noodles that I love. I love glass noodles. Again, also Korean. And I love rice cakes. Those are like my, and I like udon too. Fuck, man, I love noodles. God damn it. Have you been to Din Tai Fung? Of course I've been to Din Tai Fung. Are you kidding me? I go to Din Tai Fung all the time. Actually, that's not true. We don't usually go that frequently because it's just like 7.5 hour wait. So fucking good. Din Tai Fung is the only time I've ever eaten something that I normally would categorically oppose, which is a Nutella dumpling. Okay, so they have Xiaolong Bao. They have like they have these like fucking, you know, they have like the soup dumplings, right? It's a dumpling with a surprise. It has a soup in it. They like you know, flash freeze it. And then you just fucking, you just suck it up in one, and then it just like the flavor explodes in your mouth. They did that. They basically did that with fucking Nutella in it. And normally you would think like, no shot, that's fucking disgusting. That's nasty. And I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you all the way until you fucking try that shit and you're like, oh my God, game changer. DoorDash Bish. Also, the taro buns are fucking fire. Din Tai Fung DoorDash? Are you kidding me, dude? Dude, we do it sometimes. Let me tell you something. You order, they say it's going to be like, you order Din Tai Fung, they say it's going to come in like 2.5 hours, and then it comes at like 4 hours, okay? It's just, that's the problem with Din Tai Fung, is that it's just too popular. Anyway, glass noodles look like tapeworms. I don't know what a tapeworm looks like, but it doesn't matter. Century City Mall OP. Yeah, you gotta order. You literally, for Din Tai Fung, you gotta order it like 7 hours, okay, ahead. You gotta plan your entire day around it. Have you ever had cold noodles? Of course. Okay. But yeah, let's get to it. We're gonna look at why Okay Buddy is popping off. But also, before we get to that, last week I talked about this when Brandon came out. When Joe Brandon came out and said he was taking Paxlovid, I told you that this was likely to happen. If you've been looking into Paxlovid, it's like pretty effective at very quickly destroying, as a treatment for COVID, very quickly destroying some of the worst symptoms of COVID. Except it comes with an additional problem. And that is that Paxlovid sometimes have a tendency for to have COVID rebound, and then you end up testing positive. This is also because you know, Dark Brandon is Dark Brandon, obviously. So he stopped taking Paxlovid, obviously, after he tested negative, and now he's testing positive again. It's normal. It happens. I'm not entirely familiar with like what means. I'm not entirely familiar with what that means, to be honest. But yeah, this is pretty funny. Those 2 vaccines, 2 boosters, really doing a great job for you, Joe. Notice how he didn't need to be intubated and hospitalized like Trump is a pretty effective way to fucking counter that narrative. Is it a rebound or is it just a temporary suppression of the virus? I don't know. Also, Trump was vaccinated too. So, if I recall correctly, Paxlovid suppresses the virus, was told 3 to 8% chance of this happening. He wasn't vaccinated. No, Trump got vaccinated after he had COVID, if I'm not mistaken. The vaccine wasn't out at the time that Trump got COVID. But he got vaccinated since. But Trump absolutely, he wasn't vented. Like they didn't give him ventilators. I don't think he was on ventilators. But they did give him like literally the fucking kitchen sink, like steroids. He was in fucked up ass shape. He was in worse shape than Brandon for sure. And he got Regeneron, right? Did he get oxygen? I know they didn't vent him. They probably put him on like a CPAP machine or something. And he was scared that he was going to go out like Stan Chera, if you remember. Trump was legitimately afraid of COVID, like killing him. I don't remember ever seeing him intubated. If he was intubated, you would not see him. intubated. Don't be ridiculous. Do you worry you'll slip up and call Biden and Brandon on a live news show? Yes, I do it in civilian populations all the time too. Degenerate. This guy is a Turkish person who has never encountered a shower. He says, go take a shower. What's up with your hair, you fucking degenerate? Not realizing that my hair is wet, not greasy. This is what your hair looks like when you do take a shower right before you start your stream, and then your hair is still kind of wet from the shower. Fun fact for, all of you fucking weirdos that have never taken showers, I take them every day, and this is what your hair looks like when it's wet because you took a shower. Yeah, this guy says he hasn't taken a shower in 1 week. Well, there you go. I love how you have to explain that every day. I know. A sitting member of Congress? Yeah, No. We already covered this. I know. Some staffer forgot to switch accounts, right? Or do we think the congressman is hammered? Good morning, everyone. The tweet was, of course, deleted, but I assure you it was very much real and someone is in big, big trouble. Yeah. Put in the title, trigger warning, wet hair. I should. Seems like you underplay the most extreme facts in protection to your reputation. I am sorry for this. What? The fuck does that mean? Can you use more throat when you eat? You sound great. Maybe if your fat cock wasn't so deep down my throat, it'd block out the sun. Someone sprinkled pubes on his head. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, like, sometimes when you want to chat in the chat, a really good idea is to just not do it. You know what I mean? A really good idea is to just simply not do that. As more people report COVID rebounds after Paxlovid, experts insist cases are rare. When Dr. Anthony Fauci got COVID in June, he took Paxlovid, an antiviral drug for people with mild to moderate symptoms whose ages or immune statuses put them at high risk for severe disease. The treatment consists of 3 pills taken twice daily for 5 days. Fauci finished the treatment and tested negative for COVID. But about 3 days later, test came back positive again. His symptoms, runny nose, sore throat, fever, resurfaced too. A small minority of people who take Paxlovid see a similar rebound effect. When you take a look at the studies, it generally does not occur very often, but it does have a tendency to happen. Around 1 to 2% of people taking Paxlovid in Pfizer's clinical trial tested positive for the coronavirus after having tested negative. Rebound rates are around 5% among the tens of thousands of people who've taken the drug in real-life settings. The White House COVID response coordinator, Dr. Ashish Jha, said at a news conference last week. But because of the way that we cover the news, obviously, it probably feels like everyone is rebounding. Maybe they need another day or two of treatment for older people or some shit. I don't know. But they certainly have not figured it out. Here we go. This is why Paxlovid rebounds happen. This is partly because during the 5-day treatment, the immune system doesn't have to try so hard to find a good way to kill off the virus on its own, so the drug is doing the work for it. So when you remove the drug, the 2 arms of the immune system may still be asleep at the wheel. Rebound after Paxlovid is definitely happening, says epidemiologist, immunologist, pathologist Michael Mina. This is not because Paxlovid isn't working with the variants or subvariants. This does not mean that the drug isn't saving lives. It is, but this didn't show up in trials. So what's going on? What's going on? First, these are speculations or hypotheses, I guess. When a drug is measured in a drug trial, its ability to limit the virus replication in the body, it isn't just the drug and virus interaction that's being measured. Nope, the drug's ability to eliminate a virus in the body is being measured in the context of the immune system. Everyone's immune system is different. This is critical because if immunity is able to tackle some of the virus, then even if there's a minimal amount of the live virus left at the end of a 5-day treatment, then when the treatment is stopped, those last remnants can be dealt with by the immune system. However, if the existing immunity from vax or prior infection is not good at limiting the virus replication in the respiratory tract, as is the case with Omicron, then when the drugs are stopped, if there remains some live virus, the leftover virus can start to grow quickly. So the problem is it suppresses, but it doesn't eradicate it. and it asks your immune system to eradicate the remainder. In which case, you can, in certain instances, have what is known as a rebound effect. This is what's going on with Joe Brandon. Why are you throwing up resident sleepers, bro? The president's got fucking COVID. Again, this is an important, informative part of the broadcast, and motherfuckers throwing up resident sleepers 14-month subscriber. That's crazy to me. Anyway. Didn't he get one negative test and started going out and about? That was whack. No, he got 2 negative tests in a row. But yeah, he still has it. The immune system may be a bit asleep at the wheel thanks to the drugs doing the heavy lifting. Plus, we have a virus that's very immune evasive, even when immunity is at full steam. Any residual virus left after treatment is like a whole new high-dose exposure. This is when further compounded by the fact that Omicron and the newer variants are very highly infectious. So he might actually, Dark Brandon might literally be giving people COVID. And CDC guidelines for isolation with rebound are the same as new case from the day of symptom onset, for those wondering. Is there a certain time every day when you stream? Yes, 11 a.m. is when I start streaming. So yeah. Dark Brandon, rise up. Dark Brandon heads, rise up. The Mac attack is back. Jack. Okay? That's it. Eva Elfie when? Tomorrow. Relevant Dark Brandon meme. The White House tells me they have a deal with Manchin. This is real. Build Back Manchin is back. Oh my God. Joe Manchin and Joe Biden got COVID at the same time, dude. Oh my God. We already know COVID spreads sometimes through anger. I don't mean to ship content creators, okay? But I'm going to go ahead and say it. Dark Brandon fucked Joe Manchin. The White House tells me true and gave him COVID. Ben Esteray'ın herhangi bir yan etkisini yaşadınız mı? Sertleşme sonuna neden olduğunu düşünmüştüm. Bana olmadı. What? Eva Elfie? Yes, Eva Elfie and Nadia from Pussy Riot are going to be here tomorrow. Okay? Anyway, all right, so there it is. So even though Paxlovid works as well to limit Omicron as it does Delta on a drug-the-virus basis in a petri dish, I believe Paxlovid in the trials was also benefiting from any lingering Delta virus being eliminated better by immunity when some of the virus remained after. So that's it. At this point, though, here's where we're at, dude. It doesn't even fucking matter. I feel like they just don't give a shit. I feel like people have fallen asleep at the wheel on this sort of thing. I just like it truly does feel like people are just like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck. Yeah, maybe COVID will kill us all. Who knows? I mean, it's not like the daily death rate is nowhere near as bad as it was at its peak, right? That doesn't mean it's gone. It's forgotten, but it's not gone. It's at 300, right? It's at 300 a day, not in China or Japan. Homie, we're talking about the only country that matters on the planet, okay? The United States of America. Where ultimately 300 is still a lot. Yes, it is a lot. It is a lot, except it's nowhere near 1,000 to 3,000. And people literally 3 years into this at this point are just like, I don't even give a fuck if it was at 3,000. That doesn't make it right, but aren't the same amount of people still getting long COVID as if were the last strains? Yes, there is so much. There is so much that I feel like is so irresponsible not to have an adequate grasp on. With respect to long COVID, its long-term impacts, and what the triggers are for it. Speaking of triggers, trigger warning: Ted Cruz, obviously. Okay, we're gonna cover Ted Cruz real quick, who famously fist bumped Steve Daines after shooting down a bill that would expand healthcare coverage for veterans exposed to burn pits. This happened this week. Look at that. He's like, that's right. We did it. Steve, we did it. Fuck those vets. God, I hate them. You won't believe how dumb Joe Manchin is that this is the argument that worked on him. Let's see. I was on a small 30-man patrol base in Afghanistan where our burn pit smoke blew into our faces every single day for 7 months, and I still suffer from the effects. Hey, man, if you want adequate health care for that, though, Ted Cruz has got another thing coming for you, okay? It's called fist-bumping another Republican congressman about not offering you the health care that the government said that they would give you, okay? That's right, baby. If you wanted to know, once again, that like none of these motherfuckers give a shit about you, they certainly don't give a shit about the veterans. They only use veterans as a talking point when it's it's a great opportunity for them to come across like they're patriotic. Here it is. They don't even venerate the veterans as much anymore, though. I feel like they've just they've given up on even fake caring about veterans. They only bring up veterans when they're talking about like homeless veterans. To say like why do we care about immigrants coming into the country, and then immediately talk about murdering homeless veterans the moment that like they're no longer using them as a talking point against immigrants coming into the country to be like, yeah, we need to clean the fucking area, like we need to clean all the homeless camps. It's like, who the fuck do you think are homeless? It's not just veterans, but like there's plenty of veterans that are homeless, you know what I mean? So yeah, veterans kind of fell off. Okay, they took a big L on that one. So here is Theodore Jebediah Edward Raphael Cruz, okay, talking about Jon Stewart.
I didn't see Jon Stewart.
Trigger warning, Ted
quite
Cruz.
Funny. Look, he's talking about the PACT Act, which is a bill I support. It's a bill most senators support.
Oh, hello. I'm Jon Stewart. Apparently. Quite funny. And I'm awfully interested in what Theodore Cruz is about to say about the PACT Act. Go on.
But what the dispute is about is the Democrats played a budgetary trick, which is they took $400 billion in discretionary spending and they shifted it to mandatory.
One thing, what Ted Cruz is describing is inaccurate, not true. Bullshit! This is no trick. Everything in the government is either mandatory or discretionary spending, depending on which bucket they feel like putting it in. The whole place is basically a fucking shell game. And he's pretending that this is some new thing that the Democrats pulled out, stuck into the bill, and snuck it past one Ted Cruz. Now, I'm not a big city, Harvard-educated lawyer. But I can read. It's always been mandatory spending so that the government can't just cut off their funding at any point. No trick, no gimmick, been there the whole fucking time.
And so it's just part of the out-of-control spending from the left.
They want to buy Hunter Biden cocaine, a crack cocaine, and they want to purchase all your pronouns. Be careful. They're coming for your pronouns. It's nonsense. There is nothing in the bill that is not related to veterans spending. And don't take my word for it. An asshole on an iPhone. Read it. It's at congress.gov. This is for veterans who suffered health effects from being exposed to burn pits and other toxins. That is it.
What the Republicans got made clear is if we leave that spending as discretionary, don't play the budgetary trick, the bill will pass with 80 or 90 votes.
I don't know how many other ways to say this, but there was no budgetary trick and it was always mandatory. And when they voted in the Senate on June 16th, they actually got 84 votes. And you know who voted for that? Ted fucking Cruz and every other one of those Republicans that switched their votes. There was no reason for them to switch the votes. The bill that passed the Senate 84-14 on June 16th has not had one word added.
Please help our vets. They got hurt while monitoring the genocide tunnel, and we have to stick up for our vets' rights. I think they're still fucked up, and I do think that we should stick up for our vets, though. I mean, the greatest outcome of this, obviously, is to just like expose the hypocrisy of the Republican Party. Not that it matters. No one gives a fuck. I'm too fucking doom-pilled to think that anyone will watch this and go, oh man, it sure seems like fucking our Republican senators are being really, they're being quite hypocritical about this. But yeah, it's, so the way I see it is like, you know, there are plenty of veterans who are conflicted on their service. There's plenty of veterans in this community that are conflicted on their service. There's plenty of leftist veterans who are like, this shit sucks. I was young, dumb, full of cum, and I went and I did this shit. I'm not gonna shit on them too much. You know what I mean? I believe in changing your behavior. I believe in the top of the hour ad break. And I believe in not allowing you to see the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. Okay? Right. Some of you may be foolish and think, oh, no, I'll just fucking watch the ad, whatever, at the top of the hour. There's only one per hour. It's not that big of a deal. And then others are like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm watching all day, every day for 5 hours at the minimum. It's worth it. I'll purchase a fucking $5 subscription, or I will get a Twitch Prime by connecting my Amazon Prime account to my Twitch account. Or some of you are like, maybe I'll get gifted a sub because I'm lucky. I'm a good boy. Here's the woman ad break now. The fact that organizations like the Wounded Warrior need to exist proves how broken our country is. Yeah. D-Pipes, thank you for the 5, get the subs. I think one of the greatest examples that, like, America is so fucking fundamentally broken is the reality that, like, the number one, like, most venerated class, okay? The most venerated group of individuals that are supposedly, they're supposed to be the most protected, is also a group of people that literally fucking kill themselves every 22 minutes, okay? Like, how do you make that make sense? Like, we're talking about, or it's not 22 minutes, sorry, it's 22 a day. Sorry, I fucked that up. How do you make that make sense? Like, we're talking about veterans, right? Like, universally supposed to be applauded, except for maybe this community, obviously. But, like, in the real world, in, like, regular America, these are the people that, like, everyone is constantly like, oh, we must protect them. They're awesome. And some of them are fucking awful. Everybody knows this, obviously. Every community has dog shit people. There's plenty of fucking dog shit veterans. They can suck my cock, right? I mean, you know, I have had a lot to say about a particular veteran with one eye, if you recall. So much so that I got, you know, ass clapped by Twitch back in the day. But ultimately, like, when you think about it, these are the people that, like, America cares the most about, right? And no, they just, you just get fucking, you know, discounted jalapeno poppers and that's it, you know? Maybe every now and then someone will fucking salute you and say, thank you for your service. That's it, though. Nobody gives a shit. The war is happening, but nobody cares. It's not in the forefront. You know, we haven't had a 9/11 in far too long. You know, recruitment is down. And the days of, like, America's endless veneration of veterans is over. Haas Chud, vets saved our country, you disrespected cocksucker. Yeah, if you salute when you see a vet, you're a dick rider. Oh, 100%. No, the dick riding goes crazy in especially in the South. Yeah, it's wild. Anyways,
to it by Democrats or spending fairies or anybody else. It's the same fucking bill. This is bullshit.
I didn't see what Stewart said, okay, so I don't know.
Do you
what
think
it was.
people
So
say he can run?
A play?
Yeah, he's going over to Cancun, man.
I wonder where that's going. Perhaps.
God damn it, he's such a fucking dude. How is this man a professional comic, dude? Like, that's a good, like, that's fine joke wise, but like that delivery is awful.
I leave you with a quick montage of Ted Cruz praising to the heavens our nation's fighting men and women, juxtaposed with him.
Also, I'm not a fucking comedian, okay? I'm a dickhead on the internet. He is. He's like a, super old school comedian.
Fist bumping his Senate colleagues after removing those same veterans' benefits and health care for toxic wounds.
To our veterans, we say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Cruz, no.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, of course. Of course he doesn't give a fuck. I mean, come on. If you thought that he gave a fuck, you're a clown. All right. Did you see Alex Jones's company declare bankruptcy after this? Yeah, devastating news, man. Devastating. Okay, let's talk about white people slavery, okay? Actually, before we do white people slavery, apparently this is how Manchin was convinced to concede on the environmental bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, also known as the IRA, okay? There are folks in our party who are saying all sorts of terrible things about you, who believe you were stringing us along for a year and that you were never going to come to a deal because of your state or because of your conflicts of interest, a source recalled Coons saying. The comment appeared to reference long-standing concerns about Manchin's ties to the coal industry. Coons then told Manchin, I can think of a better way for you to prove them all wrong than to sign off on a bold climate deal. Prove every critic wrong. Manchin thought for a second, the source said, then responded, it would be like hitting a homer in the bottom of the ninth, wouldn't it? So it turns out we really should be bullying these motherfuckers more. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just, a lot of you people were saying, like, don't do cyberbullying for Congress people. Like, don't bully them. They can't hear you. They're far too removed. Okay? It turns out maybe bullying does work. And you should bully congresspersons. Like, you should keep bullying them regularly. Bully them fucking harder. Because, like, they do hear it, apparently. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers be like, oh, well, Kirsten Sinema might not hear all the things you said about her being a bisexual, but your bisexual friend will. And it's like, no, apparently Kirsten Sinema does hear that. Obviously, don't bully her on being bi, unless you are bi yourself and you are upset with her being the face of bisexual visibility. But, yeah, the vote harder narrative is like fucking whack, but you should definitely bully Congress people. I mean, straight up. Bully your local Congress people. Your local Congress people. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Cyberbully legally. Don't tell them what you want. Bully them about what they refuse to do. Yeah, I mean, no. Bully them on things that they are refusing to take action on. Yeah, everyone's going to remember you as a fucking piece of shit. So maybe you should not be that. I also am an advocate for cyberbullying Congress people because, like, it's good to just, make yourself feel a little bit better, right? Like, I have been an advocate for blowing off some steam by doing that anyway. So if it happens on accident, where your words actually hurt their feelings, and then they take action, all the better. Like, I see that as a win-win. Cyberbullying Congress people, or just bullying them in general, especially in public, whenever you see them, screaming at them for all the action that they are not taking, okay, directional screaming at them, though, is always good, because on the one hand, it makes you feel better, right? Don't fucking yell at your favorite content creators, okay? You can do that to me all day, every day as well if you want it. It's fine. You're a fucking idiot, but whatever. But if you at least bully these motherfuckers, they hold the levers of power. So they might accidentally trip and fucking pull one in the right direction. Okay? But is it wrong when we do it to AOC? Do it to AOC too. Just do it in the right direction. Half the time you motherfuckers yell at AOC for shit she's already doing. Or dumb shit like, oh my God, she got fake arrested. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, fucking, I don't give a shit. If you're doing it to AOC and you're doing it for a good cause, if you feel like she's infinitely more responsive as a congressperson than like 98% of Congress. But yeah, any guests today? Yes. You probably drink official Markiplier. You probably drink cups of milk every day. I do actually. I drink oat milk though, not cups. But yeah, the bullying critical hit adds policy change. Yeah. So it's just so, you know what's really interesting? You know what's really interesting about this kind of attitude, by the way? When people immediately go to like, well, what about bullying AOC? It's like, you're just more focused on trying to find hypocrisy in my argument than you are about like enacting policy change. You've just demonstrated that. Because like, I just told you bully Congress people, right? And the first thing you went to is like, well, what about AOC? Because you're broken. You're broken. Your brain is broken. I own you. I occupy permanent space in your brain. I'm literally telling you like, well, this has the capacity to make like genuine policy change in your life. And it could lead like to meaningful change. And you immediately went to, well, what about like the streamer's hypocrisy? Do you see what I'm saying? I own you. You're looking for contradictions in my narrative because you're too hyper focused on like watching a streamer. You cannot comprehend a world beyond a dumbass Twitch streamer. I'm a dumbass Twitch streamer. I have no power. Please stop. You're stupid. Stop being stupid. Be smart instead. Okay? Anyway, they just want to argue with you, lol. Yeah, no, it's just like, it's loser shit. It comes from a place of powerlessness. You only do stuff like that when you have no fucking power. When you have no respect for yourself and you have no power. You recognize your powerlessness and instead of like doing something about it, instead of recognizing your powerlessness and doing something about it and like being motivated to try to make some change, organize your life, organize around yourself, you just fucking decide to continue doing dumb shit. All right. So, you do have some power. You've inspired people to organize unions and protest against this awful shit we have to deal with day to day. And I say that's genuinely pretty powerful. Yeah, but like, I individually have no capacity to fucking make the changes. Or when I have the capacity to make some genuine change, I already do that. So you're like bullying me on things that I'm already doing. You'll be like, oh, why aren't you raising money? Well, motherfucker, I do raise a fuckload of money. You just don't know. You know what I mean?
I have been
like, what do you want me to like write bills? I can't do that. I have no power to do that. You know what I mean? So yell at people who do have that power and don't do it. Raised 50K last night. Yeah, more than 60K. Have you heard about the Trader Joe's in Massachusetts forming their union? Bernie tweeted about it, and it's the first one ever. I'm going to try to unionize my Trader Joe's now. You've inspired me to go out and create positive change. Do you have any tips for me organizing the union? I get tips from other union organizers or doing it on your own. They will be very helpful. James Raid? James Marriott Raid. Thank you, James Marriott. Hope you had a good stream. Remember when Mark Ruffalo endorsed Bernie, but Bernie still lost? Do these people really think you have more power reach than the Hulk? I don't think they think like that. Okay. Stop sending me the AI box experiment thing. I'm not gonna watch that. All right, let's watch white human slavery. So first of all, let's take a look. So Matt Walsh popped off once again, king, okay? He's the king of popping the fuck off. All right. Why? It's an article, not a video. Yeah, I don't want to read a fucking dumbass article about the AI box experiment that you've been asking me to fucking read for the past week, okay? I don't care. Maybe later, but probably not. Okay. Matt Walsh. Well, over 1 million whites were enslaved in North Africa between the 16th and 19th centuries, most of them abducted and sold by Muslim pirates. Africans were raiding Europe for slaves for hundreds of years. The school system has totally erased this fact from history. First of all, the glories of Muslim pirates doing that was erased, probably because the Western world was embarrassed by the L that they held. Most likely to the Ottoman Empire, most frequently to the Ottoman Empire, the sick man of Europe. Okay? Of course, white people were enslaved in other parts of Africa too and across the world for centuries, including in North America, where white servants were shipped to the colonies by the thousands. Matt Walsh is doing the classic, chattel slavery is the same as indentured servitude, which, of course, it's not. Indentured servitude in and of itself is, of course, still completely unacceptable, obviously. But the main differences in that situation is that you can actually purchase your way. You can purchase your freedom. Not that it's like super likely or whatever, but you can do that where there was no purchasing of your freedom as a black slave. Okay. Your child was immediately also seen as property, whereas indentured servitude doesn't work that way as well. And that's precisely why there is a difference between the way that Irishmen or the way that Italians, or the way that whoever the fuck we're talking about in this situation, were able to assimilate or be welcomed into white society in comparison to black people, which Matt Walsh, of course, still doesn't want to welcome into white society. So there you go. Slavery in America didn't begin until 1619. White children were being kidnapped and sold. The fuck? That was weird. Maybe a little baby earthquake. White children were being kidnapped and sold into servitude in the colonies before that. And of course, slavery existed in America for hundreds of years prior to Europeans never ever setting foot here. Indian tribes all practiced slavery. Slavery persisted. Bro, he's saying slavery. Bro, he's saying slavery is just permanent, dude. It just happens. You know what I mean? It's just always happened. So what's the point here? I don't understand. White people should be able to do it. Is that the argument here? What's he complaining about? Come on, dude. Everybody does a little bit of slavery. Why can't white people do it? Slavery was an accepted institution in Africa and Asia for millennia, and it seems to have never occurred to any of these societies that there might be something wrong with the practice. And of course, the African slave trade was mostly furnished by Africans. Oh, dude, yeah. This is my favorite. Blaming chattel slavery on black people, across the board, because black people are a monolith, African people are a monolith, and it's their fault. It's still never white people's fault. White people are purchasing the slaves, they're selling it to one another, they're breeding slaves, they're raping slaves, they're enslaving them, they're brutalizing them, but it's actually, again, back to the black people across the board. None of the main difference here is that what Matt Walsh is doing is fundamentally important. This is why I talk about the Ottoman tradition of slavery as well, the Devshirme program. Okay, that is entirely different than chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is historically the most morally abhorrent form of slavery, which is interesting to talk about because they're all atrocious, right? But chattel slavery is the big one that is the most atrocious. So yeah. Why black people are monolithic? No, black people are not monolithic. They are not a monolith. Matt Walsh is trying to do that right now. Slavery was kind of problematic. The European settlers did cultural appropriation sweaty. What's with your white slave erasure? Being white but doing it right. What are you doing to atone for the crimes committed by your ancestors today? Please share your story in the comments. Namaste. I love this, dude. This is so awesome. Fucking idiots. This type of shit is so dumb and so so American. I don't know how else to describe it. It's the self-flagellating me. White people are so fucking, it's so performative And like some white people literally just have to make even slavery about themselves. You know what I mean? And not in the appropriate way, where it's like, how can I center myself as an overcorrective psychopath? Just fucking be normal, dude. Jesus Christ. Anyway. The difference is that Europeans created a global billion-dollar market that was incredibly race-based. No other culture did that. Yeah. That too. It's very puritanical Christian self-flagellation. Exactly. No, that's exactly what it is. It's just like, it's weird that you're practicing. I like that you're practicing your kinks safely, but maybe you shouldn't do it in public when other people have not consented to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if that's your kink, then, you know, that's what you want to do. Keep it to the fucking bedroom, okay? I don't want to see that shit. People constantly talk about fucking kink at Pride, but nobody's talking about white evangelicals doing shit like this, or white liberals doing shit like this around children. You know what I mean? That's fucked up too. What is this? Why do you rich fucking white people insist on seeing every socio-political conflict through the myopic lens of your own self-actualization? This isn't about you, so either get with it or get out of the fucking way. Get the shit off screen? No, I think it's so funny. So sorry. That's not white evangelicals. That's white New Age libs. No, this is like... no, a lot of these are like hyper-Christian people. Yeah, it's Bo Burnham. I know. It's Sacco. Slavery is bad, hands down, no doubt, but our modern economy is so heavily built around anti-black slavery and the anti-black racism that was specifically constructed around it as a justification. Yup. And it's still ongoing to this day, which is hilarious because, you know, Matt Walsh completely denies it. As a matter of fact, he's using this as a counter-argument to try and continue to deny the racist criminal justice system that is designed in a way to continue having slaves, specifically black and brown slaves, within our criminal justice system. Over-policing them, keeping those communities underfunded, creating immigrant detention centers. Again, just, you know, 13th Amendment shit. Pretty whack. How does this Matt Walsh dude have a following? He sounds like a Nazi. You already found your answer to your question. He has a following because he is a Nazi. So let's see what this Turkish guy said. That's bullshit for a number of reasons. These Christians were not enslaved by Africans, i.e. people from sub-Saharan Africa, but by Muslim sailors from the Eastern Mediterranean, renegades of first Italian, Spanish, French, and later English, Scottish, and Dutch origin. Secondly, it's not the numbers, but the treatment of the slaves that matters. In the American case, Africans had no chance to go back, were treated very poorly, could not communicate with their relatives, and had no chance to blend in society that enslaved them. Totally not the case with the Mediterranean example. Christian slaves were used in households and galleys, not on plantations, although rowing in stone galleys was quite harsh. They could and were indeed encouraged to ask for ransom to communicate with their families. They were visited by their relatives. They wrote for them asking for money. When they found money, they were liberated. There were also other venues for freedom. They could buy their own freedom. They could earn money. Indeed, they had to because they paid their masters for food and lodging. They could convert to Islam, although that did not bring freedom automatically. It helped. Some of them became pashas, so reaching a stratum of society that they could never do so in feudal Europe. So this is true about especially the Dev Shidman program. The Dev Shidman program was thousands of fucking... It was like, at a certain point, at its peak, obviously there was still enslavement of children, white children, and it's still bad, right? However, the inverse of that was that there were instances where because of the elevation that people had, because of the elevation that people were able to fucking reach the highest echelon of society as literal fucking slave children, okay? That they became the elites of Ottoman Empire. Every single, so many viziers, so many. Mimar Sinan, one of the most famous architects of all time, Literally Dev Shirame. So what the Ottoman Empire would do is they basically created an elevation program for literally the slave class, like for people that they enslaved and educated, specifically with the purpose of elevating them to the highest echelons of society. That is not even remotely comparable to chattel slavery, which is why everybody gets so triggered when I mention that. It still doesn't mean it's adequate. It still doesn't mean it's appropriate. But like, you're literally comparing, you're comparing drastically different treatments and drastically different levels of subjugation to chattel slavery, which had none of that. You're brownwashing the Ottoman Empire? Yeah. Indenture. What? No, nobility is true though. Sorry, didn't mean to trick you into reading nobility. No, you said slave class mobility, but no, it is nobility. Like, it's a wild. It's a wild fucking thing to hear about for the first time ever if you've never thought about it. But yeah, like, there are some other societies where similar things happened as well. But Ottoman Empire is one of them, where as a slave, as a literal fucking slave, you became a profoundly important consultant to emperors. You became, some of the most famous architects. You became artists. That's not even remotely comparable to chattel slavery. They also were the elite soldiers, obviously, the Janissaries, which have some of the earliest instances of collective action. The Ottoman Empire was not socialist by any means, do not misunderstand me, but Kazan Kaldırmak, the process in which the Janissaries would revolt against the emperor regularly because they were the elite fucking troopers of the emperors, again, slave converts, would, if they didn't like the amount of pay that they were getting, they would turn around and they had these massive cauldrons in which they would cook the rice for the entire military. They would fucking, they would flip the cauldrons over and engage in collective action in like what you would normally consider a strike or a work stoppage. There's a difference between collecting people to be slaves that are in your region and traveling across the world to collect and breed people who look the same and then try to justify by saying they're not people. Both bad. Both are bad, but one is on X Games mode. Exactly. As a Lebanese Christian, I can tell you that, yes, the Ottomans occupied us, but they gave us the chance to get high positions in the Ottoman Empire. It was strict but fair rule. Yeah. It is the Ottoman treatment. The Ottoman treatment of its colonies is drastically different than Western colonialism. Anyone who has ever read a fucking history book will tell you that. Obviously, they're not, the most honorable thing to do in that circumstance is offer autonomy beyond just an autonomous region and not institute like jizya or a specific tax for non-Muslims, right? But it was still far more preferable to forcible conversion, mass murder, mass execution, which of course came, don't misunderstand me, and that did certainly happen, but yeah, it is definitely different. Fuck you, they raped and pillaged women in Bulgaria. Of course. Bro, that's empire shit. That doesn't make it right. I'm accounting for that. Do not misunderstand me. And they still had harems. But remember, the comparison is Western colonial expansion versus Ottoman imperialism, which is different. Okay? And the comparison is in this circumstance is literally chattel slavery versus enslaving Eastern Europeans and white people. And the moment that you add in upward social mobility all the way to elevation into nobility for enslaved people, you recognize that is like completely outside of the realm of chattel slavery. That's just true. Everyone is in history did horrible things. Ottoman Empire was strict but fair. We don't actually know if they burned so many villages in the Eastern as is written. No, they definitely did. Come on, dude. They were fucking brutal. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. The difference between chattel slavery and these other forms of slavery that we're referencing also is that chattel slavery's justification came in the form of race science, race realism, like the idea that like this race of people had a scientific justification for being enslaved, and that is unique. Stop romanticizing Ottoman. They are evil and they kill Serbs. Ottoman Empire bad. Ottoman people good. Listen, the concept of Balkanization has been pretty profoundly devastating for that entire region, I would say. Maybe the Balkans are better off not Balkanizing. You know what I'm saying? You thought about that? Tito is Yugoslavia, or maybe even prior versions. Make Balkans Turk again. Okay, they could convert to Islam. They could be liberated as religious gesture by their Muslim masters, although I believe they were not most of the time. I mean, because they were expensive. Finally, the issue of mistreatment. European sources are full of dreadful, caricaturized stories of how slaves were mistreated. But these were pieces of propaganda were penned by the same agents, Trinitarian and Mercedarians, who had to collect alms for ransoming these slaves. They were also supported by vivid images in the books. The same Trinitarians also forced the Christian slaves that they ransomed to tour France with dirty, nasty clothes in order to soften the hearts of the potential almgivers. Slavery in America is an exceptional case. And by the way, every historian will agree to this. Like, anyone who tries to fucking make it seem like chattel slavery is not different than all other forms of slavery is probably a reactionary white supremacist piece of shit who is trying to drastically and dramatically lower the impact, okay? No historian would ever, like, historians don't often make normative declarations, okay? But with one exception, chattel slavery. Do you understand? And anyone that actually fucking tries to make that comparison is probably doing so with ideological purpose. It is straight up. There's two things where you can make that, where you can make statements like that. Nazi Germany and the horrific crimes committed by Nazi Germany and chattel slavery. Okay? Huh. Anyway, but nowhere has it reached the level it had in America, and nowhere has it been taken to a scientific level. Literally, like, they fucking invented a science around it. The one-drop rule. Things that you still believe. Okay? Things that you still believe to this day. Like Barack Obama not being considered white. Okay? That is a concept that was invented by racist people to justify slavery. Do you understand? Obama's half white. Nobody thinks he's white. Why do you think that is the case? Everybody will say Obama is black. Obama is the first black president, despite him being half white. Why? Where does that come from? These are concepts that were created, okay? These are concepts that were created. This is all learned behavior. It comes from the one-drop rule. A scientific scientific justification for purity politics. Okay? That's where it comes from. And it was done with the purpose of justifying slavery, saying that black people deserve to be enslaved, saying that, saying that this kind of mistreatment was actually not that bad because they were not like full human. That was the point. To get to the ideological reasoning, before liberalism, it was just okay to enslave humans. With the proclamation of liberal humanism, empire needed to justify enslaving black people by denying them their humanity. Yep. That is 100% correct. They wanted to keep doing the slavery shit, but they also wanted to feel good about it. God, I love liberals. That's why whenever some motherfucker says I'm a classical liberal, it's like, yeah, you were a liberal at a time when like you wanted to justify slavery. I love that. The Dan Dangler. Hey, Hasan, my roommate always has you on the TV and Jersey streams. Thank you to your roommate, not you. I'm just kidding. Thank you for watching. Does phrenology fall into that category? It absolutely does. Phrenology is an extension of the same exact thing that I was talking about. It is. Phrenology, skull sciences, is also a part of the antiquated race realist or scientific racism, basically. Muslims enslaved Christians and vice versa, but they never thought the other was intrinsically inferior. You could convert and switch camps, were ensured of more or less humane, depending on the time and circumstances, obviously. Treatment, you were part of the same Mediterranean monotheistic culture. No big cultural difference compared to gestures. Compare gestures and expressions in Italian, Spanish, and Turkish, for instance. So no Italian has ever thought a Turk an inferior human being, never tried to dehumanize him. Also, North Africa is not Africa, is part of the Mediterranean. There's a whole big desert that isolates it from the rest of Africa. Nothing in it, climate, fauna, flora, let alone traditions and culture resemble the rest of Africa. So Africans enslaving Europeans is total bullshit. Everybody could fall victim to the whims of fate. That was just the way things were. Moreover, there were many former Christians, up to 37% at one point in Algeria. Among these Muslim pirates who enslaved Christians, grow up and stay away from handy and neat generalizations. Also, yeah, he already mentioned this. Okay. I'm North African, I'm African. Yes, but the difference between that is like Pokimane. Iman is Moroccan. Okay? You understand? North Africa is, of course, still a part of Africa, but North Africa is not what you're thinking of when you think of the entirety of the African continent. When people often make these like monolithic arguments about Africa, they are referencing West Africa or a specific part of Africa, especially as it pertains to chattel slavery. The distinction he's making is that the MENA region, Middle East and North Africa region, had different cultures and were individually responsible for the enslavement of Christians that that Matt Walsh was trying to blame on the rest of Africa. Do you get it? Do you understand? Okay. Imagine thinking thin-lipped and pasty is superior. Hey, I'm Moroccan too. I think the ethnic group is bad about it. Or Arabic, which are separated quite a bit from the rest of Africa ethnically. Exactly. I mean, it's like, who is allowed to say the N-word? You know what I mean? That's like, Iman can't. At the end of the day, if you want to talk about it in a joking manner, then think about it like that. It's a very simple distinction. She still does, though. Yeah, totally, dude. All the time. Yeah, definitely. What is wrong with your fucking brain, dude? Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? You just made that up. You just completely made that up. Literally on stream? Not true. Just a complete falsehood. It's such a wild thing to just lie about, too. Source, I made it all up. Did you see the edited clip of her going around manosphere circles recently? Is what that chatter is talking about. Dude, imagine getting fucking duped by some of the dumbest, most racist motherfuckers on the internet, dude. That's awesome. I love when you have a worldview built around empathy, but then you unironically get duped by people who know you're a dumbass, okay? Who know you are stupid enough to foolishly jump at every fucking opportunity to be like, yeah, this person's probably saying the N-word. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I believe it. And they just dupe you. They dupe you just like Andrew Tate dupes motherfuckers into like, buying his MLM. They dupe you by cutting shit out cutting clips out of context and shit like that. It's just, you're no different than those idiots, okay? Ben Shapiro shreds Bill Nye, another abortion activist. Let's take a look.
Challenged by my producers. And as you know, I love a good challenge. Today, we're going to be presented with a series of pro-abortion arguments from Bill Nye, the science guy, who's very scientific. I'm going to debunk each of them.
Many, 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 many more hundreds of eggs are fertilized than become humans. Eggs get fertilized, and by that I mean sperm get accepted by ova a lot. But that's not all you need. You have to attach to the uterine wall, the inside of a womb, a woman's womb. But if you're going to hold that as a standard, that is to say, if you're going to say when an egg is fertilized, it's therefore has the same rights as an individual, then whom are you going to sue? Whom are you going to imprison? Every woman who's had a fertilized egg pass through her?
Ben Shapiro will be like, yes. Ben Shapiro, like, no matter what he responds to this as, he 100% would, okay? Like, yeah, of course, why not? Make the pool of women that are being fucking harassed by the criminal justice system in, like, ridiculous ways larger. He doesn't give a fuck.
Okay, stop it right there. Okay, so he's making several arguments in a row. Number one, you'll notice that he says that the location of the fertilized ova is what matters, right? That once it's implanted, then presumably it is now on its way to becoming a full human life. I've noticed that his standard for abortion is not implantation. There are some politicians who believe implantation is the standard, including, for example, Newt Gingrich. That is not his standard. He has not offered a standard, you'll notice. Also, the notion that a spontaneous bodily abortion, meaning your body does not actually carry through the pregnancy, that this is treated the same way as a purposeful, deliberate abortion is very silly. In no area of criminal law would you treat those two things the same. If you let
This is the worst fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life. This is the most, you are the biggest piece of shit on the planet. There is no difference, and you're fucking lying. You are such a gigantic scum fucking piece of shit, dude. What a garbage psycho. Oh my God. Dude, I didn't realize that this was unironically what these fucking pieces of shit were going to go along with. That the narrative is actually that, like, oh yeah, no one is actually criminalizing fucking miscarriages. Like, no, they are. There is no way to make this distinction, okay? As a matter of fact, plenty of doctors are refusing to fucking treat people for legitimate ectopic pregnancy reasons and legitimate fucking pregnancy complications because they're fucking worried about the law. And in plenty of instances and in plenty of fucking states, they don't even make that distinction. They don't even give a fuck. Not only is it functionally the fucking same, the outcomes are the same regardless, okay? But in certain instances, the legislation literally doesn't even fucking account for it. So shut the fuck up. And by the way, this is not some like, oh my God, unforeseen problem as a consequence of banning abortion. This is exactly what everyone was talking about. I'm a fucking idiot, okay? I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb himbo. And I've been talking about this for years. If you ban pregnancies, you're going to end up with a fuckload of problems, specifically that revolves around like pregnancies that are medical complications, not even a pregnancy because you don't want to fucking carry a pregnancy to term. Which, by the way, you should be able to have regardless. Especially hilarious because, especially oh, did I say pregnancies? I meant abortions. Anyway, this is, of course, additionally hilarious because Ben Shapiro is so cucked by Christianity, despite claiming to be an Orthodox Jew, that, like, he is unironically going against Judaism, which allows for abortion. You fucking bitch. God, he is like the most, he is the, just, oh God, he is the white Christian man's bitch, dude. Biggest bitch.
Left your car in neutral and it slid down a hill and it hit somebody, that would not be treated the same thing as you taking your car, ramming your foot to the gas while somebody is standing right behind the car. Not the same thing. As far as who'd be punished, the entire pro-life movement has made the point that it's the abortion doctor who should theoretically be punished in these cases since he's part of essentially an abortion mill.
Nobody likes abortion.
Wait, stop. Okay, so why? Why? Really? It's fine. What's the problem? He's just said that it's basically the same thing as a...
Let me describe this really quickly, because that's not the own that Ben thinks it is. Nobody likes getting a heart transplant either, you fucking dumb idiot. Your wife is a doctor. Maybe she can describe how complicated these medical procedures are. Just because someone doesn't want to get a medical procedure because they're fucking terrified of the outcomes of it, or just because someone doesn't want to get a fucking medical procedure because medical procedures can be traumatic, doesn't change the reality that you can fucking legislate it away. Ben Shapiro would be like, nobody likes amputations. Why? I guess we should stop people from having amputations. Yeah, if you have diabetes and your toes are no longer, there's no blood circulation going down to your toes, you want to get that cut? I'm not letting you. Because Christians said you can't do it.
Naturally occurring thing, and half the time just kind of slides out and whatever. Why? Why does nobody like abortion? Explain.
But you can't tell somebody what to do.
Dude, this is the dumbest. Dude, these arguments are so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. People don't like going to the doctor, okay? Okay, and no one likes killing kids, Hasan. What do you mean no one likes killing kids? Maybe expand your mind a bit. It doesn't hurt. XQCL. Brother, do not fucking come in here and hit me with an XQCL after saying one of the dumbest things you've ever heard. Dumbest things I've ever heard in this fucking chat. Listen, you dumb juicer fuck. Understand that, number one, your juice lord also doesn't agree with you and thinks you're a fucking dumbass. Number two, okay? Number two, not all juicers. Plenty of fucking juicers in here who aren't as brain dead as this fucking idiot. Easy, okay? Yeah, number two, you're banned. Number three, you're not fucking doing baby murder! It is a medical procedure that revolves around bodily autonomy of the fucking pregnant person, okay? The medical procedure. You can fucking call it baby murder all you want. That's not what's going on.
I mean, she has rights over this, especially if she doesn't like the guy that got her pregnant.
Okay, stop that right there. What? If the guy got her pregnant, and presumably we're not talking about a rape here, but she doesn't like the guy who got her pregnant, so she gets to kill the product? How? Why? Is there any logical connect there at all? By the way, there are many people who don't like the father of their children. The children are fully grown. Can I murder the child now? What happens in cases of divorce? Does mommy just go to kill the kids? Because
this is so funny. Bro. It's literally like a fucking DNR request, right? Like having a family member in a coma that is not going to be able to fucking survive ever. And Ben Shapiro's like, wow, you want to pull the plug? Wow, you want to pull the plug on your 98-year-old grandfather who's a vegetable? What if why? Because you don't like the vibes of your grandfather? Is that why? This is exactly like, I don't like the vibes of my 14-year-old. Can I murder my 14-year-old with my bare hands? Owned. Incredible, brilliant, intellectual gladiator of the right. Fuck yeah, dude. What an intellectual heavyweight. I love that. Yeah, if you don't like the vibes, you could just kill anyone you want now? Is that what it is? It's like, no, there's a difference between the two, which is precisely why you understand, when you make analogies like this, you understand that the actual fucking circumstance at hand that you want to vilify is not as bad to the average listener, so you have to move on to something that is entirely different and completely unacceptable and make a comparison to that because you want to try and pull the abortion argument to something as horrifying as like random fucking murder. But of course, plenty of people are just motivated to agree with Ben Shapiro or are agreeing with Ben Shapiro already, and therefore they want to believe that this is a good argument. Holy fuck, it's not.
she and daddy don't get, like, what? There's no logical connect there at all.
We have so many more important things to be dealing with.
Wait, stop. What, I mean, man, this is just, he doesn't even bother to carry through the line of argument. It's just a bunch of emotional appeals. We have so many more important things to be dealing with than what? The killing of 1 million unborn human beings in the womb every year in the United States. That seems like a pretty important thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because no one thinks it's killing unborn human beings. You're lying to yourself and other people around you to try and make it seem like it's something more nefarious, and that's exactly what's going on. Bill Nye's original argument completely destroyed the argument that Ben Shapiro is trying to plant. Because if every fertilized egg was actually, every time a fertilized egg did not turn into an abortion, in vitro fertilization, which is a process in which, like, there's 1,000 trials and errors, right, sometimes, would mean that there is an additional 2 million fucking murders occurring just in the process of trying to fertilize an egg. Okay? That is what would be happening. But Ben doesn't say that. He says, 1 million abortions occurring. That's 1 million babies being murdered in the womb. Why? Why don't you extend that fucking argument to in vitro fertilization? The reason why he's not doing that is because he doesn't genuinely believe that it's actually baby murder. But he has to act like it's baby murder, because if it was just about, like, controlling women's bodies and denying them a medical procedure that they should be able to get, that they could conduct on their own bodies, which would be really, really dangerous, and plenty do, unfortunately, when they have no option of getting this kind of health care. The reason why explaining it like that would not look good for Ben. So he has to explain it in the other way. It's baby murder.
We have so many more problems. To squander resources on this argument based on bad science, on just lack of understanding.
No.
It's very frustrating.
And what bad science have I presented thus far? Any?
Life begins at conception is not science. Life begins at conception is just religion. And it's not even your religion, you fucking cuck. You white man's dog, you. How dare you? How dare you sit here, wear a fucking yarmulke, and then argue for banning abortions? Oh my God, dude. This motherfucker is literally not even repping his own team. That's the worst part. He's not even repping his own fucking team, dog. He's literally so cucked. Like, someone along the line literally said, yeah, no, Judeo-Christian values for sure. And Ben literally went along with it. He was like, no, totally. Yeah, no, I won't be murdered by these fucking psychotic fascists. No, they will protect me. It's like, no, dude, no. Marjorie Taylor Greene already cut the Judeo part of it. She straight up was like, yeah, we're Christian nationalists. We should just openly state it as such. Like last week. In his religion, life begins at first breath. The fuck are you talking about, dog? What is he? It's not even, oh God. He's not even advocating for the values that he supposedly cares about.
You wouldn't know how big a human egg was if it weren't for microscopes.
So the what? Why does the size matter? I'm confused. He's a scientist. This is like him saying, well, does atomic chemistry matter at all? Does molecular biology matter? Like, do those things matter? I mean, if you didn't have a microscope, you wouldn't even know they exist.
Wait, what? Dog. Bill Nye is right. You could make the same argument about a fertilized egg as a fucking cancer. You understand that? As a tumor. Okay? They have very similar properties, dumbass. The difference there is that Bill Nye is unironic. Bill Nye is saying, like, listen, like, No one's making an argument to save tumors, right? I mean, holy shit, I hope not. Ben got that one struck a nerve with Ben. The size matters take from Bill Nye really hit him. I wonder why. Okay. That one hit him hard. He is very upset about that one.
Yeah, but they have consequences, it turns out.
You wouldn't know the process. You wouldn't have that shot, the famous shot or shots where the sperm are bumping up against the egg. You wouldn't have that without science.
Right, and we do. So, and your point is that we'd be better.
Notice how Ben very cleverly, and this is something that a lot of conservatives do nowadays, did not mention why it is scientific to claim that life begins at conception. Because the entire movement behind the abortion is murder narrative believes that life begins at conception. Life begins immediately as soon as an egg is fertilized. But if you mention that, especially in our day and age, people go, okay, that's some fucking Christian zealotry right there. I don't give a fuck about that, dog. You know, chill the fuck out. Shut the fuck up. Ben can't say that, one, because he's Jewish and not Christian, and two, because he understands that a larger audience will believe the narrative that he's trying to craft here when he says abortion is murder, if he doesn't actually mention the premise, if he hides the premise. The underlying premise behind abortions are murder is that life begins at conception. That is not scientific. There is no scientific basis for the claim that life begins at conception. And if life doesn't begin at conception, okay, which is a philosophical argument you can have, but it doesn't pertain to this discussion regardless, okay, then you can't actually fucking provide a counter that is scientific, which is precisely why he didn't even do that. He just said no and moved on to the microscope thing. Notice how he didn't mention why Bill Nye's argument is unscientific?
Better off if we were ignorant like you appear to be.
You stupid.
Man, the science guy over here. I love this. He's deriding science in order to avoid the consequences of his own arguments. He's like, you wouldn't even know about sperm and egg if it weren't for me, the science guy, and that's why you should ignore what's happening with sperm and egg.
So it's really encourage you to...
If he was ignoring what's happening with the sperm and egg, he wouldn't have begun his argument by talking about how a sperm and egg are not literally fucking life. Okay? A fertilized egg is not actual life. He already clarified that in the beginning, which Ben didn't have an argument for. He didn't have a counter for. So he moved on. This is just like doing angry faces at Bill Nye describing scientifically correct statements. Okay? That's all this video has been. Ben really fucking fell off, dude. The saddest fall off story has been Ben. A man who unfortunately suffers from success. The success of the conservative movement has destroyed this man. Conservatism revolves around constantly creating new narratives for victimhood and finding persecution where no such persecution exists. And when you are winning so aggressively, like even when you're losing, you're winning so fucking aggressively, okay? Because, you know, the Democrats are supposedly in power right now, and the conservative movement is more powerful than it ever has been in contemporary history. Ben is having a hard time coming up with new narratives of victimhood. That's it. He can't do it. He gave up.
Not tell women what to do and not pursue these laws that really are in nobody's best interest.
They're in nobody's best interest except for the unborn.
I love that. This is the Andrew Tate technique. You're boring.
To do. And
yeah, women's bodily autonomy is boring to talk about. In a legislative agenda designed around denying women bodily autonomy. I love that. I love that. That's great. He just fucking owned Bill Nye by what? Saying that that argument is boring and moving on? That's great.
Not pursue these laws that really are in nobody's best interest.
They're in nobody's best interest except for the unborn child. Also, what is a woman? Also, I love that he just comes back to his truism. You can't tell women what to do. The entire point is, I'm not telling a woman what to do with her body. I'm telling her what
a doctor can't do to a woman's body.
She can't do to somebody else's body.
So here's the problem. If you believe in like, preserving life, if you believe in protecting life, then why the fuck are you telling a woman that she can't take this pill and have an abortion? If you are denying a woman's right to a medical procedure, you are literally saying a whole ass, full ass, grown ass human being is going to have a worse life overall and maybe might even fucking die as a consequence of not being able to get this goddamn medical procedure. Okay? The pro-life movement is built on this oxymoronic, inherently contradictory attitude that like the potential for life down the line is still more important than the current life that is alive at this very moment. It's so stupid. It's so idiotic. But of course, it is purposeful cruelty, just like the top of the hour ad break is, right? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 60-second ad break. Now, of course, while that might come across as cruel, there is a way to avoid those ads. Now, how can you avoid those ads? Well, you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. You can use that on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. Or you can also get gifted a sub like Pecker Protector Sohape. Thank you for the 5 gifted sub, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. That ad break was a war crime? Bitch, you know it. I'm on one today. Pro-life is a misnomer. They really are anti-abortion, but the Republican Party of the kings of spin and they relish in it. Yeah, of course. They're very good at marketing their horrific positions because if their actual position, which is like deny women medical surgery or medical procedures, it doesn't have that same spin. You know what I mean? Deny women, deny diabetics insulin is not exactly going to have that same spin as like, as saying like, well, we're doing this for your own benefit, diabetics. We're not saying if you're diabetic, you can't get insulin. We're saying that your doctor will go to jail if he gives you insulin.
Independent human life within her. That would be the thing. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, I've debunked communism, JFK conspiracies, and other disputed topics. I haven't yet debunked the huge lies surrounding store-bought meat. Grocery stores and leftists, they'll tell you to...
He's debunked communism, and he's debunked store-bought meat. Dude, I love this. I fucking love this, dude. Everything around this is like, everything around like Ben Shapiro's existence revolves around like a right-wing framing. This is the most like lib shit you can do, bro. Selling fucking steaks by being like, yeah, if you want to be a masculine man and own the libs, buy my steak. I gotta watch this ad.
Grass-fed, super omega, morally superior, equity-bringing, live your truth beef. They push the lie that those labels mean anything at all, but they don't mean a thing. They're often slapped on products imported from overseas with more frequent
Bro, this is literally the most raspberries in potato salad per capita ass fucking barbecue I've ever seen in my own goddamn life.
Flyer miles than you have. Here is the label that matters. 100% American meat. And Good Ranchers has it. Good Ranchers, only sources from farms and ranches right here in the United States. Maybe you thought a steak cooking over a fire couldn't get more American. It can with any box of Good Ranchers. I'm told the iron levels of Daily Wire employees are at an all-time high.
I used to think motherfuckers like Shapiro are based in owning SJWs, but wow, you changed my perspective. Thanks. These motherfuckers are spineless. Keep it, bro. I'm glad that you no longer think that this fucking dweeb lord is like owning SJWs.
just how good Good Ranchers really is. Ditch the mystery meat aisle. Order from Good Ranchers today. Trust where your meat comes from. You wouldn't invite a stranger to dinner, so don't invite strange meat. Use my code Shapiro. Get $30 off your box of steakhouse quality cuts. Plus,
I mean, what fucking real, like, you know, rancher man is like getting frozen fucking delivered steak instead of hunting for their own meat? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, of course, Ben's audience aren't fucking like the rugged real America ranchers. Ben's audience are just the dickweed fucking dildos that live next door to you in the same bi-coastal elitist cities that are supposedly liberal. That's it. Ben Shapiro does this kind of rhetoric, this kind of attitude, this kind of commentary specifically for the CPA that is really fucking annoying and wants to LARP as like a real American. He just wants to like communicate his racist attitudes.
free shipping. Change the way you think about meat and the way you buy it. Your purchase not only strengthens American farms, it also supports what we do here at the Daily Wire. So head on over to goodranchers.com/Shapiro today to bunk store-bought meat with me. He's wearing smart guy glasses. This means he's smart, probably.
Have you ever heard of a band called...
So one of the first questions people have to think about is, are fetuses persons? Now that
Dude, you can't fucking make fun of the way that like other people look, by the way, when you look like this, okay? And when you're best friends with Matt Walsh. Like, Matt Walsh personally looks like the most soy fucking Funko Pop collector I've ever encountered in my entire life. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Have you seen what Michael Knowles looks like? Have you seen what you look like? The fuck do you mean? This guy, he's got glasses on. Haha, 4 eyes. It's like, bro, you are literally preaching to an audience of fucking incels that are probably watching your fucking commentary from the lockers that they've been stuffed into. The fuck? Have some decency here. Calling someone else a fucking nerd when you're Ben Shapiro? Are you insane?
are fetuses persons? Now that's a very important linguistic question, persons. I didn't say human beings, I didn't say alive. Those are 3 different issues, right? Something can be alive but not be a person. Your dog is a good example. You might love your dog, it's a wonderful thing, but it's not a person.
Is an unborn
Something
person
can be
a dog?
human and potentially not be a person, right? Some people think the early embryo, for example, before 14 days, or stem cells being derived are members of the human species, but may not be persons. So what do we mean by persons? We mean something that has a certain set of moral and or legal rights, the most important of which is a right against inviolability. They can't be killed or destroyed or harmed without very good reason.
Okay, so I've noticed an extraordinary amount of circular logic here. Circle detected. Okay, so get this.
This is why you never talk about the philosophical underpinnings of what it means to be a person. Just don't do it. Don't do philosophy. There's no reason. There's no reason for you to ever have a conversation that's that revolves around what it means to be a person or what is sentience, okay? What is humans? It has nothing to do with the matter at hand, legislating away a medical procedure. It is the only time when you are having this conversation is because you're probably encountering a fucking awful person. Don't say bad take. Shut the fuck up. Don't say bad take. No one likes you. You're a fucking philosophy nerd. It's fine. You are probably surrounded by other philosophy nerds, and that's fine. You can have that conversation and not agree on anything, right? You can have that conversation and not agree on it ultimately. Or you can LARP as like a person who has grounded their fucking worldview. But when we're talking about it in the real world, okay, when we're talking about like the practical application of talking points or the practical conversations that you might have in an effort to change people's minds, you're not going to be able to have a genuinely productive conversation with the fucking random dude at the water cooler around what it means to be a fucking person, okay? Shut the fuck up. And people like Ben Shapiro use that as an opportunity to immediately implement their talking points and vilify you, okay? You're lost in the fucking sauce, my friend, okay? You don't know what you are getting into. If you are a fucking philosophy nerd and you try to have this conversation with like someone like Ben Shapiro, they are going to whip you, okay? They are going to bully you. They are going to intellectually dismantle you. They are going to be rhetorically more skilled than you. The moment that you try to have this conversation around philosophy, you've lost. Because it's a whole lot of jargon, okay? It's not a coherent or consistent and clear answer that you're ever going to get. I'm not anti-philosophy, but to try to bring in philosophy into a conversation like this, because what is a person or what is life is a philosophical argument. It is not a biology argument. It is a philosophy argument, okay? The moment that you try to get into that philosophical argument, you've lost.
You ready? A person is a human being with rights. A human being with rights is a person.
See? There you go. That guy is describing the philosophical underpinnings of personhood, or what the overarching consensus on something that is almost impossible to find consensus on. Like, what are the most tangible qualities of personhood is what he is describing. Okay? That's not circular logic. It's not circular logic inherently. What he is describing is, what that guy is describing is basically trying to codify something or trying to make something that is intangible tangible. Okay? That has nothing to do with like women losing their rights. It doesn't matter. Just don't even have that conversation. It's very stupid. The kids' show was a flop, so they edited a show all weird with sounds like that. LMFAO, yeah. I had an asshole boss years ago that everybody hated. He would stand in the break room quoting Ben and then playing clips on his phone. He thought Ben was the smartest man alive. 6 months later, we got called into an HR meeting and discovered my boss was arrested for possession of child pornography. I think about this every time you talk about people that listen to Ben. I love that. That is the funniest fucking story I've ever heard, dude. That's so awesome. That is incredible. Rarely do ever people get the opportunity to feel that fucking morally superior to a human being that listens to Ben Shapiro. Like, what a perfect way to just, oh my God. The average libertarian brain, boys. What do you mean? Maybe that's why Ben wants more children out there.
At no point do you define what makes a human being the human being with rights. At no point does he define when a human being transforms from a human being without rights into a human being with rights. So he just completely avoids
moment of birth. What do you mean? Literally, moment of birth. What? Like, the moment that is outside the fetus. What are you talking about? A birth certificate. What the fuck? No, that's so dumb. There's no fucking like conception party. You know what I mean? You have a birthday. You have a day of birth. They slap a fucking social security number on you and they say, you're alive now. You're a human now. That's it. Why is he acting like this is not already established? Dude, conservatives, when talking about anything else, there's objective truth and there's objective morality that you can only arrive at through religion, even though I'm bastardizing some of the religious rules that I've learned and totally ignoring other good ones. Conservatives, when talking about the concept of abortion, become like the most postmodernist motherfuckers you've ever encountered. They're like, what does it mean to be life? Livelihood starts maybe at conception. Who is to say it does not? What is a day of birth? It is a government assigned concept. Does that mean personhood? It's like, what are you talking about, dude? Sometimes, in order to fucking work in society and function, you got to be like, all right, dog, this is how it works, okay? Everybody agrees with it. That's how we're going to do it. Like, the moment that you talk about, like, woman, what is a woman? What is a man? Ben Shapiro immediately was like, oh, what are you talking about? It's very well defined. It's so easily defined. It's like, even though history has shown that it's not. Think about that like time, Ben. Okay? Think about that like all the other times where you have tried to define certain contextual cues that we all agree on. Okay?
Avoids the argument through this magical circle. A person is a human being with rights. A human being with rights is a person. Okay, define human being with rights.
And there are a few different kinds of theories you can have. One could be just to say, if X is living and a human being, X is a person, right? Now, some people have problems with that. So Peter Singer and some animal rights advocates, for example, think that that's a speciesist attitude, that by saying human equals person.
I'm done. The moment that you bring up fucking Singer, I'm done. I'm out. You lost the argument. Stop. We don't have to have this conversation right now. Why are you bringing up Singer, bro? What the fuck? Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm literally eating an animal carcass currently.
Well, it's problematic that we're excluding animals.
Right. He's wrong. I mean, listen, I will give it to Peter.
He's not wrong. It is a speciesist argument, and we are speciesists.
Peter Singer is a logical thinker. He is consistent. Peter Singer literally believes that you should be able to murder a baby.
Bro, by the way, this is my favorite thing. This is it. This is literally fucking moral consistency above all else, okay? Moral consistency above all else is what is important for a lot of neoliberals. You know who they are. They're probably in here right now. And people like fucking Ben Shapiro, okay? But in most circumstances, they're not even being morally consistent. And also on top of that, it is the presence of moral consistency. But also on top of that, they rarely ever account the impractical nature of nature itself. Okay? Well, he's morally consistent. Peter Singer is great. He's morally consistent. It's like, even if he disagrees with him, he's like, I disagree with him, but at least he's logical. At least he's morally consistent. Okay, what if you're a fucking morally consistent piece of shit? Like, how does that work? Well, at least you're morally consistent. Upholding moral consistency as the most profoundly important value is typical fucking out-of-touch, hyper-rational, even though they're not rational at all, debate bro shit.
Past its birth. He says this. He's not closeted about this. He says that because babies are not sentient and essentially have the same mental function as some kinds of animals, this means you should be able to abort, and when I say abort, I mean murder, a child post-birth. So I will give Peter Singer perfect points for consistency. But citing Peter Singer as your moral authority is sort of a risky business, as it turns out.
So other people have sometimes what are called a capacity X view, where they say, in order to be a person, you have to...
Dog, he's very clearly talking about something that is in the realm of philosophy. Okay? This argument is not about the scientific explanation for personhood, where no such explanation really exists anyway. This argument is about the philosophical underpinnings of what it means to be a living, breathing human being. Okay? What is personhood is actually the main fucking reason why people have the baby murder argument on the right, because you don't have to deal with the philosophy of personhood, because your bastardized interpretation of personhood already is written in religious dogma. Not in Ben's religious dogma, because he's Jewish, but in Christian dogma! You cock! Sorry. Additionally ridiculous. Okay? But he's not talking about... He's not saying Peter Singer is the moral authority here. He's showcasing the different philosophical attitudes about personhood. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's this. This is an explainer on the different philosophical opinions or ongoing debates revolving around what it means to be a person. Oh my God.
To have X capacity.
Bruh, and there are others beside the perspective? Of course there are.
And then we have to fill in what X is. Is it the ability to think complex thoughts, the ability to plan and look towards the future, the ability to feel pain whether you understand it? Is it about continuity of an identity over time, or is it merely being alive and breathing?
Okay, so here's the problem. Any standard other than alive and breathing means that you're going to be murdering people unborn in the womb. Right? Any other standard he mentioned there. So, discontinuity of identity. We have people who have conditions where they have discontinuity of identity. Can you murder them?
Ben Shapiro hates vegans, supposedly. Literally did a steak ad. And now, imagine my surprise that he's engaging with an argument that Peter Singer probably fucking loves, which is to name the trait. This is the anti-abortion version of name the trait. That's exactly what he's doing right now. Now, a lot of you ex-debate lords in this community that are reformed, hopefully, know exactly what I'm talking about when I say name the trait. If you ever talk to a vegan who loves debates, they are going to they're going to intellectually trap you into a name the trait argument to try to showcase that you are speciesist. Like, what's the difference between a human being that has like a vegetable brain and an animal? Pigs have the intellectual capacity of a 6-year-old. Would you kill a 6-year-old and eat a 6-year-old? That sort of thing. That is exactly what he's doing, which is, because this concept is up for debate, what Ben is doing in this circumstance is weaponizing the almost impossible way of describing personhood to say, name the trait. What's the difference in that situation between a fetus and a human being?
They have,
by basically reducing it and making that concept completely devoid of context and reducing it to an individual trait, locking him into a trap.
Human value? How about thinking complex thoughts? Have you ever met a small child? They don't think complex thoughts. Or a person who is very elderly and maybe losing mental function. Honest to goodness, the standards that he is using here are completely applicable to people who are fully grown. You know, you find out when you think this thing through, it turns out that every standard other than being a human being with potential, other than being a member of the species Homo sapiens.
Okay, but in vitro fertilized fucking eggs are also human beings with potential in that logic. And yet you don't consider that to be life. Why? You literally completely abandoned that argument when Bill Nye presented it, when he was talking about the scientific nature of birth. Sperm is life. No, it's because his worldview is guided by, again, the Bible, okay? Not the Torah, but an interpretation of the Bible, a very specific and narrow framing of the Bible. That's it. He doesn't need to think too much because all the thinking's been done for him.
Any other standard leads you to some pretty dark roads here.
And then there are complex questions about what happens for things that have the potential to have capacity X, or
person at a conception is not a Catholic or Orthodox Christian dogma. They disallow abortions because even if the fetus is not human, it has the capacity to grow into one. Abortion was not considered murder before quickening by Catholics until 1869. Yeah, I mean, abortions were very commonplace. Benjamin Franklin quite literally wrote a at-home abortion medical procedure for people that wanted to conduct an abortion on themselves. This is, of course, like, this predates like modern medicine, so it's a little bit different, but straight up, like, the concept was commonplace and people never thought about legislating it. People never thought about it being a bad thing. So, you know, it's these fucking weird losers.
Had capacity X but lost it. So for example, a fetus doesn't have the ability, as early fetus, let's just say an embryo, just to make it very easy, an embryo before 14 days doesn't have the capacity to think deep thoughts about the future or have future orientation. I think that's pretty well accepted by everyone. But it certainly has the potential to do so, right? And the question is that enough? What kind of theory of potentiality? You know, hydrogen and oxygen each have the potential together to become water, But does that mean that they are water? They have the metaphysical properties of water?
No,
Or do we
that's
require
stupid.
more of a kind of potentiality? Something like, in the natural course of things, you will become something.
Well, I mean, obviously the latter. That's like saying that sperm and egg, apart from one another, have the potential to become a human being. Apart from each other, they don't. Combined, they do. I mean, it's the latter, obviously. When you say potential human being, you mean this is a human being with potential, as Robert George says from Princeton.
Now, even if you think something is a person, that doesn't necessarily mean you've solved the abortion problem.
Did Ben just like not understand what he's saying?
I mean, they
Wait,
do.
I'm
Egg.
confused.
No,
To become water. You know, hydrogen and oxygen each have the potential together to become water. But does that mean that they are water? They have the metaphysical properties of water?
no,
Or
that's
do we
that's
require
stupid.
more of a kind of potentiality? Something like, in
I don't even like the hydrogen and oxygen argument because, like, not every time a fucking egg and a sperm get together do you even have fucking life. Not every time do you have an egg that is, like, successfully fertilized by semen. Does it even guarantee the potential of life? Even when they are together, that doesn't guarantee life. Just because something has the potential to become something else does not necessarily mean that those two things put together is always going to happen. So treating it as that is fucking insane.
in the natural course of things, you will become something.
Well, I mean, obviously the latter. That's like saying that sperm and egg, apart from one another, have the potential to become a human being. Apart from each other, they don't. Combined, they do. I mean, it's the latter, obviously. When you say potential human being, you mean this is a human being with potential, as Robert George says from Princeton.
Now, even if you think
No, his argument makes sense. Ben just repeated it, but like put a fucking stink to it. He's not saying hydrogen and oxygen removed from one another is not water. Wait, what? Not true. You'll see when your partner gets pregnant, Hasan. What the fuck do you mean? Brother, even if I personally, first of all, even if I personally think abortion is murder, right? Which I don't. But even if I did, okay? What decisions I could make with a potential partner, your mom, right? In the future is entirely different than what I think other people should not have access to. Okay? Me and your mom are dating. I love coming inside of your mom. Okay? Your mom gets pregnant. I personally think abortion is murder, let's say, in this hypothetical. Your mom also thinks abortion is murder, right? In this hypothetical. So she is like, I already had one shitty son, Hamdi Gaming 1. I want to make sure that we have like one good one, okay? You're about to have a stepbrother. That is entirely different than our opinion, me and your mom. I'm your new stepfather, okay? Our opinion on what kind of legislation should prevent other people from doing this. Do you get it? You understand? You can personally think that abortion is like literally fucking baby murder and decide that like women should be able to make decisions over their own bodies, other women. You get it?
something is a person, that doesn't necessarily mean you've solved the abortion problem. So it is possible, although popular among philosophers, not so popular in the political press, to say fetuses are persons, and yet abortion is still legal and justified. How does that argument go? The suggestion is that there is a right of another entity that has overcome whatever interest the fetus has. And that
Ben would literally be like, you should be able to enslave and murder and torture a homeless person if they enter your home. But if a woman wants to fucking yeet a fetus out of her body, then, you know, she's not allowed to do that. It's just so stupid. Like, the fetus is violating the non-aggression principle.
Has the right typically of the mother who is gestating the fetus. So the claim is, yes, a fetus is a person. Yes, abortion will cause the death of a person, but that doesn't mean that abortion is wrong, because the woman gestating the fetus has a right to stop that gestating, even if it will result in the death of a person.
Now, you can see why that might be popular among certain philosophers, but is wildly unpopular with the American people, because it turns out...
Wait, why? Maybe because it's the woman, right? Because it revolves around the woman having bodily autonomy over her own body. That's why it's wildly unpopular, you fucking dickhead. You piece of shit. You motherfucker. You literally do self-defense arguments all the time in like fantasy scenarios where black people are somehow always the violent factor that you end up killing. You have quite literally justified pretty much every fucking police murder of black people that are unarmed by implementing the self-defense argument in instances where it should not even fucking exist. Clearly in instances where it does not exist. The only difference here is you think cops are people, which there's some philosophical debate there, okay? And you just don't think women are. Or even if you do think women are people, you just don't care about their autonomy. That's the reason why it's unpopular. And even then, the legislation is still profoundly popular.
Out that is a horrifying argument that is, again, broadly applicable to situations beyond fetushood. When do my rights conquer your ability to live? I mean, throughout human history, by the way, there have been multiple societies.
When is your rights conquer your ability to live? When you are literally sucking the life force out of someone. That's the reason why, philosophically speaking, that argument is morally consistent. Yeah. If Ben was fucking, all of a sudden I wake up and Ben is strapped to my goddamn chest, literally sucking the life force out of me, I should be able to murder Ben. Okay? And no one would think that that is inappropriate. Okay? No one. I don't want to fucking carry his bitch ass around in a backpack everywhere I go. You know what I mean? As he like sucks away at my life force. I don't want that shit. Castle Doctrine, baby. The fuck do you mean? So that's the reason why it's a morally consistent argument. But Ben will never understand that. Because, you know, Ben thinks women and Palestinian people are just not people. As a matter of fact, Ben thinks a lot of people are not people.
Societies where the dehumanization of other people has allowed people to argue for their mass murder.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
I'm not just talking about the Holocaust. I'm talking about throughout human history. That chain of thought, that this...
Once again, Ben only remembers that words are violence when it comes to making a fucking shitty argument against abortion. 95% of the time, Ben's on camera. He's literally doing that exact same thing for trans people, black people, women, Palestinians, brown people, Muslims. This motherfucker, gay people. This motherfucker has not seen a group of individuals he has not personally dehumanized dehumanized in an effort to justify genocide. Okay? Chris Piker. Riot Games, awful company. Agreed. You are a liberal whether you like it or not, bitch. Pussy Piker coward, Chris Piker. I don't know why you're saying Chris Piker, but I will say this much. Ben Shapiro is closer to a liberal than I am. Like, literally. Why do you say Chris Piker? Like, Ben Shapiro's a neoliberal. I'm not. Why is he saying that? Oh, come on.
Is a person with a right to life, and my countervailing rights overcome that right to life, That is an argument with an extraordinarily ugly history. You know, the fact that that last argument is so ugly is why they spend so much time trying to say that this is not a person. Because if they admit that this is a person and that the person has rights, that a human being with potential.
No. No. I will not allow this to happen. Not on my watch. No. Ben, you do not get to avoid the underlying hidden premise that life begins at conception is religious dogma, not even your own religion, but Christian religious dogma, and then turn around and get mad at philosophers for sometimes arriving at the conclusion that maybe the philosophical underpinnings of personhood is not the best way to advocate for legislation that revolves around bodily autonomy of women. You do not get to hide your underlying premise and then shit on a dude who's trying to do a philosophical justification for it. Not even a justification, but just rather different ways of looking at personhood. That's bullshit. That's cowardly. Because at the end of the day, Ben does not have a scientific reason for claiming that life begins at conception. It is a religious framing. Okay? That's it. He completely avoids mentioning that. He completely avoids having to debate that perspective. And then fucking yells at a dude who's trying to describe the different ways of looking at life. I'm Chris Spiker, and Ben Shapiro just got fucking owned.
Potential is in fact a human being, then all the other arguments fall away pretty quickly. And they know this, which is why they never resort to this final argument. Again, the clearer they are in their arguments, the uglier the argument is. If they're very clear like Peter Singer, that small babies who are not fully sentient should be treated basically like embryos and then killed, then their entire argument looks too ugly. And so instead, they have to just ignore the personhood of the fetus.
This is a bad way of debating. It's just like a really bad way. He didn't even try. I used to watch Ben Shapiro videos and get fucking mad. Because at least it was like good narrative. Good framing. He didn't even try. He basically just said, oh, once you abide by my framing, once you abide by my fucking underlying premise that a fetus is a person without any other qualifications whatsoever, then you've lost the argument. It's like, no, first of all, even from that perspective of like personhood, even if you accept personhood, the fetus is still violating the non-aggression principle, so you should be able to yeet it, is a totally adequate, perfectly adequate way of making that argument, right? It's perfectly adequate. He never even mentioned that. He never even countered that whatsoever. He just said, it's inhumane. Facts don't care about your feelings, bitch. Number one. Number two, Ben never, throughout this 12-minute and 20-second video, not once mentioned why life begins at conception. What the scientific basis for life begins at conception is. Because there is none. He's just repeating what other people previously said about their religious dogma, about their own personal interpretation of Christianity. That's it. But because he never had to be on the back foot, he never had to defend that premise, because he's debating a video and a video can't speak out against him, he doesn't even have to fucking mention it. So all these fucking dummies that watched probably were like, dude, you owned him so hard. It's like, should be noted that Bill Grey Wolf leader, trigger warning, what the fuck? Ben has furry fans? So weird.
I have been presented.
He said, it should be noted that Bill Nye isn't a practicing scientist. Is Ben a fucking practicing scientist? So shut the fuck up. At least Bill Nye is more qualified to talk about these things than Ben is. Ben has literally zero qualifications to talk about this. Not only does Ben have no personal qualifications to talk about this, he's also quite literally attacking science with his fifis. No wonder people don't like you, because you just talk bullshit with no good arguments. Brother, this video will be on YouTube. You can rewatch it to understand what my counters were. I think I did a pretty adequate job of addressing why Ben Shapiro's argument and his counters were really fucking not valid. Ultimately, you can agree with the underlying premise that Ben Shapiro presents, but that doesn't make it true, and that certainly doesn't make it a good argument, especially when faced with people that don't agree with that underlying premise that life begins at conception. Anyway, it's cute though. It's cute of you to say people don't like you. I mean, there's 32,630 other people on top of you in this chat that I think would probably disagree with you. Motherfuckers be like, I don't understand what you're saying, so it must be wrong. And you seem like a liberal. Anyway, Ben Shapiro did not shred anything, dude. This was really fucking hilarious. Ben Shapiro shreds Bill 9, other abortion activists. Like, this is what constitutes as shredding. Back in the day, Ben Shabibo used to fucking make like an effort. He would own like cancer patients. You know what I mean? Like he had like he was unstoppable. You know what I mean? Ben Shapiro owns child with leukemia. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. Now he can't even fucking own Bill Nye, a video of Bill Nye. That's just sad, brother. Oh my God, I just had the dumbest thought. Maybe this dude just called you Chris because there could be a new conspiracy theory around you from certain communities that you aren't Turkish and really are a conservative New Jersey man LARPing as a Turkish socialist. What? There were people that actually didn't believe that I was Turkish, though. There were certain communities that unironically were like, he's not actually Turkish. He's just saying that to lie and like make himself seem cool. And to them, I asked, I already said that 2 years ago, but your name was Josh Parker. They're so behind. To those people, I say, why would I choose Turkey, dumbass? Why wouldn't I say something cool like Italy? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't I say something cool like Spain? Who the fuck chooses Turkey to be fake from? You know what I mean? How is Italy cool? I mean, Italy is cool, for the record. Like, maybe Italian Americans aren't, but Italy is cool as a place. And being from Italy would be cool, you know? Way cooler than fucking Turkey. Every Turk in the chat probably agrees with me that, like, Turkish people are not exactly known for, like, being sick and super sweet. You know what I mean? Anyway, HasanAbi. Evet abi. All right, let's watch this fucking Andrew Tate shit before. Actually, let's watch the most hated man. Most hated man on the internet Vice video. Because, you know, I wanted to finish this. This is a guy that literally has, like, I wanted to finish his video. And then we'll watch the Andrew Tate, like a little bit of Andrew Tate. From Ben Shapiro to Andrew Tate, goddamn.
Many law enforcement entities.
Vice did a video about you. Yeah. I'm the most hated man on the internet. I'm not even close to being the most hated man on the internet, man.
telling him to shut the site down or else. Lawsuits piling up, but he wasn't shutting it down. And that's what made him scary. So finally the decision was made on our end. Let's offer him some money. And this was all timed out. It was very meticulously planned, and we made him an offer. It was an extremely low offer, but he took it.
Then, out of nowhere, IsAnyoneUp.com was gone. The site was sold, shut down, and redirected to Bullyville, of all things, an anti-bullying website.
And now the media is wondering, what the hell just happened? Who the hell is Bullyville?
We found a businessman and former Marine who says he did a public service by shutting down despicable content.
And so you shut it down, you say, as a public service?
Absolutely, there's no doubt about it.
By taking over
This guy's
Hunter's
awesome,
site,
by the
James
way.
McGivney instantly brought in 2 million visitors to his new venture.
I think Hunter probably felt betrayed, but that's when he knew he had been had. He realized what had happened. So I think at that very moment, he did feel betrayed.
I'm still 100 more. Fuck you.
So within 72 hours of the transaction being complete.
You called him a stalker yesterday, lol? No, brother, he even admits he was a stalker. I said he's a white hat stalker, and that I appreciate white hat stalkers like this who literally fucking counter the absolute insanity on the internet. And that's the only way to even deal with the other like deranged psychopaths on the internet. Sometimes you gotta have a psychopath on your side, okay? I totally get that. I totally see that as valid. If there's a website that is dedicated to fucking constantly like bringing harm to random people on the internet and like harassing women, revealing their like sex tapes without their consent, that they may or may not have shot with their exes and shit, and then having an entire community that like of incels that revolve around like stalking these people and shit, and this guy is just not stopping no matter what. And I do deal with a lot of psychos similar to that, obviously. Sometimes you got to have your own psychos. Oh, so you are poor Batman now? What?
His followers were calling him a sellout.
A guest in the chat room wants to know, you should ask Hunter what's up with the Bullyville article.
How does Hunter Moore get rid of a revenge porn site to an anti-bullying site? And they were pissed. They were very upset with their father. And that's when Hunter then came out and said, you know what? I'm gonna launch another revenge porn site. And we were waiting for it. And we knew that that was gonna happen. I had made clear to him that if you launch another revenge porn site, we are going to destroy your life and every aspect of it.
I am Christina McGivney, and I am James McGivney's wife. I knew what he was working on with Hunter, and it seemed like a great idea that he was going to buy this website and shut it down. But
Chad has like cute wife. He's killing it.
It was when Hunter started making his threats towards myself.
That's why he's a white hat stalker. Okay, that's why he already has shit going on. You know what I mean? He already has shit going on. He has a beautiful wife. You know what I mean? He's like well put together. That's why he's doing his stalking for good.
Our family is when I really started paying a bit more attention to all of that.
I was at dinner with my pregnant wife and our children, and my phone started going off. It was a continuous beep. I don't know if you've ever seen that. So many texts coming in that your speaker on your phone is about to explode. And I looked down, and it's people sending me notifications. Are you seeing what Hunter is saying on Twitter? So the very first thing that I read was he was talking about, coming flying to Vegas, where I lived at the time, to rape my wife while my children watched.
I'm gonna buy a ticket to Vegas, probably tonight, make sure I'm sick, find his fucking wife, and make his kids watch me fuck his wife, and then take all his money. Like, I fucking hate that fucking guy.
Dude, people are laughing at this too. That's like so insane. God, dude. I mean, of course they're laughing, by the way. Of course they're laughing. Why the fuck wouldn't they? These are psychos. And by the way, if you think that people like Hunter Moore don't exist on the internet, then you have a really good experience with the internet, because they still 100% exist. Their communities are larger, and I would go so far as to say, are even more successful at harassing people regularly. There are entire communities dedicated to like getting trans people to kill themselves, getting sex workers to kill themselves, bullying and harassing women on the internet, bullying, harassing, and already marginalized people on the internet. And they get off on it. They call it like they consider it a scalp or like an actual W if they end up getting someone to kill themselves.
I am not a person that is easily offended. I have pretty thick skin, but this particular instance was different. I was pregnant at the time, so you have that feeling of vulnerability. He would go on these cocaine-induced rampages, and you don't know what a person is capable of during one of those. And in addition to that, he was kind of soliciting all of his followers on Twitter and social media to do the same things.
You don't know who his followers are. He's got millions of them. It only takes one of them. What happened next showed me just how brutally powerful Anonymous can be.
Yeah, I know what it's like when you got I know what it's like when you have entire communities who are able to like run rampant on the internet and have like literal content creators that are like straight up, dedicating their life to this kind of like never-ending harassment. I know what that's like. It's not great.
And if they set their sights on something, it's game over.
So we set out to devise our own.
I mean, there's motherfuckers it never gets to this degree, obviously, but like, I mean, they do it all the fucking time. Like even yesterday, it failed, but they utilized LSF to create the narrative that like, oh, Hasan is laughing at like a cop being shot. It backfired hilariously on them because people were like, no, that video is fucking funny. What are you talking about? It's a cop literally shooting another cop because their first fucking move is to like immediately start blasting, like a Reno 911 bit, But like that was literally the goal originally, and all the downvoted comments were straight up about like how, oh man, Hasan, I can't believe he's so fucking. Hasan, he's such a piece of shit. Like look at him laughing at a cop being shot or whatever. Then they did it again with like, dude, I saw the weirdest people in your replies on Twitter. People are deranged. Yeah. They tried to do it again with the Greek God X, like Turkish Greek thing. Didn't happen either. Even though I did see so many people on LSF be like, oh man, I can't believe, why is Hasan not banned for this? Why are people still talking about you laughing at that video? No, because it's like, yeah, I mean, a lot of that outreach is AstroTurf. Bro, motherfuckers were trying to create... Dude, they got me banned originally for saying cracker, okay? Like, people literally... That's really got me banned for saying the C word, okay? Like, there's no... It's just like, it doesn't matter what it is. If you can create some level of outrage around something, if you can manufacture some level of outrage around any particular subject matter and it sticks, and then like more people jump in on the pile-on, then yeah, that's success. I mean, we're in 2022. This isn't 2016 anymore. You should know this by now. This is what 4chan used to do all the fucking time. No way you just said that. Yeah. That's how it works. Why are people still acting surprised by this? Like, brigading and manufacturing outrage is exactly how people take scalps in this industry.
Point exploiting hunter tactic.
When that happened, Anonymous went after him again. And is my understanding that since he lived at home with his parents, they went after things like the mortgage payment, the insurance, the car payments.
On his new site, he plans to port over content from the Is Anyone site up, violating terms of service with Bullyville. He also plans to launch a new mapping feature that could enable the stalking and possible rape of submitted victims. December the 6th at approximately 2 a.m. Eastern Time, the team infiltrated the site and defaced it after a day of denial of service attacks on his servers.
Allegedly, his credit card and bank was hacked, and money was siphoned out from the bank accounts, and donated to battered women's shelters throughout the United States. There was a death certificate that was filed in the state of California that had Hunter Moore legally dead. The stated goal was to bury Hunter Moore.
Think of Anonymous like the global consciousness. If you've done something so heinous, so repugnant, so awful, you must forget. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us.
Hunter Moore is the man who created the revenge porn website.
Damn, hella fucking Young Turks mentions on this video.
Is Anyone
Love
Up?
that.
And recently he got arrested by the FBI.
Accusing Moore of what he always denied, stealing nude photos by hacking.
When I heard that he only received 2 years, I think like everyone else, I was disgusted by it. I kept tabs on Hunter because I wanted to see what he was up to in prison. I saw that he and his prison cellmate had registered a news site, and it definitely sounded like it could have been revenge porn. So I hostily and legally took over that site and made sure that everybody was aware of what he was doing. And that's how it's gonna be with Hunter and I for the rest of his life. Whenever he pops up, I'm gonna smack him right back down.
Hunter will never be out of James's sight. That's a fact.
I really, like I said, man, white hat stalkers, white hat stalkers are good, folks. That's all that needs to be said. Sometimes you gotta put this shit down and be more fucking deranged than the most deranged guy. You know what I mean? And this guy fucking, there is no one better deserving of that kind of wrath than this fucking dude, right? You know what I mean? We got some in our ranks. We got some dudes in this community that know how to do that sort of stuff. Kill him with kindness? No, you can't. That's not a thing, man. I've done that. I've talked to some of my fucking stalkers. I've tried to reach out. I try to help them out. I've tried to talk to them. That only makes it worse. Never, if you have a stalker on the internet, never acknowledge their existence. It's the worst thing you can do. They get even crazier after that, which was probably one of the biggest mistakes of my life, I would say. This is just pitchfork justice, dumb and will always remain dumb. Yeah, it is. Until you have to deal with it. Until you actually have to deal with it. There's nothing you can do about it. I've already talked about it before, but like I think Twitch streamers, like even Amaranth and stuff, like more power to them. But Twitch streamers that like openly talk about, you know, their stalkers or even like swattings and shit like that are really wild for doing so. Because most Twitch streamers don't fucking talk about whatever has impacted them in their lives. And the reason for why they don't do that is because that galvanizes them. That galvanizes these dudes. They do it for a reaction out of you. You know what I mean? So you can't give them that reaction that they desperately crave. It's so absurd how other content creators can remain obsessed for literally years after your last content. They operate like stalkers. It's so frustrating that nothing gets done. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it, really. Wait, hold on one second. Yeah. Austin says, I'm ready. Well, my other guests are here as well. Hold on. Yikes, good stalking. No, I'm saying like there are communities on the internet dedicated to stalking people and like never stopping, and they're relentless, and it's pathological. It's a pathological obsession. And there's not really anything you can do about it. And unfortunately, one of the only ways you can stop it is like either you just like wait it out and hope they move on to someone else, which is really fucked up, but it is the truth. Or you fight fire with fire. Make their lives unmanageable in the same way that they try to make your life unmanageable. And yeah, that's the only way to fucking deal with it. There's nothing else you can do about it. Like, just straight up. Because they never stop. And they never will stop. Just like the top of the hour ad break. Except the top of the hour ad break is stoppable. You can stop it for $5 a month or for free with the Twitch Prime. We're about to move into CHADVICE, by the way. Okay. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub. We are moving on to our CHADVICE advice segment right now. Okay. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Thank you, Pagooby, for the 5 gifted subs. And I will, yeah. And then these mics are actually pretty good at picking everything up. Mine is, the only mic that's like really aggressive is mine with a noise gate. But here you go. I'm going to move over to that camera.
A pilot here.
Oh, wow.
God damn.
You've never seen a setup like
I've
this.
I've never seen a setup like this, man.
What's going on, guys? All right.
Not too much.
It's happening.
Yo.
Okay, we're gonna get prepared to do CHADVICE in a second. For those of you who don't know, this is the advice segment that we do. I asked Anthony to be on like a year ago. Yeah. And you were apprehensive.
I am very nervous about the idea of being live. I'm like, God, how do you do it?
I do it every day. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just practice, right?
Dude, it is. And also, you're very entertaining. You're an entertainer, so you're gonna be fine.
Thank you.
I don't know how. I'm sure you're gonna be fine too. Well, we do need a woman's perspective for sure.
Yes.
Gonna pay attention to what you're saying.
Okay. Tell Anthony is hot. He's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's like half the battle. You guys are killing it.
As long as we look good, we are good, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I was a little nervous, but I see my name in caps like at least 10 times per scroll, so I feel pretty good now.
That's
thank
a
you
fast
guys.
chat.
Yeah, thank you, chat.
Speedy chat.
Yeah.
You might want to get it a little bit closer to you.
Okay.
You're fine. This one like is really loud for some reason, but that one is supposed to be loud too. But you should,
I will mouth the mic.
All right.
Yeah.
I got the beefy one. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna call. This man shaped my childhood for 5 years. Yeah, dude. People love you. What do you mean? We have very similar communities for. I guess we have like similar attitudes about things. I would say.
Do we? I mean,
I don't know. You're like
I guess I don't really
like
get
a nice
into like
person. And
so you're saying we're both nice people.
Well, my politics revolve around empathy. So like, you know what I mean? I usually, for that reason, if you're not like, unless you're like a fucking, Ben Shapiro type, most people are gonna.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, a lot of my fans are fans of yours as well, is what I'm saying.
Thank you guys.
Hasan, you're a dickhead though. See, and then there's people like this.
Right. Well, I expect one dickhead comment about me as well to balance it out.
It's not gonna happen.
Oh, come on, it'll happen.
It's not. That won't happen. But yeah, CHADVICE is. We have some wonderful mods in this community. Shouts out to Frogan. Okay. Who will go into the community and ask like the thousands of people in my Discord server on what they need advice on. And then people sign up for it. I think hundreds of people signed up this time.
Wow.
And they get screened for it. And then they come in during this process and we give them advice. Do we have any qualifications?
No.
For giving people advice? No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Okay. So, but, we do it anyway. So, I guess we'll be in the on-air portion here. Well, Morgan's in here right now. Hello?
Hey.
What's going on, Morgan? What do we got today? You want to give us a background? You want to give us, exactly what kind of incredible amounts of work you put into this?
Yes. So we started screening for CHADVICE last week. I put out a Google form into the community, both promoted on Twitch and on Discord, and we had 488 submissions this time.
Jesus Christ. How much was it last time?
Like 300. It was like lacking last time, I'm not going to lie. But this time we had a great amount of people. I threatened people this time. I said, if you give me one-word answers, you are not going to be picked. Automatically deleted. So this time I had a bunch of scenarios to go through that actually have detail. And they're crazy. They're wild.
Exciting.
I don't know if I can be prepared.
We have some that are like basic advice and then some that are kind of like a slap in the face.
Okay.
But I'm excited.
Okay. Is it all? It's not all dating related though, right? Because I feel like every time we've done this, most of the time it's just exclusively dating related, and then and then it turns into just me giving the same advice over and over again about how confidence is like a muscle, and then everyone starts making fun of me, even though it's good fucking advice.
Even though it's true,
it is
100% true.
And it is good advice. So suck me, everyone. Okay. Confidence is like a muscle.
So a lot of them are dating related, but they're not basic, oh my God, I don't know if I like my boyfriend or not. They're long-term relationships that are crashing and burning, or friendships. Or I did add one about confidence because I feel we need the confidence is like a muscle. I lose once.
We got to get that.
Yeah.
Just once. So
we do this once every 6 months at this point, I think. I always say after I do it, everyone's like, oh, do one next week. And I'm always like, yeah, we'll do one next week. And then I don't do it for an entire fucking, for an entire year usually. But
a year?
It's biannual.
Yeah. It happens every 6 months, 4 months. I don't know.
Special.
Is Austin coming?
Austin is not going to be in here. He's not going to be in person. But instead he will be joining us through Discord. So we'll just do it. Okay. We'll just pull him into the on-air segment. I don't know where the fuck he is. I told him 3. And he was in the chat earlier. And he's in the Discord right now probably. So I don't know why the fuck he's not in the Discord server. Because you know his ass is probably farming reactions in there right now.
I know. I just messaged him. But weirdly enough, we had a common theme amongst the submissions. A lot of people were asking about ADHD advice, which I thought was kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Since 1, you're wild, and 2, you're not a psychiatrist. I was like, hi, Austin.
What's your username?
Austin Show.
What's your username?
On what?
Twitter.
On Twitter?
You don't even use Twitter anymore, right?
I don't even remember what it is.
Okay.
It might be glam and gore. Maybe.
A-N-D.
Habibi, how are you?
Hello, guys. How are we doing?
All right. Austin, turn your camera on.
I did not get the memo that it was supposed to be in person today. I had no idea.
Yes, you did. I just knew that you were not going to show up in person.
No.
Because you're a bougie
Hassan,
bitch.
I thought I was going to meet you for once.
Dude, I'm so sorry. If I would have known you all were going to be in person, Hassan, forget it.
But okay,
you guys would be in person,
I'm muting him. I'm muting him. You're muted.
You are very muted right now.
Jump change.
Yeah.
Tone down. But Hassan cannot be in the presence of a gay.
You, but you were muted a second ago.
Hassan can't be in the presence of a gay man for more than 60 minutes.
Yeah.
And so that's why.
What happens? What happens when that happens?
I just have sex with them.
Oh.
He's
He loved that. Austin loved that one. Yeah, you love that. Look at him. Look at how he's laughing.
You're blushing. You're blushing, sir.
Yeah, we'll show him in a second. Hold on.
I'm a Chad.
Yeah, you love that.
Chad. I did. That was awesome.
Oh, look, it's like he's here.
There you are.
Yeah.
There we
You
go.
don't get to
It's
smell
like I'm here.
Hasan, we do, but...
We could green screen you in to the scene, but we won't.
Okay. Well,
that's too much work.
Hasan, that would be too much for it. That would stress Hasan's setup beyond its limits.
Yeah.
As you can tell. As you can tell. Well, it's good to be here, guys. Happy to see you both. Hasan, is there a way you could mirror your camera so I could see you guys too?
Yeah, 1 second. Hold on.
He's tweeting.
You know, some people were also asking Hasan about how to be halal, which I'm going to be completely honest. I don't understand how they see you have the qualifications to even.
I
give
do not
advice
have
on
the
that.
qualifications to describe that. That's hilarious. That it's like.
Multiple people too. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Do not look to me as a beacon of like being a good Muslim. Okay, that is the worst idea. Hold on 1 second. Let's just. Let me just. Maybe if I turn off the camera instead of mirroring it, we could do that.
Can I just say I appreciate this angle so we can't see how small I am in comparison to you?
Dude, you are not. You're a big boy, dude.
Compared to you, I am a little boy.
Crazy.
Everyone is a little boy compared to you.
You're crazy. You are. Yeah, I even eat pork. It's the worst thing you can do for Islam. Wait, hold on.
Anthony, the worst part is this guy is already tall, and then he wears 7-inch platform heels.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Sometimes.
Not right now.
No.
Those are some fuzzy
How does
slippers,
someone in the chat said, how does Austin still have a 300 viewer Andy set up? Which is a great question, Austin. Answer. How are you going to give life advice to motherfuckers when you need to give life advice to yourself?
Look, I don't use this very much. I usually, every time I do my show, I do it from a studio, so I don't need anything in particular. And when I do Love or Host, I do it from one of your setups, yours, George's, somebody else's.
That's true.
But yeah, no, this
George's
setup
is like not great either. But hey, hold on 1 second. Even though you shit on my setup every time you're here, even though it's like way better than yours, does anyone have a good meme for this CHADVICE blast off that I'm about to engage in? Chat, do you guys have anything?
You should link Austin Knox's video. Hold on.
Oh, do you have? Well, no, because I have the actual link. I have to put like an actual link, the twitch.tv/HasanAbi one, unless I quote tweet it.
I will say, Hasan,
on,
you
I
actually
got you.
try in your setup. That's what makes yours embarrassing. I mean,
My
look at me.
setup is
There's
great.
no
He
effort.
just-
There's
is
no
the setup
effort
not
here.
good?
It is fantastic.
It's a great
Thank
setup.
you.
It's not
grand.
cluttered or anything.
Austin is like so used to just like shitting on me that in the wild when people are like saying normal things about it, he's like shocked. He's like, what?
They're just being
I'm impressed
polite.
you have a setup so that lots of people could come in here, at any moment.
Yeah.
I think I got it in 1 second.
Wait, just send me the video like as a downloadable link, and then I'll upload the video back onto the tweet if you can do that.
I don't have the downloadable link, but I have the link to the actual video where if you just like paste it in your tweet, it'll show up as an attachment.
Because I actually have a link. It's the twitch.tv/HasanAbi link.
Hold on,
So you have to send me the actual. I can't just embed it.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
I asked for a meme to promote CHADVICE, and this is what one of you chatters sent.
Okay.
I'm not racist. My wife's eye is black.
What?
And this is a joke about police. 40%. Google 40% for more. Police 40% for more.
I'm going to fill up my water. 1 second.
We're not
All right,
we're
Austin.
not making a good impression on our guests here, chat.
Yeah, there have been no good impressions made so far.
Okay, you guys wanna introduce yourselves to the community?
Hello, community. My name's Anthony Padilla. I've interviewed this man before. If you ever want to see what I do interviews now. Used to do a thing called Smosh, but now I'm just in the presence of this man.
Hello, chat. My name is Mykie, but spelled funny, MYKIE, and I am a YouTuber who has made a career out of loving creepy shit. Can I curse?
Oh my God! Yeah, have you seen this man?
Yeah, I mean,
I gotta check.
That's how we know she didn't watch our interview.
She did watch it, but it was
I
bleeped
blacked
out
out the whole time.
because of the attractiveness of this man, right?
Yes. The pure
Okay.
stature of Hasan.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a meme. This is what they send.
I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good, actually. Honestly,
Check DMs.
Check DMs.
The angle
Okay.
checks
I
out.
got you.
It
Hold on.
resembles the angle of this camera.
Oh, Austin,
right
I
now.
sent it. Okay, perfect.
Oh, based.
Perfect. Thank you, Austin Ox.
You're welcome.
Wait, Austin, you're taking credit for Austin Ox. That's sacrilege.
I thought Austin Ox was
Austin
me,
Ox is like half the reason why I got canceled on like numerous occasions, and some of the things like the Gucci shirt. Did the Gucci shirt even make it to that interview? No, right?
No.
That was a
It was the Gucci shirt thing happened a week after we shot the interview.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is the.
You got canceled for the Gucci shirt.
Yeah. How dare you? First of all, how dare you?
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
I know. Here, this is what he made. He's my editor. Also, juice this in the chat. Here you go. There you go, chat. Okay, here, let's watch this intro real quick before Austin. We're gonna watch this intro really quickly. Okay.
No worries.
Ooh.
I almost changed the name from CHADVICE to Bad Vice.
Yo! Oh shit! Let's go. That is ridiculously good. That is good.
I am interested in watching this stream.
I will watch
CHADVICE.
whatever that is.
It's incredible.
Austin, did you even watch it? Austin's
Yeah,
trying to
I'm
be
watching
cool
it right now.
He's trying to be cool in the chat right now because you're here, but like he's literally like he is a permanent staple in my community. Like literally fucking he's probably in the Discord farming reactions right now. Like this is what he does.
I was doing that before. I was doing it before the stream started.
Yeah.
No, everybody knows I'm a big Hasan Piker fan. I've been watching his content before he was popular, and yeah, I'm a big fan.
A real one.
I have like a parasocial relationship with him, even though we're like best friends.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good. It's good.
Hold on. I'm gonna try to put our camera on here really quickly. I don't really know how to do it.
Oh wait, can you not see us?
If you deactivate it through OBS, you can turn it on through Discord.
I mean, we can just use the other camera, but that one is not that good. It's not going to show everything. Hold on.
Conductor. Look at all your tools.
If I do it through OBS, though, like if I do it through OBS virtual camera, that's only going to work for if it's this. You know what I mean?
I love how your chat just watches you just deal with tech.
Yeah, I mean, that's like half the fun. You know what I mean? Half the fun is just like them. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Why is the virtual... Oh, I put it in studio mode instead of starting the virtual camera. There it is.
Nice.
That's what they'll see.
I can see you guys.
But the problem is if I go desktop, then they see the desktop. Do you see what I mean? And it's inverted too. Like it just like fucks it up.
Well, you don't have to. I can just watch you guys on the stream. It's okay.
Yeah.
This is why it's parasocial.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Even when you're talking with him, you want to watch his stream.
Hasan, can you FaceTime me on your phone and then I'll just watch through that?
Wait, hold on. No, wait, hold on. Let's just do.
Come on, that's a good setup, right? That would work, right? I'd be able to see.
You are so parasocial. You want to be FaceTiming with him
Is that
on
better?
Discord with
him. Can you see us, Austin? No, right? When we do this,
I can see you fine.
You can't
see you fine.
You can't see us when we do that, right?
At least it's better than watching you with a delay. It's okay. I can see me more, but it's fine. I didn't fly in. It's my fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
I must suffer now.
All right. Well, let's hear from our first victim.
Our first victim.
I think we're
Okay.
I think we're ready. We're definitely qualified to talk to people, and I think they're gonna, give them advice. I think we're ready. We're ready to do it.
Okay.
Wait, what the fuck? Why is Austin now?
Oh,
that looks like you have a fart cloud around you, bro.
I opened up OBS. God damn it. So hold on.
What are you doing?
Why is that
There we go. The reason I did that because I was trying to like blow your camera up a little bit more, so like I could forget it. I was doing some tech. It's okay. We're good.
Yeah, that was great. It definitely didn't fail. All right, let's get started.
Okay, first person is unicycle octopus. You can call them Kai. Their pronouns are they, them.
Okay.
Hi, Kai. Welcome to CHADVICE.
Hello.
What's up, Kai?
Hi, Kai.
Hi, Kai.
All right, what seems to be the problem, Kai? What can we help you with today?
So, I have been working at this same job right out of college for about 3 years now, and recently they hired somebody into a position I was supposed to be promoted in. This guy's only been working at the company for about like 3-ish months and is undermining me in every single way possible. And it's become incredibly frustrating, and I just want advice on how to, assert my authority over him or get respect from him, because That, or you can tell me that I should just go look for another job because I'm teetering on the fence of that.
Where do you work? Oh, I mean, what type of work?
I work in advertising.
Advertising.
Oh. Okay.
Very millennial career, I know.
So, being undermined in the workplace, especially if you're younger, and especially as a non-binary person too, like that's gonna be like a constant battle that you have to endure, unfortunately. And a lot of times it's literally because of bad management. I mean, management is rarely ever good anyway, but it's usually bad management to hire someone over you when you've spent more time in that position, when you're more qualified for that position. So usually the only way to, like, I don't know if there's like a foolproof method of overcoming that. I had similar problems at the Young Turks when I used to work there as well, where I was also constantly being undermined. It's just a part of like working for someone else, a part of like working in even a startup. You encounter those problems, especially if you work at like a larger corporation. I don't know if there's ever going to be a method to like if there's ever a way to like really overcome that. Like, I can't sit here and tell you like, oh, you'll be able to win over your manager by, doing a set of, these set of rules. If you follow them, like your manager is going to magically change their opinion on you, especially when in a lot of instances, it doesn't even revolve around like what you're doing. Right.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's any like foolproof solution. And if it does continue, it doesn't hurt to look around, shop around, and use market conditions to your favor, especially if there's like especially if there isn't exactly a lot of people vying for that same position.
Yeah, that's fair. It's unfortunate because I love all the coworkers I have, and the only reason I haven't left is because I love my team, not because I'm getting paid well, because shocker, I'm not.
I mean,
but
one thing you could do is just like, rally your coworkers against the person who made that decision and try to get them to also advocate on your behalf.
Like a coup?
No, not like a coup, but
like overthrow the management.
No, I didn't mean like a literal coup. I just meant like obviously the workplace is delicate, right? And they don't want to rock the boat. So if there are people that are also of that same mindset, I mean, it's really hard to change certain things in a corporate structure once those decisions have been made.
Yeah.
But I do think that one thing you could do is first ask for a raise and mention that you don't like that this decision was made. Did you ask that? I mean, or did you actually bring this up?
I have brought it up to pretty much anybody in management and any of my coworkers who would listen. And it's unfortunate because one of my managers I've worked with for a long time, who I was hoping when I went to her would take me seriously, but was completely dismissive of the whole situation. So that's been another thing of like why I'm like, as much as I don't want to change insurance and all of the fun stuff that happens with changing jobs, I think it is time.
Well, I mean, that's why you don't quit without another option out there on the table. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Definitely not.
I keep hearing that. Oh, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I keep hearing that the people in management at your job feel powerless in their own lives, so they look to the workplace as a way to make themselves feel better. I'm wondering if there's anything that you've tried to do or that you think you might be able to do to make yourself feel more empowered in that situation if you have to deal with it, if you choose to stay there. Because I think that ultimately people that are looking for a power trip, there's a way to talk to people like that, and it's kind of figuring out what it is that makes them feel better about themselves, and then seeing if you can meet them in the middle in a way that also makes you feel empowered at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's really fair. Like, part of being, new into a career like this is I haven't learned that, like, corporate jargon, please your manager kind of talk. And I think, if I tried to meet them a little bit more in the middle instead of being as casual as I've been before, it would probably help.
Austin, what were you going to say?
I find a lot of people that are, in these types of jobs almost show more respect to the company or whoever their employer than the employer will ever show to them. So I think you should always, I know it's easy to say, oh, just find a new job. Obviously, there's realities that come with that. But I certainly think that you should always have your eyes open for better opportunities, because in the exact opposite situation, when they don't need you anymore, they will, without hesitation, let you go. And at the end of the day, it's just business. So when you're looking for other opportunities and you put in your 2 weeks, you tell them, I'm sorry, it's just business. And you're pursuing best opportunities, right? So you should always keep your mind open. I'm not going to sit here and be naive and be like, oh, just quit your job. As you said, healthcare, a lot of other things. But certainly in this, it seems like it's a bad situation. So you should be looking for an out if at all possible.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think I'm just looking at it a bit of rose-colored glasses because of, how nice it was a couple months ago and how bad it's gotten in recent months, that I don't want to admit that I hate my job now, but
You will never be rewarded for your loyalty, by the way, to the corporate structure. That's
Very
not a
true.
thing. That's just a lie that they tell workers so that they don't actually leave their jobs. But if you even look at from a pro-capitalism perspective, even if you look at the data, it shows that people who job hop are actually making higher salaries on average than people who stay in the same place. Maybe there was a time and place where that was the reality. You got your golden Rolex at the end of your long tenure at a firm with a sweet pension plan, but that's not the reality anymore. So you need to be just as cutthroat just like Austin mentioned.
Yeah, I started a company and it was purchased by another company, and I worked there for 6 years, and it was all going really great at first, and I also had those rose-colored glasses that everything was going to continue like that. And then at one point, I just kind of realized that I wasn't really being taken seriously. I wasn't really being respected in the space, and I was in denial for about 2 years. And I think if I had to go back and give myself advice in that situation, it would be to, once you start recognizing it, it seems like you're recognizing it enough to start talking about it. Even here, I think that's when you should really, show yourself that respect in making sure that you work somewhere where you are respected in the way that you know that you deserve to be.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
I don't know. I had a job like that, and it traumatized the hell out of me, and I had to quit.
Where you weren't being respected.
Personally.
Yeah.
It was similar to what you just described, where it was kind of a dream job in a lot of ways, and then management changed, and they became terrifying. Just made the job a living hell. It seemed like for fun. And in that situation, I could not find the wherewithal to make it a situation that I could deal with. Granted, I was 22 years old, but it made my life a living hell, and I did eventually quit. So it's not always a simple thing where we're like, yeah, just try this and it'll get better. It might not. It might be time to leave, but I think that you'll know at the end of the day what's really practical in your situation.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the move for me now is continue or start doing interviews, and in the meantime try to make it as palatable as possible until I can potentially move on.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't let them know either. Until you have a solid, firm offer, because once you get there, then you will see the dynamic change dramatically. Because if they do see value in your position, and if they do see value in you staying there, they will probably make amends and actually listen and probably offer you that they will probably offer you that additional salary, that raise that you demanded early on. But they're never going to do that out of the kindness of their hearts. Companies will never, ever do that. I literally worked for my fucking uncle, and they didn't even do that. So it's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
You always need leverage. All right, well, thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kai.
Take care, Kai. But Hasan, you can shrink my camera, by the way. I seem like I'm taking up more space, and it's just me.
No, it's fine.
But your face. Who
Oh.
would want that?
We need the Lebanese representation on screen.
Yes, me. Yep, very Lebanese.
Is that better? Are you happier with that?
No, I mean, yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Why? Do you feel like you don't look good?
Do you really have to? I mean, do you really have to put me 6 feet apart from you? Is that really necessary?
Well, I would put you right next to us.
Hey, guys, look how homophobic he is. There we go.
Do you see this? I would put you right next to us. It's just like your situation has made it untenable. You know what I mean? You're like not here. So I'm trying to make the most of the situation. You feel me?
No, it's okay.
In the top of the corner of the Austin screen, click the 3 dots and hide uncheck the non-video participants.
Yeah, but I do want to show like I do want to show the non-video participants when they're speaking, so you see the green around them.
Do you want me to get the Discord bubble thing?
Sure, if you can send me the link to the Discord bubble, that'd be great.
I got
yeah.
you.
Hasan, just make it. Just do what you need to do. I'll be happy with it. I was just trying to make it better for you. I'm so difficult. I'm so sorry.
You are.
Well, now you can't see me at all. What the hell are you doing?
Hold on, I'm fixing some stuff.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Discord bubble, it'll work actually. How do you see us? Do you see us better now?
Yeah. It's perfect.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. There it is.
Perfect.
I think I have the Discord bubble too. All right, who's up next?
The next person is Warp. I'm gonna drag them in right now.
Did you send the Discord bubble, by the way, the link?
Sending it right now. Their pronouns are she, her. Hi, Warp.
Hi.
Hi, Warp.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Warp.
So I'm 25 and I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend for 4 years. We dated 1 year in real life and then he got deported. So we dated 3 years online / long distance. And my issue is I've started bringing up like the topic of marriage / I've asked him more than once. And always his answer is like super unsure or like, well, maybe we should wait a little bit longer. And it's getting pretty frustrated. I just don't really know what to do. And I don't really want to break up, but it just feels like we're kind of stuck.
How long you been dating for?
4 years.
What do you think marriage will help you get unstuck with that you're currently stuck with?
Yeah, I mean, he's made like no plans for any kind of future. Like every time I ask, it's like, well, I don't really know, or I'm not in a position to figure that out right now. And it's like very frustrating because it's like, it feels like this is it.
Is marriage a symbol of his dedication to the relationship, or both of your dedication to it?
Maybe I kind of just don't want this to be online forever kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you told him these things?
I have, but I don't know. It seems like kind of a sensitive subject for him, or it's just like, he's like, well, I don't want to get married because we've only dated in real life for a year. So like, what if we don't get along? And I don't know. I feel like we're both adults. Like, if it's not it, then we should just get divorced. I don't know.
Is he making any steps to figure out if you could date in person? Like
no.
Okay, that's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, especially because it seems like there's a green card that he could get out of this. Like, it seems like it's a fortunate situation for him. He hit the lottery, like quite literally.
I'm literally like, if you just want to be like friends and want to get married for a green card, that's totally fine. Because he really hates living in the U.S. like a lot, and he was gonna get married to his roommate for a green card, but then he just like backed out last minute, and I was like, dude, why?
Okay, this is. I'm sorry, there's a lot of red flags here. I'm gonna be honest with you. I
feel like I described it kind of badly. I don't.
No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. Do you want to live in the United States?
No, I want him to live in. I live in Canada.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why.
We're
It's
so
such an
US
American
centric. We're so US centric.
Such an American
I mean,
thing.
there's hella red flags here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, but it does seem like there's a lot of red flags, and not because of the way you're describing it, but just in general. It's a fucked situation, but like the fact that, like, I can't tell if it's I mean, what's the purpose here? Like, you guys are e-dating now, right? And he's happy with that. Like, he's happy with the e-dating. He like wants to keep it that way.
I don't think he's happy because he said before he doesn't really do long distance. But I'm like, we could try it. And then I guess 3 years later, it's still the same thing. And
You don't know if
Yeah.
he wants to e-date. You said you think that he's happy. Oh wait.
no, I don't think he's happy, but he hasn't made plans for any sort of future or anything with this relationship.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think you should rip that Band-Aid off.
To me, it sounds like he's happy with exactly where it's at.
And
Yeah.
he's checked out.
Like, he literally, I've never seen someone be chill with being deported before the things that you just described.
Yeah, this is a thing that I think plagues a lot of long-term relationships. It's comfort. You get comfortable. You get in your situation, and you don't really want to move. You just want to stay in this limbo. And I think that that's perhaps where your boyfriend has gotten to. So you've tried to have candid discussions with him, right?
Yeah, I've been like, we can do it for tax benefits. We can do it for a green card. I was his friend for a bit before we started dating, so it's genuinely kind of just tough to see him mentally suffer living in the United States, unfortunately.
Oh, he got deported to the U.S.?
Geez. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He got deported to a shithole. Oh, no. Okay.
Why was I thinking it was some
this all
like
wrong.
other like country and like some other distant land?
Yeah, why are you trying to date or marry an American? That's an L to begin with. Dude, okay. All jokes aside, though, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think right now we need is some hard to swallow pills, some cold hard truth. Okay, this is not working. It's literally not working, and you need to respect yourself more. You deserve better. You deserve someone who wants to be with you. You should not be staying with someone who's stringing you along, and it seems like he is stringing you along, and that is never going to be a healthy relationship. It's not a healthy relationship at this moment. It's barely a relationship, and it's never going to turn into a healthy one magically. With all of the things that you have offered, it's not going to happen. It just straight up is not going to happen. So you have to make a decision to free yourself and possibly this person. There's no circumstance in which marriage has ever ended up saving a relationship that was already falling apart. There's no circumstance in which having a child has ever saved a relationship in a broken marriage to begin with. So, because I know that that's probably going to be your next step in the way that in your line of thinking when the marriage is not working out. So don't do it. You deserve better, and you should seek it. The quicker you free yourself from this, the faster you will be able to have a healthier outlook on relationships and open yourself up to a genuinely solid, healthy relationship with a partner that gives you the respect that you deserve.
And puts in as much effort as sounds like you are.
Yeah.
And also, relationships is cliched, but it's true. Give and take. You seem like you're giving a lot, coming up with solutions, and he's just like not even participating in the conversation at all. At the very least, I think Hasan's ultimately right. But if you want to really be sure, put his feet to the fire a little bit and back way off and say, hey, this is what it is. I'm not going to live my life like this long distance. This is what I want. If you don't want it, I'm out, and see what happens.
I mean, you don't want this dude to like to make moves when he is so clearly shown that he's not interested in it out of like a moment of hesitation or a moment of like feeling like he might lose you either, though. Because like, while that might actually offer you short-term success, the same underlying problems are still going to always exist. They are permanent at this point, which is precisely why I'm saying, you know, do your thing.
I think we have our first fundamental disagreement on CHADVICE.
Okay, well, we're not going to debate because there's a lot of people with it.
But I just want to say, like, my parents, before they got married, they were together for 4 years, and my mom turned around to my dad and said, well, you going to propose to me or what? Or I'm out. And he proposed to her at that moment, not very romantic, and they've been married for 35 years almost.
Okay, but that's a dramatically different situation. It seems like your dad wanted to propose and get married to your mom, whereas this person does not.
Oh, well, I mean, have you? Okay, forget it. You know what? Maybe I was a little off.
That's an entirely different set of circumstances, Austin.
Okay.
She gave an ultimatum and he was like, I'm here. That does feel very different. You shouldn't have to beg anyone to marry you. That's not the right person.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Especially when they get a sweet socialized healthcare added on citizenship. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That's insane.
I retract what I said. I agree with my colleagues.
I'm sorry.
I feel like we still like have feelings for each other. I feel like I want to like give him the benefit of the doubt because he's like I feel like he might be trying to be considerate a little bit because he's like, well, if it doesn't work out when he comes to live here, then like what's gonna happen? But like it's been 4 years and we've consistently talked and stuff, so I don't.
Marriage though, and long term is on a whole different plane than what you're describing, right? There's a lot of people that you can have intimate relationships with and talk to. Marriage is a whole different level. That's a lifelong commitment, right? You're gonna find a lot of different people throughout your life that you're gonna be able to be at this level on. But when you find that one, it's gonna be completely different. So I wouldn't misconstrue that with being, oh, because we have an intimate thing and we talk consistently, that means this is the one for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm with Hasan here. I really do think.
Also, you're 25 years old. Like, you have your whole life ahead of you. That's wild to make such like, permanent decisions almost. Even if you feel like it's not that complicated. I mean, you're also trying to fix a fire by dousing it with gasoline. It's just not going to work. You know what I mean? It's clear that there are already like fundamental problems that are stopping this person from making this decision, and forcing it is the least healthy thing you can do.
And also, you entered this relationship when you were 21 years old, right?
Yeah.
You are going to be. You owe it to yourself to explore this world, and with relationships or whatever, I think and gain some experience and meet new people. I think you'll really thank yourself down the line.
Yeah, that's fair.
And don't rush into anything.
All right. I hope we were at least a little bit helpful here.
It was. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next one is kind of like the final of like the generic advice, and then we're gonna start moving upward. So the next person is Zaus. Their pronouns are he, him.
It's a cool name.
Yeah.
Here you go, Zaus. Welcome on stream.
Hi guys, hi Hasan, hi chat, hi everybody. So I'm just gonna contextualize my problem real quickly. I'm a 20 years old guy from Brazil And for most of my middle and high school years, up until senior year, I guess, I used to be a very fat kid, like acne on my face, kind of short, bad haircut. I think I was 5'8" at the time, weighing around 286 pounds, I guess. Yeah, that checks. But then puberty hits, I started to go to the gym, did a dieting, all this kind of stuff. And when I finished my senior year, I was like 6'3", weighing 200 pounds, 216 pounds.
God damn.
Yeah. I had barely no acne on my face thanks to Octane. And most people start to consider me attractive, something I didn't experience in most of my school years. And I started to receive more attention from men, women, and etc. But since you went through something similar related to appearance and change, Hasan, this kind of stuff, I want to know, how did you cope with the newfound attention that you're receiving? Because sometimes, like if I'm at a club or something similar, someone will approach me like, "Oh, you want to hook up?" Like men, women, this, and I'm not even attracted to the person. I think this person is not my type, but I can't say no because I'm like, oh, I was rejected a lot, but when I was a kid, so it's gonna feel shitty for them. For me to say no, so I'm just gonna say yes to not hurt their feelings, because I don't know how to cope with like people find me attractive, this kind of stuff, and how to say no to people who I'm not attracted to, because I feel guilty, this kind of stuff,
Yeah, you're suffering from success like DJ Khaled. Okay, listen. I mean, it's funny. It's funny because I mean, you have a good problem to have, obviously, but no, I know what you mean. Like, I am notoriously bad. You can even ask Austin. I'm really bad at like rejecting people. It makes me very uncomfortable. Wait, why are you making that face? Am I wrong? When people come up to me and I'm not attracted to them, I have a hard time gently.
You don't. I don't think you don't like reject. You just kind of. You know what I mean?
What does that mean? What is that face you're making? I'm just like indifferent.
No. He's very. Hasan has a hard time rejecting people because you are so incredibly nice to everybody that you come into contact with.
I feel like that was forced out of you. Like, you made it seem like you did not believe that.
No, it was. I do believe it. Hasan is incredible. I'm just. The chat makes me laugh. Okay,
it's just like I don't think it's a good problem to have, because sometimes I do stuff against my will. Like I don't want to hook up with the person, and then I hook up because I don't.
Oh, don't do that. I've been there. Don't do that for sure.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable because like last week I went on a date with a girl. I didn't like the girl. I didn't want nothing with the girl, but I did it because I look at her. I couldn't say no. I was like, oh, she's gonna.
No, I've definitely been there. I've definitely 100% been there. That comes with age. Like, the older you get, the more confident you become with your like new body. The easier that will be to say no. It is hard. It is hard not to be a people pleaser all the time, but you have to remember, like, your body's your temple. That's your own personal space, and you shouldn't, you shouldn't let people that you are going to feel bad about later enter it if you don't want to, for sure. I definitely know. I definitely know what that's like. It's just, you just got to start practicing rejection. It's like a muscle.
Okay. And how did you cope with like newfound attention? Because currently,
I loved it. I don't know what you're talking about on that front. That's awesome.
I don't know. Like it's because I'm currently like 6'5", weighing. I lost a lot of weight because of some problems, but I think I'm 109 pounds right now, trying to recover the weight. But I don't know, because I still feel like a fat kid. Someone says like, "Oh, you're pretty," and I go, "Nah, you're kidding. You're lying to please me."
It's just body dysmorphia. That's just that's normal. That's never gonna go away. I'm sorry. I don't think it goes away. I always, like, I look back here. Here's one way that I've been able to deal with that. Okay, when I look back at photos that I took a long time ago, I remember. One second.
Also, just for the chat, I was 6'3" at 17 years old. Now I'm 6'5" at 20 years old. People grow.
So, real quick here, Oh, Anthony, did you want to go?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it sounds like you almost learned to not respect yourself at some point when you were younger, based on the way that you're describing the way that you used to feel navigating the world.
Yes, people used to do like whale sounds when I was walking around the corridor of the school, this kind of stuff, you know? So I just this kind of bullying.
Do you think that you still have that same mindset about yourself that you developed when you were younger and less confident? Just because it sounds like not being able to say no, it sounds like you're in some ways not fully respecting yourself. And it sounds like, people are saying it's a good problem to have too much attention, but it sounds like it almost hurts yourself when you aren't able to be honest with your true intentions, your true feelings of wanting to say no and then not being able to.
Yeah, I think you got a point there. It's because I'm still a little stuck on my high school, middle school mindset because I go, people wouldn't find me attractive no matter what I do. So why am I going to find myself attractive? You know?
Right. I think that people, at least myself, tend to, when we're not giving ourselves something, and in this case, it would be respect, that we seek it from other people. So I think that the more you're able to give yourself respect, and when someone says something to you, saying that you're attractive, saying these positive things about you, I think that, like Hasan says, it's a muscle. You got to learn not to, and practice not rejecting it and saying, okay, to yourself, even, I think that there is this fear of being egotistical, but allow yourself to feel these feelings and be confident with respecting yourself, and don't think that it's necessarily a negative thing to respect yourself.
So I had my brother's my brother has multiple mattresses, and they're here to pick one of them up. We were just giving it away, and I totally forgot about it, and I freaked out for a second. But here's what I was gonna say. When you take photos, right? Like, you've taken photos of yourself.
Yes.
And do you feel like you look like shit in the photos that you take?
It has that feeling like 5 minutes in, like, oh, that's a great photo. And then I post it and I go, why do I look this ugly? I should delete this, this kind of stuff.
But when you look back at photos that you took 3 months ago, you're like, damn, I actually looked way better back then, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a pretty constant dynamic that I always think about, because whenever I take photos now, I'm like, man, I look like fucking shit in this photo. Like, this sucks. Sometimes I just still post it anyway. But always when I look back at that same fucking photo I took 3 months later, I'm like, damn, I used to look so much better back then. And that's how I realized, like, oh no, it's completely in the moment. It's in your own head. It's really hard to cope with that because you're looking at it and you're seeing yourself a certain way, but that is straight up it's just straight up not real. The way you actually look is how you see yourself 3 months after. So you should just remember that it's in your head, and whenever you think about yourself, you have to remember that the way you look. Remember that you do probably look exactly like yourself from 3 months ago.
Yeah, I think both of you hit the nail on the head. But Anthony saying that I don't respect myself a lot. That's true. I still got to work on that. And you doing this stuff you're talking about, helped me at least realize some
Also,
stuff.
when people come up and hit on you or whatever, and you have no obligation to them whatsoever, zero obligation, right?
I think that's the worst part, because I go I put myself in their shoes and I go, if I say no, they're probably gonna be disappointed or something. So I'm gonna say yes to please them, even if I don't want it. And I know that's bad, but it's
But think about it. In your shoes, you wouldn't want somebody to do something with you that they didn't want to do, right?
That's true. Yes.
So think about it that way. I think being honest with them is the best thing that they could possibly do, and they should understand and respect for you being honest and forward with it.
I'd also say focus on your internal monologue and the way that you hear your thoughts saying things to yourself. If it's constantly, oh, I'm this thing, I'm this, I disrespect you're kind of disrespecting yourself on this loop. So any advice I would give would be to practice quieting that voice in your head that's saying all the negative things about yourself, where you're then afterwards feeling like you disrespected yourself based on that internal monologue.
You can also always lie, okay? I'm an advocate for lying. You can always be like, hey, thank you so much, but I'm taken. Boom.
Just carry a wedding ring with you.
I'm just saying, if it gets to a point where, you know, it's like unmanageable, remember that like if it goes towards us, if a person is like pestering you, then you have every right to just straight up be like, hey, I'm really uncomfortable with the situation. They should be understanding, and it's on them at that point to like get the message. Or, you know, sometimes you can, like I said, if you really want to fucking pull the parachute out real quick, that's my advice to you. You can just be like, hey, thank you so much, but unfortunately I'm taken. There's always something you can do.
Okay, that's a good one to use because I never thought about using this.
You never thought about lying? Okay.
No, because I feel bad, Hasan. For example, if I'm out, I'm like, okay.
No, but that's like a white lie. Like you're letting them down easy. They're like, oh man, like in another situation, maybe this could have worked out. That's what they're thinking. So you're like basically, you know, you have no obligation to this person.
For the record, I think that's bad advice to give to a woman.
Why?
Because I think women are expected to say something like, oh, I have a boyfriend, as the only acceptable reason for a man to not pursue her. So just want to throw that in.
Yeah, I mean, I would also disagree. I would say it's okay to say I'm really humbled, but you know, I'm not interested in dating right now. I think that is an acceptable answer.
Yeah. Also, well, the dynamic is drastically different with women for other reasons too. Like usually men don't handle rejection very well, and then they'll fucking still be pursuing and pestering. Yeah. So for a woman, I'd be like, carry a taser and also have guy friends with you that will be the boyfriend.
Yeah, it's just I think you all been in situations where we had to rescue some girlfriends of ours, like a guy was pestering there. Yeah, I feel this. Yeah, I'm gonna try to work out more of this inner monologue stuff. I'm gonna lie when you.
Great advice.
Got him.
We got another happy customer.
I'm gonna try to perceive myself as an attractive person who's worth of respect, than being stuck on my high school mindset that people are still gonna think I'm ugly and this kind of stuff. Yeah.
That's the one.
Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. You got this.
Thank you, Zaus.
Yeah, guys, thanks.
I hope your cat girl arc is going well.
It's a Tinder story. It's been some time, but it's already happened.
All right.
Bye, Zaus. Hey, Hasan, I have a question.
All right, what's up?
What are the benefits of running the top of the hour ad break?
Oh, many benefits. Many benefits. As a matter of fact, at the top of the hour when there's a 6-second ad break, Austin just dipped. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free.
That's it?
Yeah, that's right. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. You can use it on your favorite streamer here. Okay, here's the 1-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub too. Here it is. If you're lucky. Okay. Let's do it. Let's move on.
Then the next person is HasanAbi Production.
No fucking shot. HasanAbi Productions is the dark side of the HasanAbi Industrial Complex. I don't know if you're familiar with the HasanAbi Industrial Complex.
Explain it to me.
HasanAbi Industrial Complex is basically a sequence of multiple fan-made accounts of my content that some fans edit and post on their own YouTubes. Some of them have like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. HasanAbi Productions has, I think, like 67,000 or something. They are completely unaffiliated with me, but they just will make videos, right?
So this is the official unofficial.
This is one of
company.
This is one of the many channels that are out there. We call this the dark side of the HasanAbi Industrial Complex, specifically because he is most frequently known for debating me or using my likeness with fans, and which are unacceptable.
I'm reformed now. So
with fans,
like,
anyone who's ever been on my stream, any women that have ever been on my stream, including Nancy Pelosi, as you can see here. Sometimes women that aren't even on my stream. She made Hasan tap out, making it seem like I'm going on dates with everybody. Yeah, some of them are good. He's a good editor. I just wish he would use his powers for good. Dua Lipa left Hasan for another man. You know.
Are you just gonna slander me the whole time?
Yeah,
or
slander.
Can I defend myself? Or what's going on?
They can see what you're.
You have a great tabloid channel. This is great.
Yeah.
Listen,
he's also a
HasanAbi
in real life.
watches her squat. That was 3 weeks ago.
The inflation is high right now. Gas prices through the roof. I gotta find a way to pay the bills. So
that's the thing, by the way. I let them fucking take. I don't maintain any like ownership over my IP. So I tell people like, if you want to make money off of like my videos, is beneficial, mutually beneficial relationship regardless.
So you're creating jobs,
basically, yeah. And there are hundreds of accounts like this, and some of them literally have YouTube check marks.
Who gives these check marks when they're
YouTube
not official?
Does. No, YouTube does. I fought for them before with my account manager. Like they used to get taken down by like dickheads who would like false copy strike them. So I literally have like I've fought for them before. Here's a clip to best describe it.
Okay. Ooh, a fresh pie. Save me a slice. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's all right. That's good.
These are all real, by the way.
Guys,
all right.
my God.
Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good. It's enough slices.
Is there any way to know how many of these unofficial how many views these unofficial channels get in total? Is it more than you would ever get on your own?
I mean, it's more than I would get for sure, of course. Definitely. I don't know. The way I see it is I do 8 to 10 hours of content every day.
Yeah.
It would be impossible for me to edit all of that.
True.
What's going to happen when you actually make a YouTube channel? That's really interesting because I do already have a YouTube channel. So yeah,
they don't even know.
And now they're taking over TikTok too. There's
it's impossible to know if you have a real channel or not. I tried looking. I couldn't find if you had a real one.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I tell them like at least point to this is on TikTok. There's HasanAbi Daily. There's like multiple HasanAbi channels on TikTok as well that also pop off.
But who's the real Hasan?
The real one is just HasanAbi on YouTube. This is it.
There you go.
Nice.
YouTube.com/C/HasanAbi.
You got almost 1 million subs.
Yeah.
You got this.
That's the OG one. That's the real. That's the only real channel that I have.
You don't have a clips channel?
No.
You want one?
Maybe. Okay, so what's up? Let's talk HasanAbi Productions reformed,
God
supposedly.
Damn. That was a long intro in a slander session, but I do
Get
have
into it.
Yeah, I do have a legit question. Basically, I don't have an issue with getting dates necessarily, and I'm only saying that because I'm very particular when I ask out people, and I only ask them out when I really like them. But the problem is, once I do get in a relationship with them, I just like lose interest for a multitude of reasons, and then we just end up being hookup partners, which is cool. But then at the same time, I want something more, but there's always something that stops. Like I always stop myself from trying to get serious with them, and then they always bring up the question, so what are we? And I'm like, and then we break up. But these are like good people. They're like super nice. They're like smart, attractive, everything. And then I don't know, after a while, I just kind of...
Then they find your YouTube channel. They're like, oh, dude, we can't do this. Okay.
I mean, funny you say that, because the girl I'm seeing right now, I edited one of the videos while I was with her, so...
Oh God,
she knows about it.
That's a keeper then.
I don't think. Well, yeah, but even then, it's still a problem of like, I just don't really see myself being long term with them.
Is it a fear of commitment, or is it because you like genuinely feel like you haven't found the right person? Because like I think oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, is it like all these people are just somehow the wrong person for me, or is it is it like I have some genuine commitment issues? That's like what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm gonna be honest with you, like, because it's statistically at a certain point you got to realize, like, goddamn, every single person that you've been with for an extended period of time is just like not the right person. Maybe you might not want to be in a long-term committed relationship. Is that something that you want? You have to ask yourself that.
Yeah, I do. It's just there's always some reason why I just say like I don't want to be with them after a while.
Have you identified the feeling that you get when you think about being in a committed relationship with this person? Like what feeling comes up that makes you say, no thanks?
It's different from person to person. I really don't know. Like sometimes it's like I prefer a friend, someone who I like is like a best friend, but then I just also happen to be in a relationship with them as well.
Are there things that come with a dedicated relationship that are unappealing to you?
No. It's just like time, I guess. You have to because I do work. I have one side hustle, as you know, the clip, but I'm also
a teacher.
I work in
right.
Yeah.
His side hustle is being a teacher. His real passion is making Coomer clips.
Well, I am like Rogan. I'm a public health expert. I also am a published author. I'm also I teach on the side, but not like a teacher. I'm a teaching assistant.
Do you think that you love your work
busy.
more than you could love a person in terms of the time that you want to give this person?
I feel like with the right person, you kind of what I would expect is if I found the right person, I would be willing to like move that shit to the side or cut down on my work and then make time for that person. Like I don't want to be the person that says like, oh, I'm a workaholic and I don't want to be in a relationship with anyone.
Because I do feel like there are you might be able to find a workaholic mate that also has a similar mindset and lifestyle, and you guys can mesh together with the time that you have off. You know what I mean?
Well, but wait, have you pictured who you think your perfect person could be? Like what they would look like, what qualities they would have?
I mean, yeah, I dated them. Oh. And then I still, like, for some reason, like there's one woman in particular, like I really wanted to, I was like, because I'm super self-conscious, I don't really feel like when I'm asking someone out, like they're on my level sometimes.
By the way.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
like I've seen him.
Okay.
Go on. Go on.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so when I finally get the courage to ask them out, and it feels like I'm like, damn, I'm with them, and they're actually super cool and everything. But I don't know, it's just some weird feeling like taking that next step where I'm like being committed with them, and I'm saying to myself, I would be in a long-term relationship with them, eventually marry them. I never had that feeling.
Yeah, you said there's a weird feeling. Have you identified what that weird feeling is?
I make like excuses. So sometimes if I'm with somebody, I'm just like, oh, they're just not interested in the same things as me, or they're clumsy and it annoys me. Some like stupid stuff.
Right.
Okay, I have a question for you, and this is gonna be a prodding one. How quickly do you find yourself hooking up with these people when you go on dates with them?
I never like push to
no,
like,
that's not my question. How quickly do you hook up with them?
Probably latest like second date, I guess.
Yeah, there's your problem. Okay.
But they're putting it on me.
No,
I'm
I
not
understand that. No, I get it. Trust me. I've been in your shoes. Okay. What you're supposed to do in the situation, it sounds weird. It sounds counterproductive. What you're supposed to do, at least just try this out for a couple times. Don't fuck them. Okay. Don't even hook up with them. Maybe a kiss max. Hold yourself back. Try to see if you can get to know them more as a person before engaging with them sexually. Okay? That is one way that you can get to know a person a little bit better and develop something that is more than just like pure primal, I find them sexually attractive. I can't believe I'm giving this advice, but it is absolutely one way that you can develop a more impactful relationship with someone that does not immediately revolve around sex. This way, even if they want to fuck you, you should be like, no, I don't want to do it. I'm not going to have sex with you immediately. If you don't want to see them any further, if you don't fuck them, right, that means you were never going to be in a committed relationship with them to begin with. But if you actually are truly interested, you should be able to commit more. You should be able to, spend some time. And by that, I mean, I don't mean like, don't fuck them for like 3 months. I just mean, take some time, get to know them better, and then have sex with them. There's nothing wrong with having sex on the first date. There's nothing wrong with any of that. I've done it many, many times over. But one thing you can do is absolutely get to know a person better, because clearly it hasn't been working out. The other thing hasn't been working out.
I know. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say, like, I don't know. I feel like they'd be offended because if they're the one who's coming on to me about like hooking up,
no, just
and then I
communicate
say
with
no,
them.
they would. Like,
No, you can communicate with them and be like, listen, I like you. I want to get to know you better before we have sex. Dude, trust me. I've been in your shoes. You can set boundaries. It is totally valid.
I think
and
there's
if they
also
don't,
plenty of girls that don't want to rush things. Like
Yeah.
they exist. So I don't think
Certainly.
they're all going to be begging for it on the second date necessarily.
Also, for me personally, I would say that often the relationships that I've had in the past where it's almost you find somebody that you really like, and it may sound weird, but I actually don't want to sleep with them right away. And those are the ones that I feel like you should look out for. See, find the ones that you could almost be a little patient with them. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, maybe I actually enjoy the wait up to this and getting to know them a little bit more. You know what I mean?
So what I'm getting is like, do you think like the sexual aspect of a relationship is like clouding my judgment on whether it can be like something that's long lasting?
you can absolutely have sex with someone and then develop a relationship with them afterwards. Okay, but if it doesn't happen, if it hasn't happened thus far, I'm just simply saying that there is another way. There's another thing that you can try out. Okay, it's not the only reason, but this is one. This is certainly one thing that I would prescribe to you, especially because you're trying a new approach that you haven't done before. They should absolutely respect your boundaries. I mean, you can still, if you want, you can still hook up with other people that you have, relationships with on top of that. You know what I mean? As long as you're communicating to them, obviously, and being honest. But that is what I would say.
I guess this is for like Anthony. Like, how do you know if you find like, what kind of feeling is it when you know that that's the right person? I'm only asking Anthony because he's the only one in the relationship.
Hey, Mikey. How do you know? I think.
Be careful. You don't want an Anthony Padilla Productions channel pop.
It's gonna happen. I think it's just a matter of. Well, each and every relationship, I feel like I have learned something from, and then I go into the next one with a completely different perspective. And before getting into this relationship with Mikey here, it was really the transparency and communication and how strong those aspects were. It was also taking things slow initially and finding out what it is about her that really. Like, what about our relationship together that was really working before jumping in and making it official? And yeah, I think it's about really taking your time and setting those boundaries. And, relationships are going to require communication. And I think it's okay to communicate these things with this person. Say, hey, I have, this thing with me where I end up cutting off relationships pretty early, even when I'm really attracted to a person. So, work with me here. I want this to work out. So let's take things slow, or like, let's try a new approach that I haven't tried before. And this person might even have some input that they're willing to give. And then that's, that kind of relationship that you're building there with that transparent communication, I think is a great foundation for a long-term relationship.
I know you didn't ask me, but can I add something to that? I think it's interesting that you said that because, and I see some people in the chat saying something similar. I knew that Anthony was the right person for me because I told him a story about something that I thought made me undateable, completely undateable. Mm-hmm. And I only told him the story because I didn't think he'd ever be interested in me anyway. So I was like, we're pals. I can tell you this. And he told me that he liked me later that night. And I thought, but I told you my worst thing. Mm-hmm. So it was knowing that I could be super myself, super vulnerable. I could show him like all the ugly sides, and he still chose me. I think that if you would communicate with someone really honestly and upfront about what it is that you're working through, that you're struggling with, and they still have that patience with you, that understanding, they meet you with that vulnerability, that's the one.
Facts.
Tell everyone you're on a date with your deep dark secret, your HasanAbi Productions, your HasanAbi Productions clip channel.
Oh no!
It might scare some people away.
I mean, the girl. I already said the girl I'm like seeing right now. She knows, so but she's not. She doesn't watch you, so it doesn't mean much.
Oh, then you know what, dude? If she doesn't watch me, then that's a bad pick anyway. You know what I'm saying? Get rid of that.
Just send her this part of the episode, and if she's still down, then she's the one.
No, I'm kidding. But like, okay, let's talk about that really quickly. So you're seeing someone right now. It's not a committed, exclusive relationship, from what I understand, or is it?
No, it's not.
Okay, so you guys are casually hooking up, and do you hang out with her? Do you hang out with her in a non-sexual situation ever?
Like the plan sometimes would be like in a non-sexual situation, and then it still ends up being in some capacity.
Okay, that's fine, but like you'll like, it's not just that she doesn't come over and you guys are watching Netflix and then you guys hook up. Like it's not, you do make plans that don't revolve around like you guys having sex in the end, right?
Like recently it has pretty much turned into that. Initially, not really, but she's honestly like, she's the one who kind of pushes for it. Like she says like, how about we go to your place? Stuff like that. So what am I supposed to say? Like,
I mean, you could say no. I mean, that is something you could say just to try it out. You know what I mean? Like to see how it goes when you don't have any when you don't have sex. You know what I mean? Like what I'm trying to find out here is that like, do you have any interest in this person beyond sexual gratification? Mutually beneficial, of course.
I do, but I don't at the same time. Like there are really good qualities, but then I just don't see myself being, yeah.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. After you have sex, would you mind if she just left? Seriously, like, would you do you want to spend time with her?
Yeah.
This is a serious question.
Great. That's a great question, actually. I was going to ask that as well.
What do you mean by spend time? Like, yeah, I spend time. I don't like the idea of just like them leaving after.
No. Not out of kindness. If she was like, oh man, I really got to go. Like if she was busy, right? So you guys hook up and she's really busy the next morning. So she's like, oh, I got to go. Does that make you even feel a little like sad? Do you want to cuddle with her after you hook up with her, or do you want to like watch stuff with her after you have sex with her, or is it more like, okay, good, like now I can have some time to myself?
No, I like cuddles. I love cuddles.
Other question: is she maybe potentially could be watching this? Or are you going to upload this content to your YouTube channel? Are you afraid?
No. Okay. No, I won't.
It's just making sure that your answers aren't,
Yeah. I'm not uploading it. Don't worry.
Okay. I'm just curious. We don't. Okay, just making sure we're getting the truth. Do you want to cuddle with her afterwards? Like you?
Yes.
Do you guys
would
do
feel
anything
sad if she left after you guys hooked up? Like you would feel a little bad about it. You'd be understanding,
What do you mean?
obviously, but you would prefer her to stay after you guys have sex.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer her to stay, but I guess I wouldn't have that utter sadness once they're gone.
Yeah, okay. You guys are in a, you're just hooking up. You just don't see her as, I don't know. You just don't see her as like you're in a friends with benefits style situation. One thing that you can do, like I said, is definitely, like I said, you should just not have sex with someone and just hang out with them, go on dates, get to know them better before hooking up with them, and see how that changes your experience.
And it's also kind of fun too. It's really fun too to like, it kind of, I don't know, the tension is really fun. I think, in those sorts of relationships when you're just like hanging out and like, it starts to it's like a slow build instead of like just having sex right away.
I gotta like balance, I guess, those things. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because now I'm talking about someone that I'm with. I don't really know what to do in that situation because, I think she wants a relationship, but then she also understands our situation right now, and I don't really know what to do with that.
I don't think that's healthy. I think like being pushed into a relationship with someone that you are not like interested in being in a committed relationship with is only going to hurt them down the line.
Agreed.
Especially because like it's not gonna be healthy.
There's got to be something greater under all of this. If you're saying that you're finding the person on paper that fits everything that you want, and at some point you still lose interest, there's something internal happening there that I think you really want to basically like interview yourself, spend time with yourself, and ask yourself questions like, what is it that comes up when I start to feel like I want to leave because I don't want this commitment? What is it that feels like I'm like, is there a need that's not being met that you don't realize that you have? There's something else under there that I think is like the core of what's happening here.
Yeah, and an interesting tactic too is identifying the feeling that you feel when you start to feel a little resistance. And this is actually something Mikey told me, but when was the first time that you felt that feeling? If you can really go back and try to trace your steps back through your life, like when was the first time you felt this kind of weird feeling? Because that might give you some clarity about why you're feeling those feelings now.
All right. You want me to answer that, or is that just
no,
something?
That's homework. Yeah.
Unless you wanna.
Unless you want to get into it.
Guys, stop saying. One thing I do get annoyed by is this chat is so woke that they like relapse into being not woke, where everyone in the chat's like, he's classic aromantic. It's like he already described that he was in a fucking relationship, okay? You already described that he was in a loving and committed relationship before. It's something that you probably should look into, by the way, or what are the qualities in that relationship that you were in, and what are some of those qualities that you liked. Obviously, don't compare every girl to this one girl that you were with. That's not healthy. But try to figure out what you personally appreciated in that relationship, what made you want to be in a committed relationship with this person.
Wait a second. Is there a chance that you're not like over that relationship, that you haven't processed that, and that you're not allowing yourself to commit to somebody else because of that?
Why are you nodding your head?
Don't watch the stream.
Oh man. Is that cheating? I have been in I'm pretty sure I've gotten over it. Yeah, I've been in a couple relationships where I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say 100%, but yeah.
If you don't want to say 100%, then it's not 100%. You're betraying the point that you're trying to make.
No, but the way I interpret it, like getting over it, is like kind of completely ignoring them, but you still keep in contact sometimes, still respect them as a person, but not in a relationship capacity.
No, that's not.
Like I don't.
What?
What
no,
you want? You think you're supposed to cut someone off completely?
Well,
when
depending
you're
on
like breaking
depending
up?
on how the relationship ended, but sometimes you should do that for sure. I have done that in the past.
There is a middle ground here. You
But
could just be honest.
The plot has thickened.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
be honest,
Hold
what?
on. If this girl said, "Let's get back in a relationship," would you want to do it?
I mean, the reason why we broke up is the same problem I have now. So, probably not, I guess. I don't want to like reopen that.
I'm confused. That's confusing. I don't know if you're. So you weren't in an actual relationship with this person?
No, I was. I'm talking about somebody else.
Oh, this is a different person.
Yeah.
So this isn't the person we were just talking about that knows you have a production channel through his Hasan.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about the person that you broke up with. If she said, "Let's get back into a relationship," would you want to do that?
No, probably not.
Okay. You would not, probably not, or definitely not?
Definitely not.
What were the reasons why it didn't work out? Because you wanted to hook up with other people?
No. Just, I don't know. It's like the same issue I just can't get over. I couldn't see being with them long term. So then even though I really like them,
Why could you not see yourself being long term with them?
it's just, I don't know, so many different reasons. I just kind of block myself.
What? You have to give us some of the reasons, man. I'm trying to understand what the reasons are.
Have you identified those reasons?
Not really. It was just kind of a mutual thing. We just, yeah, it's like hard. It was a couple of years back, so it's kind of hard to go back into that. But
We do need to wrap up this one soon because there are a lot of other people.
It was a couple years back. Okay. Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like you're over it a little bit. If it's a couple years back, it doesn't seem like a permanent severance had occurred there. So what I would say is, this is very simple. He's got options. No, shut up, chat. Jesus Christ. Like, chat is just self-reporting in here. Like, oh, he has options. That's why I won't do it. Okay, dude. Listen. If you're still thinking about this ex years, multiple years down the line, there is some, underlying unexamined feelings there that you should probably identify. You need to do a little bit of self-reflection. Maybe the fact that you're like constantly dumping more workload onto your life is part of it, is because like you're trying to escape from doing something like that. I get that better than anybody else. Trust me. I understand where you're coming from with that. But yeah, definitely just evaluate why it didn't work out, what the underlying reasons were, and what the reasons why you liked her more than other people was, right? And try to figure out what you are looking for in a relationship, and also don't fuck people immediately if you want. If you want to just like switch that up a little bit.
Yeah, and the last thing I would say is when you feel an emotion come up, make sure that you identify it, sit with it, think about that emotion rather than doing work instead or distracting yourself or escaping in some way.
Okay. By the way, I only brought like them up because you asked, so it's not like it's something in the back of my head, I would say, but I appreciate the help.
All right. Well, thank you for coming on, HasanAbi Productions.
Thank you.
You know he was tweeting during this, by the way?
It's not surprising. That's the least surprising thing I've
I was pulling in Austin.
I don't tweet during this stuff.
Yes.
During other streams.
Oh, I don't. I type on Hoscord. I don't tweet.
All right.
Hello?
Bye, HasanAbi Productions.
All right.
Okay. The next person's name is Jaren, he, him. Hi, Jaren. You're
Hi,
on
Jaren.
air.
Welcome aboard.
Hello.
Hey, everyone.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Well, good. Welcome to How Can We Help You Today?
My editors are fighting one another. Sorry, Jaron. 1 second. I just got to show you this tweet real quick. This is what he was responding to. Austinox is being a bully, as HasanAbi Productions is like opening up his heart here. And
Austinox is based.
Austinox is making a joke saying, bro, he just nut in me and started editing a video titled Nancy's Rack Leaves Hasan Speechless. Funny. This is good.
Multitasker.
If she sticks around for that, she's a keeper. All right. What's up, Jaron?
All right, so I've got kind of a weird situation. There's this woman who started working at where I work recently, and we've been talking a decent amount, and like I feel like we're clicking really well, and like we share similar interests in movies and like various hobbies. But there's a pretty big age gap. I'm 38, she's 24. And to add on top of that, I'm also her manager.
Dude, no.
So, like...
Stop. No. No. You just said 3, like, you just completed the trifecta, my man.
Yeah, I thought that was probably the case.
No. Cease and desist. Do not do this. You will go to jail.
Keep it professional.
Okay? Your life will be ruined. Don't do it. There's no way. Please do not do this. Okay. Age gap aside, right? Like, I mean, she's 24. That's whatever. She's like 1 year out from like being.
She can't rent a car yet.
Well, what I always say is like problematic age gaps is like something that the internet loves talking about endlessly, especially young people who have never been in relationships. They love talking about problematic age gaps, but like once a woman is 25 years old, it's like it doesn't like there is no like women are autonomous. Okay, they're fully developed human beings, right? Like I feel like it's dehumanizing to like constantly treat women like they're helpless. However, you have a managerial position over her, which is instantly, absolutely fuck no. You have coercive power over this person. You should not shit where you eat anyway. I always say never date your coworkers. Do not date your coworkers. It is a horrible idea. Do not do it, okay? Do not do it. But then you also have the power dynamic, not from the age gap, but also like literally given your managerial position. Get out. Get out right now before you make major mistakes.
Wait, hold on. Do you like her enough that you would leave your job to date her? I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying, like, how much do you really think you like her?
I don't think it's that far enough along.
Okay, then yeah, don't do it.
No. Definitely no. Like, look here. You want to know? But what if this is the girl is the hottest he's had? Like, that's the kind of fucking questions you're getting right now. Okay, no shot. There are plenty of girls out there, plenty of women out there. You're 38 years old. Date someone outside of the workplace. Do not date someone that you are managing. That is insane. That is a horrible idea. You know who did that? Bill O'Reilly. Guess where he is now? Not on Fox News. I'll tell you that much. Okay, not on someone as powerful an institution as Bill O'Reilly was kicked off. Okay, for a lot of the horrifying shit that he. Not that he said, but he actually did in the workplace. Don't do it.
Yeah, the power dynamic was the main thing that was keeping me from saying anything.
Yes, so. No shot.
Yeah, it's good to hear that echoed back.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not a good idea. Definitely not. Okay.
Cool.
Is that...
All right, I will not do it then.
Okay, that's great.
Done and done.
Yeah, if you have the power to fire someone and like cut them off their health care and their livelihood, you should not fuck them.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, Milena says, I love Mykie. I'm a huge fan.
Oh my God, hi, thank you.
Hi, Milena. Okay, crisis averted. Well, that was quick. That was a quick solution.
Someone's job.
Yeah, and life.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, well, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Lots of people out there to date.
What is so bad about dating people at your work? It's basically the only place I meet other people. Okay, dating people at your workplace is already an incredibly complicated scenario. But your manager also, no shot, no fucking shot, no
Manager,
way.
Totally, but coworker.
Coworker could go this way.
Coworker could it will still lead to long-term complications no matter what happens.
No, if both people are immature or one party is immature, yes.
But people are always,
I don't agree with that.
I like to be risk averse.
Sure.
True. If you want to be entirely risk averse, don't do it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Who's our next victim?
Next person?
I gotta pee while this person's here.
I was gonna ask where the bathroom is.
Oh
I
yeah,
have a tiny
you guys
bladder.
can compete.
Okay. Well, there's two.
No, one at a time.
yeah.
Use it.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, go on. It's just me and Austin.
Hey, Anthony.
Let's
how you
go. See
doing?
you guys. What's up?
Oh, nothing. Just being a Chad.
Yeah, got invited here and I was like, I am officially a Chad. I didn't think it would happen.
Yeah.
I am a himbo and a Chad today.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wait, am I a himbo too? Are you a himbo?
I don't
feel
know.
like
I heard that you can't self-proclaim himboism, so I think we'll just leave it up to chat. Is Austin a himbo?
Well,
You want to do a poll? We can do a poll.
Yeah, let's do a quick poll. Let's find out if Austin is in fact a
All right.
himbo or if he's just a
Let's do
Chad.
it.
I don't know. Himbo is like kind of a compliment, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah, I love it.
It's weird because I've never been insecure about my personality. It's always been my looks. You know what I mean? Like at points in my life, it's been my looks. It's never been, And so like when people are like, "Oh, you're a what's that thing? You're a fuck boy." If somebody called me a fuck boy, I'd be like, "Man, that's the nicest thing anybody."
Because you think it's about your looks, not about your personality.
Yeah, because I'm like, a fuck boy, in my opinion, is somebody that's really attractive. But that's all they are, is just looks.
Really?
That's it. And they're no personality. So I'm complimented by that because I'm confident in my personality.
I think fuckboy is someone who is just trying to fuck, and that's about it. I don't know if it has anything to do with their looks, but maybe I'm wrong.
I've always thought of it as a fuckboy is like people that call people fuckboys. It's like you go after them because it's like, God, well, they're good looking, but fuck them. They're just, that's all they are. They're just looks.
It means you're for the streets.
Yeah.
Do we have any results on this poll yet? We're trying to find out if Austin is a himbo.
78% said he's a himbo.
Which is cool, right?
78% of people think Austin is a himbo.
Austin is
that has a positive connotation to it. I'm okay with
Yeah,
that.
it does. You guys want something to drink, by the way?
I'm okay.
I'm good for now. Yeah, I'll drink my spit.
Would you guys like want to? Hasan has water and protein powder.
True, but I also have like every diet beverage and energy drink known to man.
Didn't you say when you went over to my studio? Didn't you say, "Oh, I drink this, but the 0-calorie version"?
Oh, clean, yeah.
Do you have one of those?
I have, but I also the non-zero calorie version as well.
Oh shit! Should
that.
I go raid or?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. See you soon. I'm gonna explore his house.
Okay, go.
Hasan also has gum.
Ooh, well, right here. Yeah, we got it right here.
Yeah, we have hella gum.
See you soon.
Nicotine gum, all sorts of gum.
Yeah.
Wait, chat. Which way do you put the toilet paper roll so that it's under or over?
Oh no, is the toilet paper under?
Over.
Oh, that's devastating. I'm so sorry. That's fucked up.
Mikey, I do over. Do you do
Thank
over?
you. It's
Listen,
over.
my mom is usually here. My brother is sometimes the one who like fucking changes it. I would never make that mistake.
But someone in your house did.
Yes, no, I understand. This is an egregious error that I will correct.
Okay. I was
Yeah,
concerned.
Murad is no longer allowed to be in the house. Oh, you just wanted the Diet Coke.
That's me.
Oh.
I left expecting to get an energy drink, but I got a Mountain Dew Zero.
Oh, that shit's fire, dude.
Mountain Dew Zero.
Fire.
All right, let's
Wait,
go.
I can't rob you of the ASMR.
Do people like that?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I love that sound.
All right, we got Meat Prison on his or their. What's your
Pronouns are she, her.
Oh, Meat Prison on her sobriety arc.
Ooh.
Okay.
I think she's actually on camera.
Wait, really?
Nice.
You can turn your camera off. No cam.
Do you want to? You can be on if you want.
I'll keep it off.
Good choice.
I would do the same.
Yeah.
You say you keep it on or you turn it off?
Keep it off.
Okay.
You're welcome to do either.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it on. I'll turn it on.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Here we go.
Okay, there we go.
Hello.
Finally, someone to look at that's not Austin. Jesus Christ.
Hey.
Hey, he's a himbo. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a himbo. I'm okay with that because I'm a himbo. Now I've been validated, so I'm good.
All right, what's up, Meat Prison?
Let me start at the beginning. I've been working for 4 years at this art gallery for this really wealthy, influential New York's arts figurehead. He's 79 years old. I'm 28. And we've had kind of an antagonistic relationship for a while, but it's evolved into like a deep, trusting friendship. And he's asked me, well, what he asked me was how much I made for a bonus last year. And I told him what it was. And he said, I'll give you double that if you will talk to me the way that you have during our arguments outside of work hours.
Oh.
Wait.
I was not expecting that.
Whoa, what?
What?
Dude, I'm
sorry.
confused.
I'm sorry.
Wait. This person is 78-year-old art collector, very rich, is your boss, says they're going to double your bonus if you talk to them in a way that you would talk to them outside of their work hours? Like, what do you mean?
Sorry, so he wants me to berate him like outside of work hours, and he's going to double my bonus to do that.
Oh, fucking get the money. What do you mean? What? Yo, grab the
yeah,
bag, Meat Prison. What the fuck?
Are you okay with this? Is this what you want?
Initially, no, but I've been talking it over with some people, and they were like, "Oh, that's called FinDom." Like
Yeah.
he's asking you to set up like a FinDom situation with him, but I don't know. I don't know what that like consists of, and I'm like really nervous to do that. But also, I don't know what the like repercussions of doing this for me professionally would be.
I feel like you've hit you, my friend, have found the golden goose, the golden ticket. You know what I mean? Like, what? This is awesome. We talked about FinDoms earlier this week. I don't know if you were there for that when Charlie was covering it, and a lot of people don't think that that's a real thing, but it is. And from all of my sex worker friends that I've talked to about this particular matter, they always almost universally agree that FinDoms are often like the best clients that they have. It's not like it is basically the best kind of sex work you can do in comparison to all the different versions of sex work that you could be doing. Now the problem is like you guys already work together. How much do you love your job? You know what I mean? And what that might do to the dynamic in your actual regular workplace, because like the moment that it like seeps into your regular place of work, then you know you need to set boundaries ahead of time and make sure that they're never violated. And if you do feel like he would violate said boundaries, which FinDoms usually, from what I understand, are very courteous and like don't do that because they literally get off on like being dominated financially and being berated. I would say that you know, if you are trusting of that, then you know it's something that I wouldn't urge you not to explore. People are saying it's her boss, bad idea. Yeah, FinDoming is literally the same shit though. It's like she's being contracted to do something.
And it's not like I haven't done a lot of stuff that's like outside of my job description, so I feel like this would just be like just another new thing that I would have to do in my job. I don't know.
What? Okay. Is it the same sort of thing that you do on the clock, or does he want like different content?
I mean, I'm a web developer, and I'm really easygoing and like easy to get along with, but this guy is like he's very hateable, so like, we have gotten into like shouting matches like at work, but I don't really speak to him like face to face in my daily job, but I do say hi to him sometimes. But I haven't spoken to him since he's brought up like the possibility of doing this. This would be pretty out of the ordinary for my job.
But you love your job and you want to keep it, right?
Correct, yeah.
Hasan, what's the difference between this situation and the last situation?
There is no emotional and real sexual contact involved.
But he could take away her benefits, her job, if something goes wrong in that other relationship, right?
No, I agree, which is why I'm trying to understand. That's why I was asking, like, how much do you like your job? And plus, we're not talking to the guy who is asking one of their workers to do a FinDom thing. We're asking the actual person that is, you know, like, there's a difference. If a manager asks me, like, can I fuck my coworker? I'm like, no. Or can I fuck someone that I'm like, I have power over? No, of course. But if we're talking from the worker's perspective in this situation, there are obviously a bunch of there's a bunch of things that you need to think about. There's a bunch of things that you need to consider, like how much do you like your job. Obviously, make a contract. That's one thing. I would urge you to talk to, if you have the capacity to, talk to some sex workers as well that do this sort of thing. Unfortunately, we don't have any here today, which is surprising. I normally would have like at least one person who does this. But yeah, definitely make sure that you are protected. And I definitely think you should talk to a sex worker who has done this before. Better understand what like the demands are going to be, and to better understand what the boundaries you can set. But ultimately, if he wants you to like, if he wants to be your pay pig, like that's fucking awesome.
Okay, yeah, I could probably find someone to talk to. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you?
I think I'm gonna explore this. Yeah.
You absolutely should. If you're interested, go for it.
Someone said, people talk. This is actually interesting. People talk. If you want to stay in the art world and be professional, do not go down this road. People do talk, but also in this circumstance, him talking about it would make him look worse than her talking about it.
I think
I feel like it's different for women. You know, like the stigma I think could fall on you, unfortunately, even if it shouldn't fall on you. So that's something to also consider.
Fair. That's actually really good. I have a blind spot. I'm a misogynist. I also did think, like, because he's 78, like he's probably gonna die. You know what I mean?
Oh my God. Right, that's what I was thinking. Like, that's
what I'm talking about. Yo, get the fucking bag, dude. Straight up, get the fucking bag.
I just received a text from a sex worker who says she should go for it, but definitely talk to a sex worker. Very smart.
Yeah.
And get a contract so that, God forbid, something goes wrong down the line. It's like very clear what the relationship always was.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and maybe I could even keep the arrangement and like leave that job, depending on how much he wants to.
Yeah, potentially.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Much I take from him, I guess.
Yeah. Exactly.
Real question: are sex contract or not sex contracts, but like this sort of contract? Is it binding in court?
Wouldn't any contract be?
I don't know if every contract.
Technically, it's not. I don't know if it's legal. You know what I mean? It's not like a legal service, right? You know, you can make assurances and get make sure that you have your own like fail safe if things go bad. You know what I mean?
Have you talked to anyone else who's done this type of thing and felt it out?
Not really. Like I have a friend who's a dominatrix, but it would be kind of like a different situation. But I could bring this up with her.
No, definitely bring this up with her. It is not that different at all. This is BDSM. What you are describing, this relationship, this potential set of circumstances is completely within the realm of BDSM. That's what this is.
Okay.
This is a person who wants to be your pay pig, or who wants to be financially dominated and maybe even berated, by you, that is BDSM.
Is it
100%.
verbal BDSM?
Yeah, BDSM doesn't have to have sex. A lot of BDSM does not have any sex whatsoever. Chatters who are saying BDSM but without the sex, no. There's no. Asa Akira famously wrote a book about her experiences as not only a porn star but doing BDSM before becoming a porn star, and there was no sex involved. These were people who were being berated. Sometimes it's a lot more complicated than that. You know, you got like traps and all these like machines that you can use as well. But this is the most basic version of it, so it's wonderful. Like, it's great.
The dominatrix that you know is the perfect person to talk to.
Yes,
I'm being told. Yeah.
Okay. Do that. Gonna look into this.
Trap is a slur? No, you fucking brain broken idiots on the internet. Like a trap, like a whimsical machinery that, not like the fucking slur. Okay, Jesus Christ. Being so brain broken by the internet is like so painful, dude. Like, literally. Oh my God, dude. Sometimes I hate my community. This is one of those moments. Like, literally, like,
oh my God.
It's like a machine that you fucking fall into. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's a trap. Oh my God. It's not FinDom, dude. It's a one-time bonus. I think she knows better than you do, Chatter, who was saying that. Is it a one-time bonus, or is it like something that is consistent?
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yes.
I mean, he was gonna start. I would get my regular bonus, and then he would pay me double that in addition, like just for this service. I think it would be a one-time thing.
The thing I don't like is that like your current compensation should not be anywhere near this conversation. If this person has power over you in the workplace and they're using your current bonus as even as a metric, that should not be the conversation at all. Like, this is completely removed from your salary. This is completely outside of your own, your own employment. Okay, this is like a separate contract. You shouldn't even like use your salary or your bonus as a means to negotiate in this circumstance. That is definitely something I do not appreciate about the way that this conversation has started.
Okay.
Especially because like he does have power over you, right? Like, I mean, he's your boss.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, there's a really big physical difference between us, though, too. So I'm like 5'10", and he's like 5'3", and maybe 110 pounds.
Oh, I wasn't worried about it physically. I mean, he's 78 years old.
That too. But yeah, I guess, I don't know, because we've gotten really like chummy. I guess we've gotten maybe a little too familiar, and that's when he like decided to bring this up. I don't know.
It's wild that the old man from Up is your boss at the art gallery. Even wilder that he's into being your pay pig. Like I said, don't do it unless you're comfortable with it, obviously, but you also need to make sure that you have completely figured out, like, you're ready to even maybe lose your job at a certain point, if that's the case. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be completely comfortable with this. And if you feel like you could go somewhere else to work, or if you feel like this is, something that is reasonable, if it's a good amount of money and you think like it's adequate, like, you obviously ultimately you're going to make this decision on your own, but talk to someone who engages in BDSM, like, for sure, a dominatrix, and then figure it out from that point on. But make sure, like, no ties to the job itself.
Okay.
What are your biggest concerns? Because it sounds like you have a couple of hesitations.
I don't like, I have done this, I have done like Dom adjacent stuff before, only because I've been asked, but it's not something that I really enjoy doing, but I get asked to a lot because I'm like very tall and like confident. I have attracted like subby guys, but I guess it's different because I would be getting paid for it.
Oh, you've only done it in like relationship type situations, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Huh. Do you enjoy it? You don't enjoy it. You don't enjoy being dominant. No. Okay. But you see yourself doing it like, for money. You can do it for money. Like that's something that you would be fine with money.
I think I could. Like I've already done it. Like I've done it like having not enjoyed it. So I feel like I definitely could do it for money. But
It's ultimately your decision to make, nobody else's. I think if you whether you enjoy it or not, if you feel comfortable doing it for money, I think that you certainly should pursue it, but definitely get good counsel.
A chatter brought up a really good point, and I have to read it. It sounds like he was getting it for free, and now he wants it back. No matter what you do, never be mean to him again for free. I agree. It does seem like you guys had an antagonistic relationship, which he was like, getting kinks out of. And if he's easy to be mean towards, then fucking why not make some extra cash on the side? You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I think that's a good point because the first time that we had like a verbal altercation, I thought that it was really weird that he didn't fire me. And because we were like, I was screaming in his face because he just pushed it like to a level that like triggered me. But yeah, now I know why he didn't fire me the first time.
Do you think he's a dick on purpose?
Oh yeah, that could be the case. What if he's a dick on purpose to people?
To get people to yell at him? Yeah.
That's possible.
What a weird set of circumstances.
Yeah, have you tried negotiating your rate?
Not yet. I just told him that I was going to think about it.
You literally unlocked a kink in him when you yelled at him. He was like, "What the fuck? Why am I bricked up right now? Holy shit."
Maybe. I don't know. Like he would always bring up he would always look for an opportunity to bring up BDSM in work conversations. So we all had
this guy is, he's a pervert. This is what he likes. This is his thing. Okay? You might as well get the bag for it.
How do you bring up BDSM in a professional environment? How do you find the segue?
Love finds a way.
Well, he only does it over Slack. So he's never spoken to me about this stuff in person.
So you already have this documented too. It's GG's. You have more leverage than he does. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I have a whole folder of screenshots in case stuff.
Yeah, you have leverage. You already know the importance of leverage in a situation like this. I think you're pretty well situated in this circumstance. If they were to, misbehave or behave out of pocket.
Austin's question, how do you bring up BDSM in a work context? I remember so clearly the first time that this happened because it was like November 2020. So it was like the peak of COVID. And I Slacked him and I was like, hey, I want to invite a curator to curate an art show about domestic violence because that was like a really hot issue at the time. And I was like, I'm really
so weird. Sorry, go on.
And I was sorry, I lost my.
You said he said he wanted to bring in a curator to curate something about domestic violence because it was a hot topic at the time.
Right. So I said that to him, and he goes, I said, I'm really interested in the effect of domestic violence on men. And he goes, that's all I said to him. And in response, he says, wow, you'd make a good dominatrix.
Oh.
Out of nowhere. And I was kind of really taken aback by that. And I was like, haha, let's dial this back. Then he immediately dialed it back and changed the subject. So that tells me that he does kind of understand boundaries, which I think is a good sign.
I certainly hope he does.
Yeah. That's okay. He's definitely kind of a weirdo, but like I said, get the bag. You already know how you already are aware of how to protect yourself from workplace harassment. You know what I mean? So I'm just like I said, talk to a dominatrix, maybe even like a lawyer potentially, and then move on from there.
Yeah,
Yep.
this has been really helpful.
Yeah, best of luck to you.
Thank you, Austin.
You're welcome.
Try to get on the will too. He's 78.
Oh Jesus!
Hey, also, he doesn't have any children.
Oh, get on the will. Get on the will. Get on the will. Get on the will. Get the fucking bag. Get on the will. Get on the will. Get on the will. 100%.
Someone's got to go on the will.
Yeah. And then
I want
when
the
you become a
gallery.
multimillionaire, gift subs in the community. Give back. Give back to the HasanAbi heads.
Yeah, I'll give some more subs. But he doesn't have a successor for the gallery, and what I want is the gallery. So I think that.
I think you're my friend. I think you're well situated for that.
Yeah, I think you should fucking
Seems
show
like
that
a,
little
no, I mean
pussy.
it seems like a mutually beneficial situation, is what I mean.
Tell him.
Yeah,
Tell
I
him.
agree.
Yeah, tell him you're gonna get the fucking gallery, and he's gonna fucking like it.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay, Austin, what the fuck? Nice. Austin be like, I'm texting a sex worker right now. Meanwhile, it's just him. He's the one. All right, cool. Well, thank you. This was definitely an interesting conversation.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right.
Before the next people, I have 2 questions. How much longer do you want to go for?
We can definitely keep going. I mean, this has been
Yep.
great.
Okay, cool.
I
And
cleared
then
my evening schedule for this.
Oh, thanks,
Cool.
Austin. Thank you.
And then-
You shouldn't have.
And then second question is
At the top of the hour, what happens?
Stop! Don't ruin my transition.
Ha! What, you think you're the only one? I'm the one who fucking debates in here, okay? No, me. At the
You
top of
ruined
the
my
hour, you know
debate.
what happens? A 60-second ad break happens. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you don't have to be a dominatrix for a very rich art gallery owner. You know what I mean? You can just, for $5 or for free, avoid the ads and have an ad-free broadcasting experience. You can also get gifted a sub if you have a dominatrix gallery owner. If you're a dominatrix, if you're a sub gallery owner, you can gift subs in the chat. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
This next one is probably my favorite.
Better than the last? Oh, man.
Well, listen.
Okay.
Just wait.
Thank you,
So her name is.
Gobbler and Geophoria over the 5 get the subs.
You're good. So it's just her name is Valentine. She her. All right, you're on air.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Valentine.
It's Valentine, just to make...
Hello, Valentine.
I'm sorry.
No, it's totally okay. No
Valentine.
worries.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah,
Gable, for the
hello.
5 get the subs.
And
Hello, Valentine.
hello. Okay, so this has a lot of layers, but I'm gonna try and make it as concise as possible. So my boyfriend, he's born and raised in Russia, and he lives in Russia currently, all his life.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, oh yeah. So I live in the United States, and we are meeting each other for the first time in Europe very soon. I cannot say why or where, or because of we'll get there. So, so we're meeting in Europe, and soon we'll be filling out our K1 visa process, and we'll be getting married within 8 to 13 months after that K1 visa processes, and he can come to America. Now, here's the fun part, which is not really fun.
His name is Vladimir Putin.
No. So
he's a spy.
No, stop. Say that. Okay.
He is actually anti-Russian government, and he does not support his government. And he has been contacted twice by the Russian military to come into the military commissionate to give them his personal information, because he will be drafted to war if he does that. So he has been basically evading the Russian military, and it's been really terrifying. Conscription, because, obviously if he goes to Ukraine, there's not good chances. So we have been kind of dealing with that. And on top of that, there's no U.S. embassy in Russia currently. They have left the country, so he has to go through the Polish U.S. embassy if we have to fill out, our visa process. So it's just pretty crazy. And my mother, on top of all of that, has been not super supportive, and it's just been really hard to tell her that I'm getting married to this person who, he's the love of my life and I care about him more than anything. And so it's just been really hard on my end with my own family and the Russian military. So yeah.
Just the force of the Russian military.
But you guys are okay. So there's so many layers of this because, on the one hand, I'm like, you've never seen this person before in real life. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So that's crazy. But then also the whole, Ukrainian invasion is kind of a bummer. It just really has a way to sour blossoming relationships.
Sorry. I forgot. There's a whole nother layer to this.
Oh,
there's a whole nother layer.
Wait, there's one more layer. Okay.
I jokingly reached out to the 90 Day Fiance, and they messaged me back, 2 of the casting producers. I spoke to one of them on the phone, and they want us on the show. And
oh my God.
Do you think that kind of visibility would be good for a Russian government dissident?
Absolutely not.
So definitely don't do that if you want him to
Absolutely not
fucking suck on polonium tea or something like that.
No. And when I spoke to the producer on the phone, she was really nice, and she said, talk to him. And so I talked to him, and he said, I'm willing to do whatever you want to do. It's completely up to you. And I said, well, I kind of don't want you to go to prison for 13 years. So let's not do that, ultimately.
Okay. Yeah, definitely don't do that. Because, I don't think they have enough of, they don't give a shit enough about the characters on the show to, provide adequate protection. You will not get additional legal help in that circumstance if necessary. I mean, it would be fucking content, holy shit. But also, like I said, I don't think that'd be good for his. I don't think that would be good for his safety. But goddamn, the content would be fucking great. Shit, maybe we should do it. We would definitely watch it on stream.
Well, that's funny because when I talked to him on the phone, he said, "This is crazy." I was like, "Yeah, I know. This whole thing is crazy." And we just couldn't really believe it. And honestly, when I reached out, I was not expecting an answer. I truly thought, it was a joke. I was hanging out with my friend, and she was like, "Oh, just, send him an email." And I was like, haha, yeah. And I didn't think they would actually respond. But they did. And obviously, this is grade A content for them. And the thing about it is I want to be very transparent. I am a very genuine person. My relationship with him is very sacred and it's important. And I would never want to put my relationship out there for it to be faked, to be used for entertainment, for money. That's not how I want the world to perceive the love of my life and my relationship.
What do we got? The FSB in chat? Someone literally is like, where in Russia is he from? Yeah, no, definitely.
Cannot tell you that.
Yeah, what the fuck? Literally, FSB is fucking 2-year subscriber, 27-month subscriber here. Hey, would you like to dox your potential boyfriend, potential husband for me? Guy from Idaho. Tell me town.
Long time viewer of HasanAbi.
Yeah, I've 27 months. I love this.
Yes, I'm from Washington State.
Yes.
Yeah, the works hard, but the Russian military works 2% harder, so I can't really dox him like that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they'll definitely, I mean, if you watched enough, oh wow, someone literally I could literally ask someone, I could phone in someone right now, Nadia from Pussy Riot, right this very moment to get additional advice. Should I do that?
I don't mind.
Okay.
I do want to say, there's a lot of people that are saying, don't marry somebody you've never met. I've gotten that a lot by people. I just want to kind of say, one thing about international relationships is that unfortunately, my relationship is unconventional. I don't have the luxury of being next to my partner every day. And I don't have the luxury of going on several dates and things like that. But I do talk to him 6 hours every day, and we're honest, good people. I think so. So I don't think love is necessarily supposed to be domestic per se. I think international is definitely a possibility.
I will also say this, although I do understand people's reservations, but ultimately it's your relationship, so nobody should be giving unwanted advice for something that you're not looking for. But I will say, in the modern era, I think it's much more possible, more than any time in history, to have conventional relationships through the internet. Because of our job, I mean, I'm not talking about my intimate relationships, but just in general, friendships. There's a lot of people that I've gotten to know just through the internet, and that I've met. Most people that I've gotten to know through the internet and that I've met in person, it's like without missing a beat, and they were exactly who I thought they were because I've been able to get to know them through the internet. So I'm not saying, of course, I think obviously, ideally, you know somebody in person, but in my personal experience, I think I've had numerous people, romantic or not, where they were just who I thought they were. Rarely has it been like, wow, completely 180.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm gonna call Nadia right now.
Okay.
Really quickly. Do you know who Nadia is from Pussy Riot?
I do. I've seen the stream that she was on with you the one time,
Okay.
but that's all I know about her. And yes, 6 hours a day. I'm a graduate student, so it's summertime. I'm not working currently, so I have a lot of time on my hands right now.
Hey, Nadia. I'm on the phone with someone right now, or we're Nadia. We're on stream right now, and we're doing an advice. Can you hear Nadia, by the way? Valentine, can you hear Nadia?
Yeah, hi Nadia.
Okay, Nadia, can you hear Valentine?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, perfect. So, she is in America. Valentine is in America. She's been in a long distance relationship with someone in Russia for a very long time. And he is trying to come to the United States and obviously immigrate and get married and get a visa. And I was wondering if you could give further advice to Valentine about this, if you think that it's a good idea or anything like that.
What is the context?
What is the context, Valentine?
Do you have any political context for that, or is just a personal case?
Well, it's a personal case, but then also on top of that, apparently, the military's trying to conscript him, and he doesn't want to do that, obviously.
He doesn't want to do what?
He does not want to join the Russian military, but the military apparently has tried to, get him to join the Russian military. So
does he have the Grand Passport, which means foreign passport? This passport to be used for travels in Russia?
Yes, he does. Mm-hmm.
He does have it, apparently, yes.
Awesome. Does he have any sort of American visa?
He doesn't have
No.
No, he doesn't have an American visa.
But, as far as I understand, I do believe that if you marry someone who has American citizenship, you can get a visa. You can get a green card. So that would be one way. Another way would be claim political refugee status. I personally don't like that one because it means that you cannot go back to your country. But if you're fine with not spending, 3-5 years in Russia, you can claim that. And as far as I know, I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I know that countries, including America, they're giving political refugee to Russians who stand against the war in Ukraine fairly easily right now.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but Valentine is actually interested in marrying this person, from what I understand, and that's what the plan is, right, Valentine?
Yes. Marriage is the ultimate decision.
That's dope. That's fairly easy. I don't think that something can go wrong. They will ask you for proofs of your relationships, which is pretty insane. But photographs in your social media and stuff like that. And just like, they like to see that you post these photos together on Facebook and Instagram and shit like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to say that, there's people that say like, oh, is it just because he wants to have citizenship? That's always a very common thing with international relationships, especially with United States and a foreign country is, oh, your partner in this foreign country just wants to have United States citizenship. And to me, that's objectification of people in general. It's like, oh, well, they just want you for this. And it's like, well, this is another human being. And but I do want to clarify that my partner has stated to me that he does not care where we live. He says that he just wants to be with me ultimately wherever that is. So it's not really about him getting a green card, basically.
By the way, Nadia, they've never met in person before, though, unfortunately. So it's like that is
very soon. We will soon.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, I know that immigration lawyers would give the best advice here, but I do know that any sort of proof of your relationship and pre-existing relationship is needed. It's not guaranteed that they're going to go deep, but in case if they flag you and flag your case, they can go pretty deep into history of your relationship. So you wanna prepare something. I mean, like I'm pretty sure like even transcription of your chats, your chat history could also work.
Right.
Yeah, and they're planning on meeting in Europe.
That's gonna help. So yeah, just post things on social media once you meet and be just like just like it's kind of weird and uncomfortable to me that this because I'm a fairly private person and I do understand that there are a lot of people who do not post things about their relationship on social media, but I guess for immigration authorities, they take this more traditional approach to things. So they believe that if you do not post about your relationship on social media, then it doesn't exist. And also, I know that they love when people actually live together. So I think, it's possible to fake it if you don't actually want to live together, because I personally think that living together with someone, even if you're in an actual relationship, is detrimental for a relationship, because you just go into like, why didn't you wash the dirty dishes type stuff. But they want people to live together, so like they would ask questions like, what kind of toothbrush does she use? Like what day does she do her laundry?
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Well, Nadia, thank you. We'll talk more about when you guys are coming over tomorrow.
I'm excited.
Hell yeah! Thank you so much. You were very helpful.
Thank you, Nadia.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Ciao.
Austin has been doing this chow thing since we went to Europe. This is his new thing. He always says chow. It's the gayest thing you do now.
Really?
Yeah.
No, you sound sophisticated.
I thought sucking dick was the gayest thing.
No. Saying chow after every conversation, I think, is the gayest thing you do.
I think we should all adopt chow.
I'm not.
I'll say ciao with you, Austin.
Me too.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
In solidarity.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ciao.
I hope that was helpful.
I do FaceTime him. I see him at work. I know his job. I know I know everything about him, everybody. There's no like mystery with this person. This isn't like I don't know anything about him type of thing. So I just want to clarify that as well. Like I know this person. I talk to him every single day and as much as we can, and spend a lot of time together and stuff like that. So
yeah, you don't have to justify a relationship to chat. Don't feel like you're being pressured to like.
I'm sorry, I just keep seeing it. I'm like, shit, I have to answer all these questions.
Yeah, you know how this works. Come on, you've probably engaged in berating me every now and then. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. Anyone that's on screen, chat thinks is like open for ridicule, which of course they would never want to be in that position themselves.
It sounds to me like you really love him, personally.
I do. He's the most important person in my life, and he really is a wonderful human being.
Where did you guys meet?
So I'm actually learning Russian, and so I have been learning Russian, and I was on this app called Tandem that you choose a language you'd like to learn, and then you get matched with people who speak that language fluently, and then they get, they want to learn English. So we met as friends. It was very, very, he was so sweet and kind. He never really even pushed any sort of relationship on me. He was very respectful and polite. I've never met a man as polite as he is, which it's American men need to learn. But, he was just so kind and was a really great friend for a bit. And then it just kind of evolved, naturally into a really beautiful relationship with each other. So he's fantastic.
Wonderful.
And he's watching. So I love you.
Oh.
Yeah. The third people that are watching in Russia, one of them.
Yeah. Okay. That's very cute. Yeah. And I do hope it works out. Are there any other additional points? I feel like we covered all the bases. People were saying in the chat that ACLU actually has immigration forms that you can, take a look at as well. But it seems like you got a clear plan of action here, and I really hope it works out for you guys.
Thank you so
Keep us
much,
posted.
Hasan. It means a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you guys, and thank you for having me. I really appreciate you guys hearing out my crazy ass life.
It's awesome.
It truly is crazy. Someone else in the chat said, "Do you make a lot of money? Like, is this a money thing?" No, no. I'm a graduate student. I'm getting my PhD in history.
No.
So
You're broke. You're
I don't have any money.
Okay, you're a brokey. So what you gotta do is start drinking sparkling water, right? Okay.
Bubble water.
Yeah, bubble water, and then not be a brokey. You need to join Hustlers University. Okay?
Yeah.
And then get other people through your affiliate link to join as well, and then you make a lot of money that way. So you can pay for the process, because the process is expensive. It is an expensive process.
I literally have to. So I have a car. I don't make enough money to literally prove that he can come here financially and be supported, because you have to legally you have to show that you can support them. I literally don't make enough money to prove that.
Yeah, we're experts on this. We watched a lot of 90 Day Fiance in this community. We kind of know the process.
I literally have to put my car on the line for this. But I just want to clarify, I'm not going to say what he's an engineer, so he's very well educated. He's one of the hardest working people I know. And so he'll have no problem getting a job here and things like that as far as his career goes. And so it's really him that has to make, the money in this situation. I'm the one that's lagging behind here. So yeah. But that doesn't matter. Money truly does not matter. It really, that's not what it's about. So.
Okay. Well, this was wonderful. Thank you for sharing this with us.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for your time.
You too.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Spasiba. Пока. Пока. Пока.
Bye.
What does that word mean?
I think it means thank you, but I'm not 100% sure.
What if it was just fuck you?
Yeah, it might be. It might be.
How do you say sorry in Russian?
Never mind. No, not that one.
Hasan never says sorry, so he doesn't know. All right, Frogan, you were right. That was a banger.
That was wild.
I feel like this CHADVICE has been really fucking good.
Yeah, you killed it.
The next person is an update. This person was on, I think, either a year ago or 2 years ago. I don't know if you remember. So Austin and Hasan had this person. They found out their mom was cheating on their dad. And they want to give an update.
Okay.
Oh my God, I remember this. Let's hear
it. So this is Lara, pronounced she, her.
Lara, before you give us the update, could you briefly fill in our guests that might not know about the particular situation?
Yeah, of course. So Hasan, I don't know if you're going to remember this at all. It's been a while. But I came on CHADVICE in, I think it was December 2020. And I basically told you guys that I found out that my mom was cheating on my dad by looking through her messages and DMs and stuff. And I was asking you, like, if I should tell my dad or how I should go about that. And, you know, your advice was, first of all, that there were probably swingers, which, you know, I'll get to that. And second of all, like, to tell him, which I think is obviously most people's reaction. So after that, I ended up, I think I sat on it still for a little while just because, I don't know, I was, like, scared. I don't know, obviously it's a kind of hard thing to do. But basically what I ended up doing is I was on a trip with just my dad, and we were in a hotel together, and my mom was home. And I was logged into her, like, Instagram on my phone, and I could see that she was going to meet up with someone that night, and I was, you know, with my dad away, and I really, you know, felt like I had to do something then. But I didn't want him to know it was me. So what I ended up doing was, like, making a random email account and just sending him, like, the screenshots and proof, and just kind of, which I know, like, sounds crazy. I probably wouldn't do it the same way again if I did it now, but, you know, whatever, I made that decision. And so I ended up, you know, basically just giving him the information and, like, letting him do what he wanted with it, because it was, like, you know, everything was in there. Like, he had all the information. So, long story short, what happened is, you know, we came back to the hotel room, like, didn't tell me really anything was going on. I know he was on the phone. And they ended up fighting and stuff, but they're still together. Whatever, they're still, you know, they live together, whatever. Me and my brother live with them. And so I basically just sat with that, and nothing came of that for a little while. And then I think 6 months later, I was kind of fighting, like, arguing with my mom about something else unrelated. And I brought it up, and I said, I basically told her, I told her it was me. And he basically just lied about it to me, which is obviously what people who cheat do a lot, is just, like, not, I don't know. So she basically said, like, no, it didn't happen, like, whatever. And I felt like I was going crazy for a while, and I was kind of, like, questioning myself. And then I ended up, like, reading the screenshots again and being like, no, I was definitely right about this. But I basically haven't brought it up again, and I haven't talked to my dad about it. So that's basically the update, which is kind of a crazy story. And then I guess if I were going to ask you guys for advice, it's, I don't know, is this something that basically I should ever talk about it again? Do I just kind of go to my grave with whatever it is right now? And then also I mentioned kind of briefly, I have a younger brother. Like, do I ever tell him about any of this? I guess there's no reason in particular he would need to know, but I don't know. I don't love keeping secrets from him and stuff like that, so I'd like to get your guys' takes on that.
Ooh, okay.
I'm confused. Did your dad, like, how does your dad respond to this?
He was, like, angry. I mean, they didn't do anything in front of me. Obviously, they were, like, fighting in private, so I wasn't there for the majority of, like, what I assume they were arguing about. But he was angry, and then I guess not angry enough to, like, get a divorce or anything. I think, you know, obviously they have kids. They have been married for, like, almost 20 years. So, I don't know. I mean, whatever. I didn't think he would, which I said last time I came on. I said, like, I think if I tell him, like, not much is going to change, which ended up being the case.
How old is your brother?
He's 15 now.
I think don't traumatize him.
I agree.
I think just, you know, as long as they're together, you know, they might be keeping it together specifically for both of your development. You know what I mean? And, I mean, you're kind of fucked already, so that's like, you know, like, spare your brother from that a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, at least for now.
Yeah.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Is it kind of eating at you? Is that why you're on here? Like, it's eating at you. You want to tell someone. You feel like you need to fill your brother in on it.
Now, not as much. When I first found out, like, 2 years ago, yeah, definitely. I was like, because I couldn't tell anyone. I couldn't, you know, all my friends know my parents.
So she told
I can't
30,000
tell my
people.
So I think it was actually like 50,000 at the time. So all you guys found
Damn,
out.
I fell off. Okay.
No, I'm kidding. But now, I mean, now people, like my friends, I've talked to them about it. My boyfriend knows and stuff. So not as much now. I have outlets and, like, very healthy people around me. so I don't feel this like crazy need to go tell my little brother this thing that, you know, you're right, will probably not help him at the very least. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe when we're like 30, I'll just drop it on him one day.
I mean, I think that eventually the truth will inevitably come out when both of you guys leave to go to college, I suspect. So when that happens, like, or when, you know, when they're like, I think they're being good. Like, I think your dad is being a very good person in this situation. It seems like. I mean, we don't have access to all the details, and quite frankly, I don't even know if you should know all the details even. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think it's better to just like hold off for a little bit, and who knows, and then like a couple years down the line when he's in college or something like that, that's when you can probably bring it up.
I would suggest not dropping it on him, though, because that's something that could really mess with his idea of what his parents are to him and their relationship. And I really think that can be a very destabilizing thing to learn about your family. So I would recommend that when you feel like the time is right, you exercise as much caution in you know, approaching it sensitively.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was kidding a little bit. Like, obviously, I was his age when I found out, and it was like a lot for me. So I understand. Like, you know, I love him. Obviously, I'm not trying to put him through like anything crazy.
Yeah, it could be rough to find that out and then not be able to ask anyone. You know, he wouldn't have any questions, or he wouldn't have any answers to any questions that he has.
Right.
Yeah.
You should also probably get your parents to get you into therapy if you haven't already done that.
Yeah, I have not talked about this with my parents at all. I think maybe a little bit later, a little down the line, I might look into that.
You seem well put together for you know, all things considered, but it's still, there might be some, you know, underlying, you know, resentment. I don't know. It would be good to probably get some therapy.
I appreciate that. I think you said the same thing last time I came on that I was very calm about, which, you know, it's been a while now. It doesn't like, it's not something I think about obviously on a daily basis. I have a good relationship with both my parents, my mom too, which is, I don't know, like cool, I guess, but also a little bit weird, because we just never talked about it again. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for the advice. It was definitely helpful last time when I was thinking about everything.
You don't have to bring up why you want to go to therapy, by the way. You don't have to bring that up.
Yeah.
You just ask for it.
Yeah, no, I get that. And I like my college also has good resources for mental health and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
And
I know
for the
it's out
record,
there,
like,
yeah.
it's not, I mean, I need to stress this again. It's not your fault. These are adults that are supposed to be responsible. It's like, so don't carry that with you at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel like there is a little bit of maybe them staying together when they're unhappy for us, which sucks a little bit. But I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, like, you're right, they are adults. It's, you know, it's all their choice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you for giving us an update.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Ciao.
Very casual.
Slip that in there.
Slip it in.
Waiting for it.
Yeah. He had a countdown in his head.
I went to Italy, and then I have an Italian driver, and ever since then it's been ciao.
Sorry, what you said was completely overtaken by Hasan's
Really, Morgan?
antics over
Really?
here.
What?
What is this? What is this fucking tweet, huh?
I didn't make it. I stole it.
That doesn't make it any better. You posted it.
It's funny.
It really, it's too good. Everything is the same color of everything.
Bro, that's how Big Ed thinks he looks. Wait, I have a question. Do you wash your hair with mayo?
No, I do not. I wash it with
Hasan,
Aesop shampoo.
Man. Is that the hotel in England?
No, this was Amsterdam. This was the Hilton that we were staying at.
That's the Hilton.
Is my room much worse than yours? Is that what you're gonna say? Because because you forgot to book mine. It's fine, I guess.
I did forget to book because we got to the hotel in Amsterdam, and I forgot to book Hasan's room because he told me that Twitch had booked him a room, and I forgot.
Yeah, no,
I got
it's
Will's
cool.
room.
It's cool. We have a lot of guests. We don't have to.
I'll let
we
you
don't
hash
have to-
this out. I'm gonna go pee.
Yeah, we don't have to air out our grievances here. Okay.
I remembered Will's room, but Hasan had checked in. He told me Twitch was getting his hotel, but he forgot there was a little gap that needed to be filled in that reservation.
Austin, I have a question. What happened to respecting your elders?
Oh, that's a good point. He is my elder. I should definitely respect
Am I
him.
though? Am I though? Because the meme right now is that you're the old one.
Yeah, and it's very damaging to my career. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
So
but you
I'm
are the
trying
old
to-
one, so.
No, you are older than me.
Oh,
by
I do have
about
youthful
7
exuberance, which you lack. So who's to say I'm the
Okay.
old one?
Anthony's older than
No.
all of you.
But again,
Really?
youthful exuberance. See, Austin didn't even believe it.
That's true.
Dude, I saw the tweet this morning. I was like, there's no way he's 34.
Yeah, I
He's
mean,
gonna
I
love hearing this.
I thought, yeah, I was shocked by that as well when I saw the "Told Me In It" clip.
I want to be a dad for sure. People say I have dad energy. I wanna
You
be a
are
dad,
wearing
but
a
not-
Nike dry fit shirt right now.
I was about to go work out. I'm going to work out today, Hasan. I go to the gym. You should try it. Okay.
I mean, I went to the gym this morning, so.
Well, I'm going to go run.
Yeah,
and
going
then
in
I'm
the
gonna go
afternoon
lift
is
weights.
dad behavior, so.
No, it is. But I'm a good friend, and I was here on CHADVICE, something that I
thanks.
love to do. Yeah.
By the way, he's saying that sarcastically, but he literally asked me to be on.
No, I asked him, "Am I going to be on CHADVICE?" And he said yes. And I said, "Okay, I'll be there."
Yeah, we don't believe that you're 34.
What is that? What chat's talking about now, or is that what you
we
guys
think
are
it's
talking about?
we think it's a government conspiracy.
I do have this theory that maybe my parents faked my birth certificate, so
Yeah.
then they just lied to me my whole life. So there's that.
Probably.
Yeah.
All right, who's our next victim?
So before we get into it, do you want me to how many more do you want me to do? Do you want to do? We can cut some people. We already told a few people that they're not guaranteed, so don't feel bad.
Okay, how many more do you guys think?
17 more?
Wait, 17 more? That'd be 5 hours. Okay, well, I love that energy, but I don't have that.
Do we want to
kind
say
of-
3 more?
3 more? Okay, cool.
That's a big
5
Wow.
more? I don't know.
You went from
Okay. So we've done 8 people so far in 2.5 hours.
Okay, well, let's do 5.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
And if we
Perfect,
still
so that's
we
everybody
can,
else.
I think we can go for another hour, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys fine
Let's
with
do
that?
it. Yeah, now that I
Wait,
feed,
so-
I'm good.
5 and yeah, I can do another hour. But are we going to get 5 in 1 hour? Do you think?
Yeah, I think we can do that.
What's 5
We did
divided by-
8 in 2.5
minutes.
We can do it.
Okay, cool.
We gotta go faster.
Can I warm up some food here?
No,
No.
I'm kidding, dude. Go do your thing. Don't worry about it.
No. I'm just. I need some protein. It's eating. It's like your eating hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go do your thing. Don't worry about
But
it.
I'm listening. I'm gonna get in Discord on my phone so I can make sure. I'll listen on the stream. here, so I'll
Austin,
make
go. And you're
Okay.
wasting time. Okay, we'll be able to give advice without you. Don't worry.
Sure. No, I just need to be here to give my opinion. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Austin, ciao. Ciao. Oh,
Ciao.
he didn't hear me.
Ciao.
He didn't. Ciao.
Ciao.
Okay.
Ciao.
Okay. There we go.
All right.
All right. The next person is, I don't want to butcher their name, either Tara or Tara. Pronouns are she, her.
Hi, it's Tara.
Hi, Tara.
Hello, Tara.
Hi. So here's kind of the, I guess, dilemma that is going on. So I have lived in Utah my entire life, like a suburb of Utah. And my husband has also lived in Utah his entire life. And, you know, we like Utah for the most part. Like, it's a beautiful state. But I was raised in a very loosely Mormon family. And when I say loosely, I mean, like, we didn't really go to church. Both my parents, like, smoked cigarettes, like, you know, just very loosely Mormon. I never really went to church, basically. My husband he grew up in a more strict or LDS Mormon household. And he left the church a couple of years ago, but I don't know how much you know about Mormonism, but like, he served a mission and like all of that. So, basically we had twins last year, and, I don't want to raise them in Utah. And the reason for that is that when I was a child, I had a really hard time, like, not really being the Mormon child. Like, parents wouldn't allow me to hang out with their kids, things like that. And there's just like, there's not a lot of diversity. And so I really want to move, but my husband is very against moving, because he loves to snowboard and camp and fish, and Utah's a great place for all of that.
So's Colorado.
Yes, so is Colorado. And we've talked about like Wyoming and like a couple of other places, but like it seems like he just just doesn't want to move, and it's been kind of weighing on me especially because like now that I have little girls, with like everything that's going on, Utah's a very conservative state, and so I don't know. I guess that's the advice that I need is, what would you do? What do you recommend?
I mean, I get out of Utah ASAP. But that's me. I think not only are your concerns valid, but I think it's very healthy of you to want to raise your children in an area, especially if you're not interested in raising them inside of like the Mormon culture and community. Considering your background, it doesn't seem like you want to do that. What I don't understand is your husband interested in like at least having some kind of association or tie to the church? Did I misunderstand that part? Or is it only
not at all?
Oh, so it's literally just like, I love Utah. Like he rides for Utah, and he thinks the Utah fish are better.
Yeah, basically.
Well, Salt Lake is drying up anyway.
And the mountains are better. Like the snow's better.
No, the snow is good everywhere, I think. So that's not a reason to stay in Utah.
It seems like you have some very good reasons for your family. And if it's just, if it's the nature aspect of it, kind of going with what Hasan was saying, there are other places to have that nature aspect of it. And if it really is about your children, I don't know what to say about it. It seems like that's a deeper discussion that, to find out if there are additional reasons why he doesn't want to move. Because if it's just for the nature aspect of it, you can find that somewhere else. So there must be something else deeper to it, another reason that he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it also just kind of has to do with the fact that like the idea of moving is stressful, and the idea of moving like out of state is even more stressful. But like we both have jobs that are super like I work from home, I can work in any state. He is a pharmacy tech, and so he has he just has to renew his license essentially to work in basically any state. So like there's nothing like really holding us back. We don't own a home or anything like that. And so I think and maybe it's the friends, like he's had the same friends since like literally like middle school,
right?
Does he not share
and
your
all of our
concerns
families here
about like the future for your kids? Does he not feel the same way that you do?
I think that he does, but I think that part of it is like almost like there's no hope like anywhere. Like it's kind of just it's like
so it's hopeless no matter
what. Kind of lost hope.
But your concerns are specifically with Mormonism
and Utah.
In Utah, which is definitely not everywhere in the same way.
Yeah, so Yes, that's right. So like it's the fact that like I don't want my kids to be the weird ones because they're not Mormon and the ones that, you know, don't get to do the things that other kids get to do, like summer camps and all that stuff. Because like honestly, I wouldn't even want my kids to go even if their friends invited them. Because like the church would allow like a non-member to go, but like I don't want them to go essentially.
So when you bring
and
that
so
up with him, does he agree when you bring up that it's Mormonism specifically in Utah that you worry about?
Yeah, I think so. Because he and it's interesting because he has a completely different view than me because he was LDS as a child.
Right.
So he talked about like the Catholic kid who was like considered the weird one. So like he knows even from the other side what it's like to not be Mormon.
It seems like if you had a pros and cons list of the idea of moving, it seems like it would be heavily weighed toward the pros side. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, I think that there might be some other underlying reasons. Like it seems like he's comfortable there and he's afraid because this is a big change, no matter what. Obviously, regardless of whether he's within the LDS or not anymore. I think that kind of change is pretty dramatic. Has he left? Is he like publicly left the church, or is he? Because I'm sorry, I had to open the door for a reason, but I don't know if you mentioned this or not. So. I wanted to see is he still connected to the church? Is he still connected to his family?
Yeah, so like I mean, we're not like the type of people who are like, oh, we're leaving the church. We just kind of did it, you know, like he doesn't like so he served a mission so like he went to the temple and like, you know, wore like the garments and all that and he stopped that and like we just don't go to church, but like we haven't like officially removed records or anything. We've just decided like, hey, we don't want to do this anymore. And like we were never married in the temple or because I have never been like worthy of that according to the church. Because again, I haven't been active in the church since I was basically a kid. So
I think in order for your daughter's development, you have the right idea. 100%. And despite the fact that this kind of change is really, really significant, really big, I think, especially considering your daughters are young at this moment, it's good to make this change as quickly as possible, because you know there's gonna be a point where like that kind of dramatic change will be traumatic for your children as well, and that's significantly more important than like how difficult it is for your husband. So I think you should clearly communicate that for sure to him.
Yeah,
especially.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
I agree. Yeah.
Because I think you're absolutely valid. And no matter what, like even if he sees like the Catholic kid and how they were, you know, ostracized or whatever, he's never going to fully understand it in the same way that you experienced it. So really stressing that point is huge. But definitely I think you got to make this choice quickly and communicate to him that like while his concerns are valid as well, that most of the issues that he's brought up are easily solvable in comparison to your daughter's not exactly having a appropriate development in inside of Utah.
Yeah, for sure. And that's kind of what I've always kind of like said is that, you know, there's like other places that we can go. Like, yes, there's, you know, like I said, like I talked about like Wyoming, you know, I don't know about Colorado. Like, I don't know like about cost of living and how much he could make there. Not that like we're doing super great in Utah anyway, because for some reason everyone's moving here. But you know, like it's kind of expensive everywhere. So like we kind of have to like figure that out. But you know, it's also, you know, like it's the fact that like our politics are very heavily influenced by the church as well. And so, you know, even if, you know, like we've talked about, like, well, if we live in Salt Lake City, you know, where it's a far more, you know, Democratic leaning area, there's still laws that are always going to be basically in line with the LDS Church's beliefs.
Yeah, a state that gave us Orrin Hatch for as long as it did is not gonna be conducive for the development of your children, especially daughters. Yeah, I'll say this much. I think like one thing you can do is try to get commitments from him a little bit, slowly but surely ease him into the idea. And one thing that you can do, and this is something that he has to do, but like look forward, like try to figure out things that he could look forward to leaving the state. And Colorado seems like a really good idea regardless. You know, I would say definitely don't go east, but go west. Because, you know, the mountains are much nicer out there and all the outdoorsy stuff is much nicer out there. It's just like liberal, but also you get the same vibes. Yeah, like he should look for, you know, comparable positions and like try to see himself in that situation. Try to see himself in Colorado first. And it seems like maybe he could warm up to the idea further.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I think that's like a good starting place, because like, you know, we still have like a year with like almost a year with our lease, so there's like time to like figure it out. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. And Colorado's close, so like we can still,
exactly.
you know, see our family.
Exactly.
And, you know.
Yeah.
So
that's my recommendation for sure. All right. He's left the state before, right?
Yeah, I mean, his family's from California, but I personally would never live in California. No offense.
I don't blame you. It's just, you know, whatever.
I don't blame you. High income tax, high gas tax.
Okay, you
high
sound like
sales
Trump.
tax.
You sound like, you're just doing Trump now. That's what you're doing.
Democrat-run cities, folks. Can't let it happen.
Yeah.
Can't let it happen.
Okay.
I mean, I'm also from New Jersey, so like I can't really talk too much crap on California.
Yeah,
but
no, I'll tell you, someone who lived in both states, California is fucking infinitely better than New Jersey.
But the bagels.
Yeah. But he also lived in
Only thing they got.
Argentina because he, you know, served a Mormon mission. So, you know, he's also lived out of the country. And so, yeah, he's definitely seen places and been places, but.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, you got some homework now. You know what I mean? Like trying to find adjacent jobs, like things to do. And the best way to persuade someone is usually to try to not convince them, but rather make it their idea. And the best way to make it their idea is by showing them how awesome it will be, like to live in Colorado.
Yeah, it might be about, you know, finding different places to live and just getting it on his radar so he starts thinking about the fact that he could live somewhere else and have that same connection with nature and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. Okay. I think that's a good place to start, is to find other places that are good, you know, not just with nature, but also education and stuff like that, because education also sucks in Utah, which is another concern of mine. So there's a lot of reasons, but the two that we talked about are kind of, you know, the biggest ones for me. So we will definitely do homework. He's watching right now too, so he's hearing this.
Oh, all right.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
I like that. That's awesome.
Well, good
So
luck.
cool. Well, thank you guys.
All right.
All right.
I hope you guys can get the hell out of Utah.
Yeah, good
Me
luck.
too. Thank you.
Good luck.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Ciao.
Notice, oh God,
sorry.
Notice how Austin never mentioned Oregon even once. Yeah. How about you ride or die for your state, bitch?
No, I just like it because I was born here. But look, I wouldn't recommend somebody come to Oregon. Fuck that. You could go to a much better state. Like
exactly. California.
Washington State has no income tax.
Why is income tax your main consideration, Austin? Stop. California is beautiful, and it has all the mountains and everything you want, okay? All right, let's move on to our next victim.
Next victim is Ellie, he, him. You're on air.
Hi, Ellie. You're on the HasanAbi broadcast.
It's Eli.
Oh.
Sorry, I was thinking about my cat.
God damn it.
You're good.
Hello, Eli.
Did you want me to do this before or after the 60-second ad break?
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God. I've developed a community of fucking debaters, a community full of deceptive people, okay? Yeah, here's the ad break now, okay? God damn it. Fuck. Okay, if you no longer want to see the ads, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Just suck the life force out of me directly.
Eli does not want to be stopped in the middle of his.
No, I just. All right, well, let's go. Let's do it. You got me. You fucking got me, okay?
All right.
Eli, is there any way to maybe up your volume? Because I cranked you out, but you're still a little low. Don't put it up too high though.
Let me check my Discord settings. Is that any better?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah. I'm going to ban the emote for the record because you guys don't know how to use it responsibly. You deserve it. Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's move on. What seems to be the problem, Eli?
So let me try to give you the cliff notes. Essentially, I'm seeing my ex for the first time in 5 years tomorrow for a concert. And there are still...
Are they performing?
No. They're not performing. Their pronouns are they, them, by the way. Which I'm still getting used to. But we're seeing each other. We both like the band. I invited them to go see this band because they happen to be playing locally. And I just wanted to know if it's worth pursuing feelings that I still have for them.
Oh my God.
We haven't spoken we haven't seen each other in 5 years. We reconnected about a year ago. 4 years we weren't speaking. But when we did reconnect, I realized I still have feelings for them, like want to spend the rest of my life with them type feelings.
I feel like the number one question would be,
why'd you guys break up?
There we go. Yeah.
It was kind of a petty thing that I immediately regretted after we broke up.
So you did.
And I tried to mend things, but the decision had already been made. And they weren't willing to reconcile.
Would you mind sharing what it was in particular?
I can. It's kind of.
You don't have to. But
yeah,
we're just trying to get the full context here.
Yeah. So we were living together. We had been living together pretty much from the time we started dating. We were only together about 5-6 months. So did the whole domestic thing, which I feel kind of makes it longer. It's like it kind of adds time on to the relationship, if that makes sense.
How long were you guys you were dating for 5 months and then you started living with one another?
We started living together pretty much from day one.
And you dated for only 5 months?
5 to 6, yeah.
4 years ago.
4 years ago, yeah.
Jesus, okay.
5 years ago at this point.
5 years ago, you dated for 5 to 6 months and you lived together. Okay, go on.
Okay. So the reason we broke up is I dropped out of college. I moved back home. They were living with me while I was living back at home. And there came a point where something happened in our water heater broke, and I guess we weren't taking showers because of the hot water. They hadn't taken a shower for 3 days, and they wanted to get intimate, and I kind of got grossed out. And I mean, I kind of somehow initiated the breakup at that point.
Okay, that's what.
I told you it was petty. It was stupid, and I immediately regretted it.
No, this is a real problem in anarchist communes. Okay, many anarchists have these exact same qualms on a daily basis. Okay, listen. So that's wild, but not for the reasons that I think you think I'm gonna say is wild. So this was a 5 to 6 month relationship. Broken up over, as you correctly admitted, something super petty, but also it's kind of like it's so marginal that them going along with the breakup and you know continuing on with the breakup for 5 years kind of makes it seem as though, you know, I don't know if there's any. I mean, that's a whole new person. You know what I mean? I mean, it seems like they came out after you guys were in a relationship. Like,
and
it's literally
and
a whole new person.
We're both different people at this point, but I don't know. I mean, we're different people mentally. I think I've.
Austin has to leave because he's reading chat and sorry. Go on.
All right. No, I was still very depressed at that point, and I wasn't doing anything about it. But from between that point and now, I've seen a therapist. I went on medicine for a bit, and I think I'm definitely in a better place mentally. I'm making moves towards a long-term career. They're also doing that, I think, or at least they're doing something that they are passionate about. So I think we're both in better places individually. So I don't know if it's, it was maybe wrong time, right person, wrong time, or what.
Do you feel like you've gotten to the bottom of the part of you that wanted to break things off for that petty reason?
What do you mean? Like,
do you feel like you've identified the emotion that you felt that made you just want to just act out, which you said that you kind of immediately regretted? Have you identified that, like the emotion that you were feeling that made you just want to end it over something petty like that?
Not really. I think I was just really grossed out by it.
So, I mean, my advice would be to...
No, but... sorry.
Yeah, no, please.
Being really grossed out is one thing. Being really grossed out, but then like ending a relationship over it is entirely separate. And I think you're misunderstanding Anthony's point here, and he's too kind to point it out. Okay, he's saying like, yeah, we get it. Like you broke up over something like silly, but you broke up. You know what I mean? Yeah. And there has to be some additional underlying reason as to why it got to that level. And is that something you identified?
Yeah, I think also maybe I thought that they saw me as an escape from their own issues, like with their family and stuff. So like they always wanted me to rescue them from like family situations, and it was just one thing on top of the other.
So was this basically your out of the relationship? You had been wanting an out and you found it?
I think so.
Well, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Do you also maybe think that like there's some underlying insecurities there that you thought like that they were only in a relationship with you to use it as an escape hatch? That's something that you could potentially examine as well within yourself.
I think there were insecurities on both sides. Them using me as an escape, and me not thinking that they I don't know how I want to phrase it, but me not thinking that I am good enough to be with them at the same time.
Did you think that they would want? Did you think that they would fight back? Like, they would fight for you, or the relationship?
I think I did. Yeah, because there was an intensity, like I don't want to say love bombing, but like the the feelings that come with love bombing. It was kind of like equal levels of that from both sides. So we talked about marriage and kids at it's a short relationship, but we talked about those things. So it felt like it was going to be long term.
You kind of wanted them to fight for you in that moment when you started to break things off, right?
Yeah.
And that was due to personal.
But then it didn't
insecurities.
happen, and there's a reason why it didn't happen, though. You know what I mean? But ultimately, it literally doesn't matter because you're both different people, right? I mean, 5 years is impossible to maintain. It's impossible to be the same person 5 years down the line. So. We don't even know if they're interested in you in that regard. So let's explore that a little bit further.
Yeah, have you guys had any conversations leading up to this? Is it being called a date, or like how is this hangout going? Or
I refrained from calling it a date because I didn't say, "Hey, I want to take you out to this concert that of this band that we both like." It was just, "Hey, do you want to go see this band?"
And
go ahead.
What conversations had led up to that point?
That's the thing, is we don't have deep, like, in-length conversations very often. They're doing their own thing, both with work, and they're going to cosmetology school, so they're busy a lot.
So how do you know that you are still attracted to them? Is it the idea of them from 5 years ago that you're attracted to?
It may be partly that, but also when we initially reconnected, the conversations were a lot lengthier. And, we reminisced about the relationship, the good parts and all that. And then I guess just talking to them and their personality, and it's, just...
It sounds like a lot of these things are reminders of the person that you once knew, right? Because it sounds like you haven't developed any kind of close relationship with them in the present.
And I think nostalgia is a big factor in this as well. You're daydreaming a little bit about like what the relationship you used to have and what you could have once again. Have you dated anyone since then?
I have, but nobody that, elicited those same feelings.
Do you tend to do the love bombing, like very passionate, very quickly thing in most relationships, or was it just with this person?
Just that person.
I mean, if I were to give any advice, it would be to take things very slowly, assume that they're not going to be romantic, and get to know this person again, because like Hasan's been saying, they are an entirely different person in 5 years. I know people don't like to look at it this way, but people change entirely, in that time span. So consider it platonic until it's not. But just take it.
That was going to be my approach anyway.
But can you is the real question, and you need to be very honest with yourself with this, okay? Even if you're not honest with us, can you even consider this platonic? Because if that's because like it doesn't seem like it. I'm gonna be honest with you. It doesn't seem like you're capable of viewing this as just a simple friendship, considering that like you started off by being like, "Yo, I like this person. I want to get back to where we were at." For a 5-month relationship that we were in 5 years ago. And that's a little wild. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it's a little wild. So if you're not capable of seeing this person platonically, I would suggest not even doing this until you have a better grip on whether or not they are into you in a similar capacity. Because if not, it's going to only hurt you much worse down the line if it's one-sided.
And that was going to be my approach, is just platonically, we're just going to go see this band, and I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to enjoy the night, with conversation, the music, etc. But I mean, if there is something and they initiate something, is it worth going after, or should I say, hey,
that's not a good way to initiate, though, if you want to spare your feelings, if you want to, sorry, you brought my lacrosse ball to me. If you, do you understand what I'm saying? Because like, it doesn't seem like you have any assurances whatsoever that like, or even any evidence whatsoever as to whether or not they are interested in you in that kind of regard. It is odd, obviously. Like, it's weird that like they're talking to you, even considering that you guys were in a relationship 5 years ago for 5 months. So obviously that could be mutual, but there is no assurances, especially if you guys are not having like super long conversations with one another. So I would test the water. I would test the water. Why can't I talk? I would test the waters a little bit further before initiating physical contact, even if it's in a platonic capacity.
Especially if you're saying stuff like
if this clears things up at all. When we first reconnected, they were sending like half-naked pictures and stuff, and
that's definitely.
I sent you this video of me singing in the shower. Oh, accidentally, there's a nipple.
Well, that's important context.
Okay.
Well, there's a nipple.
Okay.
Damn. All right, that changes.
That's a little different. Yeah.
Brother, that changes the dynamic dramatically, Eli.
That's what I'm saying is I don't know how to read the situation. But
well, I mean, you got the physical thing is there. I think if you're just casually singing in the shower and oops, there's a nipple. I think.
Why the fuck would they send you a shower singing compilation? Okay, that is literally that's just like they are trying to be like, yo, this is what you missed out on. You want to see this they them pussy? You know, you gotta come get it. Okay.
But then they were like, oh, I didn't mean to. Like yes, you've seen me naked, but you didn't have consent to see me naked, or I didn't have your consent to send you this in this context. So I don't know.
I mean, it could be that could be a couple
kind of
things. It could be flirting, and then
are they an anarchist?
I don't know what their political leanings are. I would say left leaning.
Well, I don't think you're getting any right gun tooting conservatives with.
No, I know. This is very specific. I don't know. This is a specific grievance I have. Okay.
Well, they could also be saying, like you said, this is what you missed out on. It could be a.
I mean, who the fuck? Okay. Oh, oopsie! I didn't have your consent to send you this. Like that sounds like someone who's brain broken by Tumblr. Okay. Sorry. I know people are gonna get really mad at me for even saying this, but okay. Look, listen. It's just okay. Why did you hide that? You buried the lead on that, Eli. What the fuck?
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Eli, have you reciprocated and send you singing in the shower with a little nipple?
Unlike them, I am not as confident in my body. So no.
Okay.
Bro, get after it, you dog. What do you mean?
I don't really send things like that anyway.
No. Get after it. No. Definitely go to the concert. Are you fucking kidding me?
Sure.
I mean, I don't know. Are they mischievous? Are they a demon? Is it demon time for real? Because like, or are they trying to like fuck with you to be like, this is what you missed out on, bitch? Or is it like?
Are they a demon?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Is I don't know how to read the situation.
Hey, by the way, dude,
I mean, it's pretty obvious. There's no reading into it when someone sends you a titty. Like it's. You know what I mean? Unless they're like one of those sex bots, like, oh, come click this link for more detail on pussy. I'm so horny. Unless they're doing that, then it's pretty obvious what's going on there.
I'm gonna be honest. I think you're overthinking it a little bit, and but at the same time, you still have to respect their boundaries, and you can't assume anything. Still, a nipple in the shower isn't consent, so you still got to go through the process. But I think your chances are definitely good.
Yeah. No,
That's fair.
I mean, a chatter actually pointed something out that's interesting. They might have just been bragging that they shower now. That's true. Maybe they're like, yeah, look at this. I shower all the time. I even sing in the shower. Oops, a nipple. That's crazy.
Look what you missed out on.
Yeah.
No,
that's a good point.
Eli, you're okay. I don't know if that was well received. He's being quiet, but Eli,
Sorry, I'm absorbing the information.
Eli, you're in a good position.
The feedback.
Yeah, you're in a way better position than I thought. That's why we're messing around with you. I thought you were like, lovesick, simp, delusional, obsessive originally. No, you're it's understandable why you are in this position now. Now that this person has like thrown all of these like very clear signs towards you.
Now, are they just shower singing, or is there like other like deliberate pictures? Because the shower one's a little passive. Oops, a nipple.
That's
but is
not
there, like,
passive, Austin. Don't say it's passive. It's not passive.
What? I've had guys send me after workout shirtless pictures.
It's not
and I'm like,
passive.
I'm not sure.
None of that is
I'm not
passive.
sure what that means. Maybe they want to show me their progress.
Eli, King, they're throwing a bait your way, okay? 100%. But why is the conversation after the titty? Why is the conversation not reciprocal or long, or why do you have fears that this is not reciprocated?
I guess I'm overthinking that if I read into it and it's not what I think it is, I could lose this person.
You could lose this person for good. I mean, what do you mean? It's either there or it's not, and it seems like it's there. Why?
This person, they're very.
What?
I don't want to say free spirited because that's very cliche, but it fits the bill. They're very free sexually, and they were very free sexually before we met.
You could just say anarchist, honestly, at this point.
So they have been with more people, and I feel that was probably part of the insecurity when we were together, is that they had been with more people than I have. So I don't know if that's just part of their personality. They're just very confident in themselves, their body, and that's just a dynamic that they think they have with their friends, and I'm just one of those friends. And if I read into it and it makes things awkward with us, then...
So,
Hasan?
I understand where you're coming from, but it also feels like you have not actually. You're finally opening up, and you're finally explaining to us what the underlying insecurities were, and it doesn't seem like you've addressed them. If we're being real, but ultimately you are overthinking it. What you should be doing is keeping it cool, keeping it chill. Don't be overbearing. Don't over communicate. Mikey is correct. Just ask what they're looking for. That's one way of doing it. Maybe it might be a little too aggressive. I don't think it's as bad to go and be around them. But also remember that, like, if they're free spirited, and you do end up hooking up with them, like, what if they don't want a more serious thing with you, and you know?
Son, now you're doing that. Well,
no. That is a very real and valid concern. They might want to be with you, but maybe not like be your friend. I don't know what the fuck the term would be in that situation. I'm sorry. Your partner.
Yeah. They're the ones that brought up, they are the one that brought up marriage when we were together. It wasn't a conversation initiated by me.
6 months in?
Maybe a couple months in. Maybe.
Well, I mean, look, it's up to you with what you're comfortable with, right? If that's not too soon.
Yeah, that was 5 years ago. That doesn't mean shit now. I'm gonna keep it real.
How old are you guys now?
I'm 31. They are 26.
Okay. You're kind of in this spot where you don't, there's two scenarios here. One, she doesn't feel the same way. And two, she does feel the same way. And you've got to figure that out. You said you're afraid of losing her forever, but you're never going to know unless you go on that date and you pursue this anymore. The action is you must go pursue and figure it out. You know what I mean? That's the option. That's what you must do. Isn't there something for this? There's like
What?
It's like a common. It's like the box. You know, the box and the. Oh, whatever.
What?
It's the cat, the Schrodinger's cat.
Oh.
Right?
Oh.
That's what this is, right?
That was
Yeah.
that was beautiful, Austin.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what Austin's saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Even if nobody else does.
You want us to give you the answer, but we don't have the answer.
Yeah.
You know, they have the answer.
Also, you're afraid of losing them forever when you didn't have them for 5 years. You know, it seems like...
Yeah, you don't have them right now.
Right.
Remember that.
Yeah, it seems like it might make sense to just go in with no expectations, take it slow, and just see where it goes. And that's really all you can do.
The only reason why I was trying to be apprehensive in this originally is because, like, you want to spare your feelings, right? You don't want to be hurt unnecessarily. But you have to be ready for that. You have to be ready for literally all of the worst case scenarios and walk through them and figure out if you could legitimately be fine. Like, even if you go to the concert and they hook up with someone else, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy, but like, how would you feel? If that is something that if you're potential to get back with this person, God, I've been watching too much Nathan Fielder. If your potential of like getting back with this person overrides that, I mean, I don't know. I think that it's worth it, but like I said, you just have to remember that like you have to stress to yourself, and this will be healthy, that like this person is not the same person. They are not your girlfriend. They are just interested platonically in you for the time being. Okay. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. And if you really go in there without any expectation whatsoever and you're willing to just take it wherever it goes, I don't think that you'll get your feelings hurt if you go in with that mindset.
And then if a titty pops out, a titty pops out.
There we go.
Yeah. So what I'm suggesting is you need to rebuild the exact concert venue in a garage somewhere. Okay? And you need to hire actors that then go and present themselves as, I don't know, something within their line of interest so that they can get more information about this person. And then they can basically recreate the exact same dynamic from every single angle, okay? Including the potential that I just mentioned.
Solid advice.
That way, you will be well equipped to deal with the... that way, you will be able to... you'll be well equipped to deal with the matter at hand.
I think...
You see what he's
I
getting
don't know.
at?
I don't know about hiring actors. I think
I was making a Nathan Fielder rehearsal joke. I'm sorry. Okay, look. It's all jokes aside, this is a cool and scary, but you know, ultimately quite fortuitous potentially situation that you're in. You just have to look out for yourself though, and make sure that you know you go into this with no expectations. If you can't do that, if you truly feel like you can't do that, it doesn't hurt to just hold back on the concert and maybe, you know, continue talking to this person for a while until you have a little bit better of an understanding of where they're coming from. And then you can initiate some kind of physical contact.
I think that makes sense. I think that absolutely makes sense. And I think that's what I'll do.
All right. Perfect.
I'm getting to wrap it up from...
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on. This was wonderful. I hope you got some advice from us. We were fucking around a little bit, but
thank you, Eli.
Thank you, Eli.
Thanks, guys.
And ciao.
They them thussy, no joke.
Thussy?
Thussy.
So, I'm gonna be honest with you, Hasan. You know how you said, like, be honest with yourself. I don't even know if I think humans are so incapable of being honest with themselves in these sorts of situations.
I don't know. I guess I'm fucking built differently, dude. I have like I think I weaponize my own anxieties in a situation like that, and analyze every avenue before I act.
We will do everything. The mental gymnastics we will do to convince ourselves that we are
friends.
We're just friends. It's okay.
No, that's
Trust
why.
me,
that's why friends can be.
I know, you know me, Hasan.
Yes.
You know me.
Yeah.
You know how I am.
I know.
And you know I'm incapable. I will lie to myself.
What's up? You want to do? Is this CHADVICE, Austin? Next up, Austin show.
Let's
do it.
You saying that you're incapable is another lie to yourself.
He would never do this. He would never like do
no,
like a legit
I'm too private.
Yeah.
Too private.
No
Who's
shot.
telling you that you're incapable? Is it just you? Because you have full control over
It's
your
me.
own thoughts.
I know, but I love hot men. That's just very difficult.
He does.
It's very difficult. If the men are hot, it's just like I will do many mental gymnastics. I will do backflips in my mind.
He is very horny. This is true.
Hey, I get it, man.
I mean, Hasan is more horny than I am.
That's
He's
not
just
true.
hyped.
Is that true?
It's literally false.
Oh,
He's just
yeah.
slandering me now.
Are we going to debate here?
I've literally never gotten into multiple car accidents almost because there were hot girls around. When I was driving.
How many times have you almost gotten into a car accident because there were hot men around?
Just with me in the car, I can tell you with the limited experience I have, I can tell you that it was at least 4.
I mean, Hasan slanders my driving capability. I am a good driver.
It's anti-Lebanese propaganda.
You are such a liar. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why are you
I'm
lying?
I'm a good driver. I'm an excellent pilot. Better
You are a
pilot
great
than I'm a
pilot. That
driver.
is true. He cannot taxi the fucking plane for shit though. The moment that wheels are on the ground, this motherfucker is literally incapable. He did this. He taxied the plane onto the fucking grass.
Yeah.
But you can't see hot guys from 30,000 feet.
Yeah,
That's
no,
why.
he's just bad at driving because he's gay.
He knows there's no potential of a hot man in sight.
Yeah. That's true. That's very true. Well, enough about me. Let's get to the
who's next?
Okay, the next person is. Oh shit, I forgot their name.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Austin Ox made an edit already? What the fuck? Come click this link for more detail on pussy. I'm so horny. Come click this link for more detail on pussy. I'm so horny. God damn it.
That's a good loop.
Okay. Okay. All right.
That's too fast.
Who's our next victim?
I'm crying at me.
Sorry, my fucking Google Chrome is okay. Nar is our next victim.
Are you saying no?
You're on air.
Or Australian?
Nar.
Nor.
Nar, mate.
Hello, Nar.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing good. All of us. I can't speak for all of us. Are we all doing good?
We are all doing good tonight.
Doing great.
All right.
Well, I guess should I just talk about what's going on?
Yeah,
let's
tell
go.
us what's going on.
All right. Well, basically, I'm gonna try my best to not sound like an a-hole here. Okay. So, basically, I'm dating this girl. I've been dating her for about 2 years now. But I think the issue I'm having is that as of lately, I've just been I'm not into the relationship as much. I think I'm kind of, looking at other girls more often. I go out basically every weekend nowadays and stuff like that. And the girl is she's really sweet. She's really nice. She could be the mother of my children. I'd probably be like, cool, awesome. But I think it stems from that I had a relationship before her, right before her. It lasted about 4 years. And then she cheated on me.
Oh.
And so now I'm basically I think I'm kind of scared of the commitment. But at the same time though, I also don't want to just I don't want to keep dating someone for it to just end like that again. And so it's do I break it off with this person even though she's a great person, but it's not fair to them to kind of be also looking at other people all the time
In what way are you looking at other people? You want to sleep with other people? You want to date other people?
Sleep with other people. Because, I dated that person for 3-4 years, and then, it was probably 5-6 months, and then I got into this relationship. And for context, I'm like 23. I'm 23.
Have you
So-
have you had that? So you've been in relationships from like your young adult life pretty much the entire time.
Exactly. Yeah. Like when I was in college, like there was like maybe a couple months of just messing around, and that was it.
Okay, and you definitely want to sleep with other people.
Be
honest with me.
Oh man.
Yes.
Or nor.
Nor, I'm going to be honest with you. You are 23 years old. You've been in relationships from the time you were very young, and you haven't had the opportunity to explore, and you owe it to yourself to do that. And this is the time. I'm telling you, this is the time of your life to go do that. Breakups are never easy, but this is the time to go explore and do that for yourself.
That's great. That is great advice, Austin. That's incredible
thank you.
advice.
I mean, if that
Thank you,
itch is
Hasan.
there, it's not gonna
Like-
go away. If you regret 5 years from now that you never got to explore, you could end up resenting her for that, which isn't fair to her either.
but then it's also like a 50-50 because I also don't want to like, because like the other thing is that being single is hard. Like I think a lot of times it's a lot easier to look at single people and be like, yeah, like that's probably the life. You can go sleep around with whoever you want. You don't have to like worry about anything. But then at the same
fuck?
time, though, it's also nice to have someone.
The fear that like you might not have a committed relationship should not deter you or lock you into a relationship that you're currently in when you're very obviously looking around, especially because like you're going to start developing significantly more resentment towards your partner because whether you recognize it or not, internally you are going to associate them as the anchor that's holding you back from experiencing all of these different things, which will ultimately lead to you doing what has happened to you, right? Because you said you were cheated on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it seems like you even recognize that you certainly have not recovered from that. Like, and you got into a relationship without even recovering from that and doing something that is so damaging that happened to you to another person would be not something that you're interested in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So staying in a relationship out of fear is the worst reason as to why you would stay in a relationship. Fear that like you might not be able to find a partner as wonderful as the one you currently have is not a good enough reason to stay in a relationship. You need to take some time and work on yourself, or even if you are in a relationship, you need to still take some time in the relationship to work on yourself. How long have you guys been dating again? Sorry, you mentioned this.
2 years.
You've been dating this person for 2 years. When did you start thinking about other women?
Probably a year and a half ago.
Oh my God! So 6 months in.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah, basically.
You've been thinking about other women for a year and a half?
That's the honeymoon phase. Is 6 months.
God
in.
damn.
Look, man.
Yeah, I think it's tough, but I think you gotta rip that Band-Aid, brother.
And also, don't think of it as like just purely sexual. Like you mentioned, oh well, like don't think about that part. There must be something else deeper, right? That makes it so you don't want to be with this person, right? It may be something else. So don't think about it as just purely sexual.
Someone in the chat also correctly pointed out it seems like a Rona relationship too.
Yeah, it was. So like that's the thing. Like every time, like everything, like for the last basically that first year was basically just me and them hanging out all the time together, like nonstop.
Yeah,
So it's hard. 'Cause, like I also don't want to hurt
during
that
Rona,
person.
you didn't have a lot of options. You couldn't fuck around.
Yeah.
And then once that was unshackled, when everywhere opened up a little bit, now you have like literally the opportunity to do such things. So your eye is wandering. It seems like that's not. It doesn't seem like it's healthy. It seems like the longer you stay in this relationship, the more you hurt this person.
I think you identified the issue when you said that being single is hard. It's the fear that Hasan mentions. I think if it was a Rona relationship and you got into it because potentially you were afraid of being single, it was a lot easier to be together with someone at that time when everyone was quarantining. I think that you really should identify that part of you that is afraid of being single and what that means. What feelings arise when you think about being single? Is it loneliness? What is it about you being alone as an individual person is scary to you?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. I mean, I think the thing is like I like relationships. Like I don't know, like obviously I'm pretty sure everybody does, but like you get a person to hang out with all the time, right, and stuff like that. But then I don't know, like when you're single, there's a lot of times where you're just going to be sitting there by yourself, and I think that makes me scared to just kind of be by myself. Like I have friends, obviously, but like,
what is it about being alone that causes you to have that fear? Is it your own thoughts? Is it like what are the feelings that you feel when you think about, oh, I'm just alone and I don't have any relationship to go to?
Yeah, I mean, it's like depressing. It's just, you know, if everybody's busy around me, like usually there's always like one person that's going to be like that person in that relationship's usually always going to be there to talk and stuff like that.
It feels
but
like
if they're not there.
The relationships are here in your life to fill a void that you feel when you are alone.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good point.
You're nailing it. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you're spitting. Yeah, you need to. I mean, you're young, so you're gonna grow out of this 100%. So it doesn't matter. But one way to grow out of it is by becoming not so codependent. One way to grow out of this is by, you know, spending time with yourself and also working on yourself. That is like one of the best parts about being single is that you have so much time to yourself to invest in yourself to ultimately, you know, become a better person. You know,
I would challenge you to challenge yourself to, you know, take a weekend where you don't see your partner and this is literally just your time to identify the feelings that you're feeling that come up when you, like, why do you feel the need to be with someone? Why do you feel the need to break that time of being alone and really kind of get down to the bottom of that? And I think that's the source of your issue here, because if you were totally fine being single, there is a chance that at the 6-month mark, when you started looking at other people, you would be able to identify, this relationship, I thought that it was something I wanted, but it's not. And it sounds like you stayed in it for, you know, 4 times longer than you may have because you have that fear of being alone.
And here's the other part, okay? Even if you're a selfish person, I'll give you why you should do this as a selfish person. Like, even if you don't value their time, right? And you're like filling a void, basically, right? With this other person. You have to remember, like, there is a better person out there for you that will actually captivate you, that you 100% will not have to just use as a security blanket like you are currently. And you're kind of cucking yourself from finding that person that you would want to be with. That you would truly want to be with in a healthy relationship that is based in, you know, mutual respect, like a real partnership. Because right now, what you have doesn't seem like it.
That's a fair point.
You know?
And she deserves someone that really wants to be with her.
Yeah, but we're misogynist.
Yeah, this
is why you brought me, right?
Yeah. I mean, like that's why, like that's my thing. Like, I think that she does deserve better. And that's why it's hard because you don't want to hurt that person. Like, I don't want to hurt them and make them like sad.
But you're hurting them by staying with them if you don't really want to be with them, and if you're looking at other people.
And the hurt that they will feel is only exponentially worse the longer it goes on.
Yeah.
Every moment that you spend with this person, you are contributing more to the inevitable downfall. Like it's gonna be worse overall for them.
Also, short-term, you know, welcoming short-term discomfort is a way for you to avoid long-term suffering throughout your life. You know, so welcome this uncomfortable feeling so you don't have to deal with this bigger feeling later. You know, I think 23 is a great time to start to get down to the bottom of this.
Oh yeah.
Great time.
Yeah, and you know, like Mikey said, ahead of schedule, a lot earlier than a lot of people do. So I think it's great that you're in this mindset, wanting to call in for advice, wanting to figure this stuff out, wanting to figure yourself out. Huge props.
Fair enough. All right. Well, thank you for the advice. I think that was great.
We'll be figured out. Nar.
Yeah.
Nar.
Nar.
Dope.
All right, Nar.
All right, ciao, Nar.
I'll see you guys.
Ciao, Nar.
Bye.
All right, there's 3 people left. I'm gonna tell them to be concise with it.
Right.
Anthony
Okay,
is so
next
wise. Yeah, he's
person.
34. That's why.
That's right.
He's got age and
I
wisdom.
have an illusion right
He's
here.
got wisdom that comes with age.
That's right, man.
You have a lot of gall calling somebody old.
You know what, Morgan? You're getting older too. Okay.
I'm only 25.
Yeah.
I'm young.
A little baby.
I'm young. Okay, the next person is Squid.
Squid.
Name's Torin, he, him.
My name's Squid.
Hello.
Let's go, Squid. Or Torin?
You're still muted.
Yeah.
What's good, Chad?
Oh, hello.
Hey, Squid, what's going on?
Not much. Came for advice, obviously. So, I'm just gonna start because I'm anxious as hell sitting right here. So I'm
Let's
just gonna
do
go.
it.
Pop off, King.
So, I have a neighbor, right? So she is like a longtime friend, and we've been like growing up together for like as long as I remember, childhood friends and all that. And so we hang out a bunch in the neighborhood and stuff. So one day she invites us to hang out at her house, and I'm hanging out there, and she has this other group of friends, and I met this girl she's friends with through her, and so last time we hung out like this, I got her number, but nothing really came of it. We just kind of like texted back and forth, but like we just like kind of like there's always some tension there, you know what I mean? And so I never really pursued anything, but this time we get together and we're hanging out, we're having a good time, and things start to escalate because we're kind of drinking and stuff. So next thing you know, we we're in like the pool together by ourselves. Everyone else is out of the pool. We're just hanging out, just talking and stuff, and we start like macking on each other, to say the least. And
Making out?
yeah, buddy. And
all right.
Nice.
And I was so down with it. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool because like this is my first time since like I've got over a bad breakup, like not a bad break, but like over a breakup like a year ago, and like it's my first time kind of like getting on with somebody, and I was like, all right, word. And so the night ends, whatever. It was a fun time. And this girl, and the next day, my neighbor texts me. She goes, "Were you kissing on so and so?" And I was like, "Yeah," because I was like, at the time, I didn't see a problem with it. I was like, "Yeah, whatever." It was awesome. I didn't feel the need to lie about it. And she was like, pissed. She was like calling me a slut, and like, I was like, "Damn." And But yeah, so she basically like we haven't talked since, and I was like it kind of seemed shitty for her to be mad at me because like this is my first time balling out and everything, so like I'm just kind of having a good time with it.
Hell yeah, King, ball out. What the fuck?
Yeah, no. What? She called you a slut for kissing somebody?
Her friend, yeah.
Not the slut.
She was like, she said she was like, you're like a brother to me, so it's like weird to see you like with my friend. And I was like, I understand that, but
I think she meant
separate,
brother in the
separate.
Alabama sense though, because it seems like there's a little bit more resentment.
Also, I thought you said you were alone. Like, how did she see you? How did she know? It's not like you were trying to rub it in her face, right?
I don't know. Okay, that's a good. Yeah, I don't. They kind of just
Her
picked up on
friend
it.
told her, I think, probably.
No, because I told her, and then she told the girl I was like. I don't know how they found out. They kind of just knew, and throughout the night, I kind of knew they knew, because like we weren't like in front of all of them, and like just on top of each other. It was like away from everybody.
Look, this is an open and shut case. You weren't in the wrong. You did nothing wrong. She's in the wrong for calling you a slut or even having a problem with this situation whatsoever. She doesn't own you. She doesn't have any right to tell you who you cannot have relationships with. It's not your problem that she has a problem with it, okay? And don't go crying to her or like asking for forgiveness, because you don't need any forgiveness. She should be apologizing to you for how she acted, period.
Damn.
It's over. Continue your macking.
Damn,
Yeah, buddy.
Austin.
Go. Continue.
But yeah, so I was gonna wrap it up just by saying like, yeah, because this is sort of just a summer thing, because we're gonna go back to college in like a month, and it's none of it's gonna even matter at that point, because like we've been like hanging out and stuff everything since then, and I haven't talked to my neighbor, and I was just like, should I just like try to make things better with my friend? Like, cause like she's a lifelong friend. And I was like, should I even try, or should I just be like, I'm gonna ride out this summer fling because.
No, ride it out, King.
No, ride out the summer fling, and then because you're not in the wrong, she's in the wrong. Like, she needs to fucking figure out her own complicated situation.
And why she wants to control what you're doing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, because it's like we're not like, it's not like at the party there was like any of my exes there, or like I have any previous altercations with any of these people who are at this, or especially her.
Yeah.
So it just felt dumb.
Also,
it is dumb.
she likes you. She clearly likes you. That's why she's reacting this
Yeah,
way.
it's Slut Boy Summer. You should have sex with her too.
Ball out.
That'll solve it.
Ball out.
Ball out.
Have you gotten any vibes before that she would not be cool with that, or like did she ever say anything outright about that, or anything? Any kind of indication?
I mean, like, because like we've been friends for a long time, so I've hung out with these friends before, and like we've made I've made jokes about like. And like she's always seemed icky about it. She's like, ew, like that's Torn. You don't talk like about him that way. And it's like stuff like that.
She wants you to be a step bro.
I think she's a little. I'm gonna be honest. Like she comes across a little like emotionally stunted. Like she's not. Like I think she just can't.
Seems like she doesn't want your attention taken away.
Yeah.
You just like she was like, this won't happen, and then it happened, and then she was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you were the nerdy kid next door, and then you took your glasses off, and you became a hot piece of ass, and now she's like, "What the fuck?"
Squid, the hot piece of ass.
Yeah, no, you got this. You know.
You think?
I think she's
Hot
into
Boy
you,
Summer, bro.
I think she is into you for sure. She probably knows that you're a HasanAbi head, and immediately was like, "Damn, those guys are hard to come by. They're kings."
Yeah.
You rep the pro necklace, they know.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds possessive in some way. A little bit.
Yeah, no, it is completely inappropriate of her to have any kind of resentment towards what you're doing, and the way you're conducting yourself seems perfectly reasonable. I would go so far as to even like make sure that she doesn't try to spoil what your summer thing is with this other girl.
Yeah.
And you know, ball the fuck out. You're killing it.
Amen.
Go Squid.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
I guess that's all.
All
Peace
right.
out.
Thanks.
Peace and love. Ciao.
Peace out.
Oh,
Ciao.
God. You got
That's
everybody saying ciao now. Oh my God.
That's right. It's the new thing. Man, I can't believe he got called a slut for making out with somebody in a hot tub. I'm a whore if that's the case.
I mean,
is that like a step up from like is?
I don't know.
I believe it's hussy.
Yeah,
Oh.
you're a harlot.
Hussy.
You're a harlot. That's what you are. You're a lip hungry harlot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm lip hungry.
I don't know. Do you want to get some CHADVICE?
Yeah.
I think you need to
You guys
submit.
keep trying to lure me into it.
By the end of this, we will.
This man is a born interviewer, dude. You don't understand. He's already conducting it. You don't even know.
Yeah.
I'm already writing the questions in my head.
You're revealing things about yourself right now. Like
This is the pre-interview, Austin.
Oh, is it? Oh shit. I had no idea.
Yeah, you didn't see it, but he fell from the roof originally when he
Austin
that's
show.
how he entered.
Yeah.
I see.
You missed it.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Crazy. I have a hole in my roof now, but you know.
You can afford it. Don't worry about it.
She said if I tried on this chair, I'd break my neck, and yeah, it's a risk I'm willing to take for Austin.
Oh.
All right. Who's up
All right.
next?
2 people left, and then we're done. Okay, this next person, her name is Noor. She, her.
Not Nar.
Not Nor, but Nor.
Noor.
Gotcha.
Nor.
Noor, you're on air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure my mic was working fine.
Oh, this one is actually a Nor.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or Nor.
Yes. This is Nor. So the thing that I wanted to mention, it's a really complicated long thing. I'll try to like squeeze it in as much as I can. I am from a South Asian country, and I'm an eldest in an immigrant family. I worked my family to come over here, currently living in Canada, all that stuff, and I've taken responsibility. I moved here like 3 years ago. I'm already like working towards paying off mortgage, all that stuff. But the thing is, I've realized that a lot of things I've done are because of my family. And when I was about 20, like before I moved to Canada, my parents kind of like not lured me in, but like they kind of told me that I needed to get married and all that stuff, and I did. But this person I was seeing for over, I guess, 9 years. But it's also like a South Asian seeing this person, so it's really not like you're in a relationship.
Oh God. Okay,
it's
wait,
more
watch
of
out,
like,
watch out with
yeah,
the
it's more-
additional sounds. Sorry. I just turned you up a lot because you're speaking quietly, so make sure. Okay.
Hello? Is it any better?
Okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah,
lower your
it
audio.
will
It's
be.
much better. It's much better now.
Yeah.
Oh
Okay. Hello?
my God.
No, you can keep it at the previous level. You're good.
Okay. Can you let me know where, like, I cut off or?
No, this is good. This is great. Just. Okay.
Right. So I've been seeing this person for over like 9 years, kind of, and it's kind of like a South Asian seeing where they're like, oh, they're interested in each other, kind of thing. Before I moved in 2018, I got married. And it has not worked out. So this person is still not in Canada. They're living back home, so it's like a long distance relationship. I want to get a divorce, and I'm trying to bring it up to my parents. I am 24, and I'm married for 4 years, and I was 20 when I got married. So I'm trying to bring this up to my parents. I know, and I just don't know how to do this. I have constantly, like every time I bring something up that I want to do, I notice that I worry for my parents' health. I am like, oh, I need to keep them happy. I have a lot of people that I love genuinely back home, but I know if I pull through this, I'll probably be kicked out of the family, or like they would talk to me for very, very long time. And I also care for this person because I've known them for 9 years. However, they are very controlling. They are also like, they've always disrespected my boundaries, and I never recognized it until like I moved here and they started like thinking I was cheating on them while I'm working to become a doctor. Every time I'm not available, they're like, oh, are you seeing someone in your, like, in Canada, like all that sorts of stuff. I've also recognized that a lot of things that we think of do not match. His comments about younger girls wearing revealing clothes and being like, oh, that's so shitty, that shouldn't be like that. These sorts of comments really like get to me, and I also don't like kids. But I'm a little bit more, I guess, like open-minded in comparison to like what back home in South Asia people think. I just don't know how to deal with him and my family, and also be able to stand up for myself when I'm doing everything that my family tells me to do.
Yeah, that is. Do you have a support system outside of your family?
I've moved to Canada alone with my, like, by alone I mean just my family. I do not have any support system. After moving to Canada, like COVID hit and I wasn't able to make a lot of friends. And then like my partner, he was very controlling in a lot of things where I don't even talk to a lot of family back home, because every time I would be free from work and school, he would be like, oh, if you're free, why are you not calling me? Like, it's hard to explain to someone living back home how busy it can get. Like, I'm working full time, I'm a student full time, I haven't taken any student loans or anything, and I'm paying everything off, but now I also own a house, and it's just too much for this person to continuously come and ruin my mental health.
Yeah, it seems like you already arrived at the conclusion that like ridding this person's influence from your life is the positive and smart and healthy thing to do, which I recognize. I think you're right about that. Your instincts are correct on that for sure. And now it seems more like you need either a support system or the confidence to be able to do so. But while you're doing that, you need to also do it in a way where your like family is going to be understanding. I don't know like I hate to say this, but I don't know if that will happen with respect to I don't know exactly where you're. I mean, I don't know what country you're from, but I do understand how, at least some families are like, and I don't know if they will be supportive with your decision in that situation, and that's something that you got to almost brace for, and that's why the first thing I asked was if you have a support system outside of your family, but ultimately that liberation will absolutely make you feel significantly better in the long run, and through time, because time does heal all wounds, through time your family and yourself, if in the worst case circumstance, I'm saying if your family's like, oh, we disapprove of this, how dare you do this, after some time has passed, I'm sure they would be a little bit more understanding, because they don't want to lose their little girl, you know what I mean? And you're 24 years old. I mean, that's just
so young.
way too young. Like you should not be shackled in this circumstance for the rest of your life. 6 years down the line, those complications will be so much worse, especially when you have a good head on your shoulder and you know what the positive thing to do here for yourself is. So sometimes you got to make these tough decisions for yourself. And it is definitely better to do it now before it becomes harder to do so. It seems like it was a blessing for you to be able to come to Canada and be able to even recognize these sorts of things about the circumstances that you were put in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I think it's really, really hard in a situation where, like, for the entirety of my life, like, my parents have relied on me so much on everything. They have seen me have extreme mental breakdowns once or twice. And I did bring up the idea of, like, not liking this person and also not wanting to hurt them, because the more I stay, it's worse, right? I brought it up to my mother once, and to my surprise, the answer was like, how can you be happy after ruining this person who's so in love with you's life? Like, don't think of that. And, like, it kind of, like, hurt me thinking that my own family would think that way. But ultimately, I also understand from being, like, traditionally Muslim and also being from South Asian country kind of has, like, a cultural impact on it.
No, absolutely.
But it's like,
no, I completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah, I think, like, your parents in that situation are absolutely trying to keep you in this marriage, in this relationship. I assume the families are tied to one another as well at this point, right? Like your parents and
they are I'm actually very close to his family.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, like, they're like family friends, very close. There's also a past history with their family where somebody else in our family kind of left one of their family members previously. So the reason why I agreed to the relationship is I thought, like, I was 16 when I got engaged. It's too young, please, I know. And, like, the reason why I agreed was I was like, oh, we're going to bond these two families that were so close again, and I'll help it. And now I'm just like, what the
it's
fuck
not up
were
to you.
thinking?
No, that's not your responsibility to do that. No, that is entirely too much to be placed upon the shoulders of a 16-year-old, especially. Like, I understand the cultural restrictions in this situation, but 100%, that's you need to work on trying to develop a support system. I'm certain you're at school still, so that's like a really good avenue for you to immediately find something like that. I'm sure there are, student unions and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like student groups that you can join. There are certainly, other like-minded students who are also living in Canada with similar opinions, maybe even going through similar struggles as well. They will absolutely help you out in this. But I definitely do think that, establishing a support system immediately and working on steps of, like, easing your family into it without, like, letting them in on it too much, because they might just, like, inform the family, you know what I mean? Worst case scenario. and then boom, all of a sudden, if there is even a capability of it, I don't know if he's even allowed to, if he can easily come to Canada, but like he might just show up. You know what I mean?
That's a bigger problem right now.
Yeah.
My mother has helped me in a lot of circumstances when we do have like arguments and stuff. But the problem that recently has caused me to be more like this has been his paperworks are getting kind of like in the process, and it has caused me an extreme panic of thinking that he could come here.
No, that's not healthy. You got to get out of that 100%. Like the fact that you are scared that he's going to be able to come to Canada is an indication that you got to get out as quickly as you can. And 100%, one thing you should do is in order to soften the blow for yourself, recognize that like there might be a period of time when your family might not be there to help you, there to support you, and that's something that you gotta ready yourself for. It sucks to hear it, but it is the reality. And just like I said, join some student organizations and stuff, and like meet people. You will find like-minded individuals as well. You're like the bright side of this is one, you're separated right now. There's a physical barrier, right? So that's good. It could be much worse, right? Two, you are in school, so you could establish relationships with other people. So you have like someone to rely on, all other circumstances considered, right? So make the most of the situation that you're in currently, and definitely, you can get through this 100%. But it will be better for you in the long run to not be trapped in the situation that you're in.
Right. And also like in future, if there are any like kids and stuff, I don't want to bring anyone into this issue where you don't like a person and you're in a relationship with them. Having like there are three of you, like three guys, and I was wondering like how do you think I should approach him in this situation? I've known this person for 9 years. It's just that we're not compatible. His behavior, he's been very apologetic recently because I think he recognizes that I'm no longer going to stay in the relationship. I don't know how to bring this up to him and be like, I'm done with this.
What is your guys' dynamic right now?
Won't hurt him.
Like, can you be completely
what do you mean,
transparent
like-
with most other things? Can you communicate well otherwise?
I think that has been the bigger issue about communication. I was depressed for a very long time, moving here, taking the responsibility of like never working before and now like running a whole house and everything. I was depressed, and I've had him say this to me, like, why are you always upset, or why are you always sad? So over the 4 years of me moving here, I feel like our communication has gotten so much worse, and I would put boundaries and they would be broken consistently. Like I would keep saying no to something and he'll be like, come on, let's try this thing, let's do this thing.
Do you think that he's
And
aggressive?
At a point, he's not aggressive, but he is kind of like a spoiled youngest child in his household where he gets away or gets everything he needs. Like he's not physically or like verbally aggressive, but he has his way of like continuously not giving up on something and like bugging you continuously about something. It's most of these like things would be very personal if I tried giving an example, but I guess like when I was back home, there's an example of that where we went out with our families, and it's a very like physically keep a distance kind of relationship at that time when you're like just recently getting engaged and all that. And I told him specifically to not like do certain things when I'm with my family, at least when my dad's around here. So we could talk and we could hang out together, but not around my family. When my dad's there, he's gonna be upset, or like it's just disrespectful in our culture. And he still did it, and I said it multiple times, and then it was definitely brought up to me later where everyone was like, what the fuck were you guys doing?
So he's likely
And
to
I
be
was like,
disrespectful to your
boundaries and like your demands. I'm telling you, I don't think communicating with him is the priority here. Like, I think you being in a legally sound situation and ensuring that you are protected legally, and there are literal like resources that, especially in places like Canada, there are legal resources that you can take advantage of for free. I'm sure your school has something to help as well. I'm telling you, you should not be prioritizing how he will take it, and he might be actually, at this stage, he's maybe recognizing for the first time anything but himself and seeing that like he might lose you, and that's the reason why he's being apologetic. But the underlying problems have existed since the beginning of the relationship, and I think that is precisely the reason why it's not going to go away, no matter what kind of nice things he says in the meantime, to be able to position himself better and make you trust him once again, only to betray your trust down the line in a position where he's like already in your space. So right now you have the advantage, and I think that using that advantage would be using that to your advantage and taking advantage of the situation that you're in currently is the smart thing to do. And I would work on it expediently if I were you, and go to like I'm sure there's like a women's counsel center in your school. Like there are people that you can rely on in the situation that are professional. What's up?
I was like, I'm a part of like the women's council in the university. I'm a part of the student union in my university. It's so stupid how like I'm part of all these like movements and everything, and I'm doing all these things, and then in my own relationship, everything is just, I feel powerless in it, and I hate it.
I mean, that's
But you're
more
right, I should
that is
definitely do
that is more common than you would think. That's not, you're not alone in that. Trust me. So that's not. It's not stupid. That's you've been dealt really unfortunate circumstances that are completely outside of your control. You didn't choose this. You know what I mean? You were 16. So don't blame yourself even for a second. But that's great. That means that you have access to all these resources already. So you should, open up to your friends there and make friends and open up to the people that are there, so you can, take advantage of all of that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for talking to me. I'll definitely like bring it up. I know I have access to these things, but the idea of like hurting him or my parents just kind of always holds me back. But I think like at this point I should be prioritizing
100%. You should be
future.
prioritizing yourself, especially because remember, it's hard for us to recognize that our parents are not these like, godlike deities in our lives, especially because, when you're a child, you see your parents a certain way, but they're also flawed. They can also have, backwards conservative ideas, and they oftentimes do, as a matter of fact. And, they can be selfish. They can prioritize the relationship with this family, especially if it's a wealthy family, over the shitty condition that you are going to force yourself into. They can also be operating this way out of fear for what might happen to you. Like, oh, what is she gonna do? Like, oh, if she's divorced, she's ruined. You know what I mean? Like, they might have like antiquated ideas.
So stupid.
Yeah, exactly. So do not prioritize their feelings. You are completely valid.
I think the sooner that you have a support system, a strong support system, the sooner that you'll be able to, act with the feelings that you're feeling are kind of bottled up right now. You'll be able to see it more clearly.
Absolutely. Right. I wouldn't want to hold you guys more. Thank you so much. And for the community as well, people are reaching out. So it's wonderful. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm hoping that next time when we get a CHADVICE, I can give you an update.
We'll
Thank
be
you.
waiting your updates.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
Best of luck, Nora.
Best of luck.
She sounds so sweet.
Yeah. My heart.
Yeah, that was a sad one, but I feel like after reading her submission, it was one of those things where she needed other people outside her network to tell her what she wants to do, rather than relying on like her family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. That
So
was a good one.
so I DM'd her resources that people sent me, and she said other people are sending her resources. So hopefully things get better for her. But we're not going to end on on a really like sad note. So I'm gonna bring in Christina. Her pronouns are she, her.
Okay.
Hi, Christina.
Hello, Christina.
Hello.
Hey, so or I guess like the thing that I'm looking for advice on is more like our like relationship advice. So, I'm 23 and my partner is a male and he's 23 and we've been dating for 4 years. And 2 years into our relationship, he told me that he's interested in possibly sleeping with other people. And I said at the time, I was like, that is kind of uncomfortable for me. And we're both pansexual. So I've had relationships with girls in the past, but he hasn't had relationships with anyone else. I was his first. And so it's kind of this like issue that we've been kind of tossing about for the last 2.5 years. And he's planning to propose to me in the next few months. And so my question, I guess, or the thing I would like your opinion on is more so, do you think it's a good idea maybe to open up the relationship and have him have those experiences? Because I'm worried that like later on it's going to bite me in the ass. And it's like, I feel like that curiosity will never really go away. So I don't know, like,
Do you want to get married
perspective-
at 23?
I don't mind. Like, I never thought I would be married, but I met him and it completely changed, like, my view. It's like, I love him so much. He's like my best friend. We do everything together.
If I may say, I think there's certainly some, whether you guys want to open your relationship up or that's something you're comfortable with is your guys' prerogative, but you definitely need to sort it out before you get married, for sure.
Yeah.
And I do think that these unanswered questions you cannot go into a marriage with these unanswered questions.
Yeah, I completely agree, because marriage, it's not just like an emotional thing. It's a legal thing. So like, I don't want to screw myself over. It's just,
Go ahead.
yeah. No, sorry. What were you going to say?
No, please go ahead.
Well, it's hard because like there's a part of me that I would honestly be open to it, but the issue is I just don't want to lose him, and I feel like it stems from an insecurity that I have of like, what if he finds something better? And I understand that maybe that's stupid to feel, but it's just like, I don't know really how to get past that. And if I can't get past that, it's also on the other hand, I'm going to go into possibly getting married and always wondering, like, is he going to cheat on me or find somebody better? And I just don't know what the better option to do. And
No, this is not a good situation to be in currently, because like it's obvious that I mean, one, you guys are really young, and two, it's obvious that he recognizes that and wants to explore further. So I mean, that's definitely going to be that's definitely, like, you don't want to be in a relationship with someone where you're constantly in fear that they have a wandering eye. And you don't want that person to develop a resentment towards you either, because no matter what happens, they're going to feel like you're the reason why they couldn't explore multiple people, you know what I mean? And
exactly.
And it's really it's a sad situation to be in, unfortunately, but like yeah, I don't know. I mean, opening up the relationship, especially if you don't want to, like if you're not comfortable with the idea and you're only doing it to please him, is not a healthy way to go about this at all. Because then you're going to also develop resentment towards him, and that insecurities are going to sour the relationship regardless, unless you yourself are like also interested in having different partners and whatnot. Do you see what I'm saying?
I completely see what you're saying, because it's like, I don't want an Andrew Tate situation where it's like he just gets to have fun and then I don't do anything, but also it's like, it's still just kind of either way, it feels like there's going to be resentment built for the other person. And so I want to avoid that, but at the same time, I think the situation doesn't really lend itself to, I don't know, not to be like sad about it, but it doesn't lead to a positive ending either way. And like he said to me, because we live together on top of all this. He said to me, like, I'm not going to do it if it's going to ruin our relationship. But I know he says that and he means it and he means well. But at the same time, it's like that doesn't dispel the feelings that he had to tell me that, right? So
Has he started drinking bubbly water?
Yeah.
Does he say we need to get a Bugatti?
No,
You're
thank
not
God.
dating your boyfriend. You're dating Andrew Tate now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just dating Andrew Tate. Yeah.
No, this is actually surprisingly from one of my most immature mods, Young Peasy. I'm going to read it out. One recommendation I've seen before is that before trying a threesome/open relationship is to go to a bar separately and try to flirt with people and see how that makes the both of you feel.
Okay. I mean, okay.
Wait, hold on. This is important. How does even that make you feel?
I like not super uncomfortable. I think it's like flirting with people is like it's happened to both of us before. We've had people hit on us. So it's like I'm not uncomfortable with that. It's the sexual part of it that's what makes me uncomfortable.
No, flirting with the intent of like hooking up though. Like you not that you would in the end, but like you have to be open to the possibility of it, at least for this to work, I think.
Can I be honest real quick with what you said regarding him saying if it's gonna mess up a relationship, I don't want it. I don't think he's lying to you. I think he's being honest with himself. But I truly, you have to, from his perspective, that feeling that he has to explore or do other things will never go away. It'll never go away. And no matter what he tells you, again, I'm not saying he's lying to you, but it'll chip away at him for years and it will never go away. And so I think you should be aware of that for yourself, because he may not even be prepared to share that or come to that realization for himself. So in order to protect yourself, you should, by all means, have that understanding that he may have something going on with himself that he's not fully ready to accept. And so you should be aware of that, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying he's not a liar. He's trying to be honest, But as I said earlier in the stream, as human beings, sometimes we are incapable. We will do mental gymnastics to convince ourselves of something that isn't actually true. Like, oh, no, this is really what I want. But again, slowly but surely, chip after years, right? I'm not saying he's going to go cheat on you, but it will cause potentially like him emotional difficulty or trauma.
I'll say this much. The fact that you guys are talking about even getting potentially engaging, getting engaged, while also simultaneously being unsure whether or not you want to open up the relationship, is an immediate red flag, because it just means that neither of you are prepared for what you are doing.
I had a question about that.
It just I'm sorry to say this, but it strikes me as immaturity in that situation. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I had a question about that too. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought you said earlier that you wouldn't mind getting married, and also that you were afraid of losing him. Was that right?
Yeah.
I wonder if have you really looked at whether you want to get married for the right reasons to him? Because it sounds like it might be out of fear that you want to have that kind of commitment from him, especially if he's talking about hooking up with other people.
Now that you mention it, I mean, that is a really good point. Because, I mean, for me, like, I grew up in a Catholic household. So for me, it's always like, okay, well, if you find someone you like, then you marry them. And like, I didn't want to do that. I was very contrarian, and I just was like, I'm never going to get married. And I met him and that changed. And I do want to have a life with him. Like, we have a place together, we have pets together, and I like my future with him. I feel like it's frustrating because I was really excited about possibly, about marrying him. And then this came up. And so now it's kind of like thrown everything amok a little bit.
It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing that this came
Yeah.
up because you might have been making a major mistake. I'm afraid to say this, but you like you're way too young. He's way too young. You guys have not lived your lives out yet. And the fact that like this came up is actually a good thing. It's a saving grace for you. Because imagine if you guys did get married and then he declared this. I mean, that would be a far worse circumstance that you're in. So
For sure. Yeah.
yeah.
It's a no-win situation, which is kind of crappy, but it's like I kind of need someone to tell me because I can't tell anyone in my family. Obviously, it's like pretty religious.
You need someone to tell you
family,
what?
and I just need someone to tell me that like the fact that my fears aren't in bad faith and that me being nervous to do this makes sense because it's not normal and it's not necessarily something that's conducive of like a healthy relationship.
Why do you even
It's
have
not really
that pressure? You should not even have that pressure. Like that should not even be in the realm of possibility that there is like any kind of backlash to your very understandable, very reasonable concerns.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't know. I think my family is like, well, you've chosen this person, so you got to stick to this person, and me wavering from that
You can change
might
your
not
mind
be
at
seen
any
as
time.
good. Yeah.
Anytime. If it's not right for
Yeah.
you, it's not right for you, and it's better to decide that before anyone's proposing to anyone than to find it out when you're engaged, than to find it out when you're married, when you have kids. Like now is the time. If you feel that way now, it's probably not going to get better.
For sure. Yeah.
Remember how we talked about, if you listen to me talk about the Andrew Tate stuff, you probably remember that one of the reasons why a lot of people that get invested into the multi-level marketing scheme of Hustlers University is what is known as a sunk cost fallacy, right? So that's unironically what you are currently repeating when you when you think about it like that. You've made an investment into this relationship, and your parents are looking at it in a similar way, and that's one of the boundaries that's like stopping you from making the right decision for yourself. Yeah, don't do that. No.
Yeah.
Don't do that at all.
How long have you guys been together?
4 years.
Yeah, and first of all, and also there's no rules to this shit. So you just
Yeah.
because you've been together for 4 years doesn't mean they're your life partner. Doesn't mean that you've chosen them. You're also only 23 years old, and who cares what age you are? If it's not working, sometimes it doesn't. These things present themselves, and there's no right time or anything. There's no rules. So I know we often have family pressures, but your happiness comes above all else, and you come above everybody else at the end of the day, and you've got to be in a happy situation, or else you'll live your life miserably, and you don't want to do that.
And
I
you can also
definitely
stay with
don't want to
them.
do that.
You can stay with him and just not get married. You know, like take the time to figure it out. That's also a possibility.
I think that that's probably better. And I mean, not to rush into an engagement and just be like, okay, let's figure this shit out. And then if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then we part ways. But I live in Canada. I won't say the city, but we also have like, I don't know if they have this in the States, but common law marriage. So if you live together for 2 years, you function in court as if you're married. And we're like just almost at that point, not yet. So
damn.
2 years? Damn, they don't give you much time in Canada. do they?
Nope.
I think it's the same in California.
Yeah.
Actually.
Jesus.
I thought it was
I
7.
think it's 2 years.
In the U.S. in Oregon, it's 7 years. It's to be of the state.
Oh,
depends
wow.
on the
Yeah,
state.
finally, a goddamn real state where they protect the men from divorce court. From being victims of divorce court. Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Usually
So,
that's to
I
protect a
mean-
woman, Austin.
What?
Those laws are established to protect the female partner, usually.
Well, I don't. I mean, that doesn't apply to me.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's anyway. Let's move on. So okay. I feel like you have a lot to go over in your own personal relationship.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're not getting married anytime soon, so that's good.
Yep. Yeah.
And remember, it's actually not a bad thing that he opened up and told you this.
Yeah.
Before things got even more serious. But
yeah,
2 years into a relationship that has been going on for 4 years, or 4 years into a relationship, and he brings this on you, that's not gonna go away. That feeling's not gonna go away.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I agree with you. I just kind of needed somebody to say that to me, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys being honest, even though it kind of sucks, but like it's good. I'm glad that you guys were honest with me, so thank you.
Like your feelings of not wanting to, or your feelings of discomfort are completely valid. And I would go so far as to even say his approach to the situation is mature as well. Like him literally bringing it up to you and communicating with you, that's the best you can ask for from a partner.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, you guys are both fucking 23 years old, you know what I mean? Like him wanting to experience other things is totally understandable in this situation.
Yeah.
And all of this is easy for us to say, even if it's, we're being honest with our like limited perception, but I think that you know what's best for you and him. It sounds like you do.
Yeah. And I agree. Like, I'm happy that he was honest with me. I'd rather him be honest and tell me than just not tell me. And then like 5 years into marriage, this comes up.
Yeah.
So like, I'm glad he was mature enough and honest enough to tell me, but it's kind of a double-edged sword. Cause like, I'm glad he was honest, but this doesn't like necessarily make anything easy. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully we were able to help you out.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for coming on.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Ciao.
Oh my God, was that our last?
That was the last person that needed advice.
We did it.
That was
no
it?
one else needs any more advice.
Yeah, everyone's done.
I could give you a little update as a previous CHADVICE goer, to end on a more positive note.
What you want to? Let's hear it. You have an update. You're engaged.
No, I'm not. That was my friend.
You're engaged on Twitter, at least. That's what you posted on Twitter.
Yeah.
So obviously that's the truth now.
I went on my first date last year, from Muslim Tinder, and now he won't leave me alone, even though I told him I'm not interested. So I think I did something right following the CHADVICE.
God damn.
What was the CHADVICE?
It's a Giga Chad move.
So I can't get the boys off me,
I'm proud of you.
Brogan wants a very big, hairy Lebanese man. Isn't that right?
Stop.
Right. Brogan also wants someone to suck out her ovaries like Boba.
Get it right. I said I want somebody to suck the eggs out of my ovaries like Boba. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
They're very similar.
Brogan and I have the opposite type.
It's not that big of a demand.
When I saw Austin in LA, he was like, "Let's get you married."
That is the most Lebanese he's ever been. That's hilarious that he said that. But yeah, Morgan, thank you. You did an incredible job. You're awesome.
Of course.
That was
Thank you for giving me
great.
the opportunity. Dude, there's so many people that didn't show up that were just like fucking cracked.
No, this was the best yet. Morgan.
More
also,
to come.
Brogan also streams on Twitch. I'm sure you're gonna go live now, right?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, and I'll raid you after this. But thank you so much to the mod team as well. Thank you to the community for coming in and opening up about your problems and letting us incredibly qualified individuals give you advice on your life's problems. Like, it's pretty funny when there was the workplace issue, right? The first one, and I was thinking to myself, like, we're all fucking internet dickheads, you know what I mean? Like,
I know. I was like, I've never worked in a workplace like that. So
I mean, I have worked in a workplace, but like, it's still, you know what I mean? It's been many, many years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but that was wild. That was wild. And of course, Austin, thank you so much for your wonderful perspective and sharing it with us and being there. And taking time out of your busy schedule instead of working out
Yeah, I missed the gym. My gym closed.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you fucking live in Oregon. There you go. Yeah, you deserve that one.
It closed, but you know what? I needed a day off because I've been working out for many days
Yeah,
straight.
imagine if you lived with me here in California in the gay mecca. You would literally be able to go to the gym and see sexy boys at like 12 if you wanted to.
It's true. Especially
And you wouldn't even have to crash your car to see them. So
Yeah.
lots of benefits.
That's true.
Mhm.
I could have gone to drag brunch today. We could have.
Yeah, exactly. But no, you selfishly are like, oh, I love living here.
Thank you, Hasan. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Mikey. Pleasure to do chat.
Thank you. Good to meet you. No thanks to this
Meet
man.
you
here.
guys.
Thank you, Austin.
Yes. Yeah. Nice to meet you in person.
Totally in person. Totally in person.
Eventually.
Talk to you guys. Yeah. And thanks for having me on. Ciao.
All right.
I'll get out of this.
Ciao, Bella, ciao.
Twitter.com/Austin on Twitter.
He doesn't even promote his Twitch because he doesn't stream at all.
Hey, I stream every once in a while. Okay.
All right. Bye, Austin. All right. And on that note, thank you so much once again. I'm going to run the last ad break here, the last 3-minute ad break. And thank you guys for coming. This was wonderful.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mikey, for offering the woman's perspective. Otherwise, we would have
Me
just been
speaking for all females.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd be all over here just fucking talking trash.
Oh,
like,
it's the worst stuff.
yeah, all these girls asking us for advice. Be like, men are dope.
It was almost misogynistic. Almost.
Yeah. But you saved us from that. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for inviting me.
Was this good? Were you? Because I know you were a little nervous.
I was very nervous. It was all good. I
Yeah.
don't know why I was nervous. Actually.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a good community. Don't worry.
Yeah. You
All
got a
right.
bunch of good people.
You did
in the
great
chat.
live. You guys both killed it.
Thank you.
It doesn't seem like you were afraid, so I'm not
Yeah,
even.
I don't know.
You seemed.
It was just me.
You seemed calm and cool and collected. Anthony, on the other hand, he was a little worried.
Little sweat. I'm good
All right.
now.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna run the. Hold on.
Oh wait, are we doing more here?
No. This is when I this is my outro song that I play.
All right, let's do
when
it.
When I
just
end it.
Google search your outro song.
Yeah. Yep. That's how it is. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. We have Eva Elfie and Russian porn star Eva Elfie, and also Nadia from Pussy Riot, who you heard on the broadcast earlier on the phone, here in the building. And, we'll do some more fun content with them. So get excited for that, and I will see you tomorrow, all right?
Ciao.
Peace.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming.